started it.
Good evening. We are just coming out of closed session. Don't run, Mr. Martino. It's okay. It's fine. We're just going to come out of closed session. I need a motion to certify.
Second.
Motion made by Supervisor Lawson, seconded by Supervisor Bodie. Any discussion? Ms. Madden, can you call the roll, please?
Supervisor Franklin? I'm sorry, Supervisor Lawson? Aye. Supervisor Bodie?
Aye.
Supervisor Angry?
Aye.
Supervisor Bailey?
Aye.
Supervisor Canlin?
Aye.
Supervisor Franklin?
Aye.
Supervisor Vega?
Aye.
Chair Wheeler?
Aye.
Vote unanimous?
Great. Thank you. And we'll first report out, Supervisor Lawson, would you like to report out for the ad?
Sure, Madam Chair. I move that the board authorize a public hearing to consider the execution of the First Amendment to the amended agreement of the sale at Innovation Development LLC. And I would ask that that be scheduled for February 16th.
Do I see a second? Motion seconded by made by Supervisor Lawson, seconded by Supervisor Bailey. Any discussion?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
my apologies, but I want to look at the county attorney. By making that February 16th, does that hamstring us with staff in the event, the advertising? We're fine on
Madam Chair,
timing?
members of the board, Economic Development has worked with the clerk to the board, and I'm looking for confirmation that we'd be able to have the advertisement.
Okay. I didn't want to make it more difficult on you.
I've either already advertised it or will advertise it or can advertise it.
Okay,
Something
fair
will-
enough.
We'll get there.
Any further discussion? Ms. Madden, can you call the roll, please?
Supervisor Lawson?
Aye.
Supervisor Bailey?
Aye.
Supervisor Angry?
Aye.
Supervisor Bodie?
Aye.
Supervisor Canlin?
Aye.
Supervisor Franklin?
Aye.
Supervisor Vega?
Aye.
Chair Wheeler?
Aye.
Vote unanimous?
Great. And Ms. Supervisor Bailey or Vice Chair Bailey, would you like to report out on our other resolution?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I move that the Prince William Board of Supervisors strongly support House Bill 2322 and Senate Bill 1469, establishing the Opioid Abatement Authority, and endorses communicating the support to the Prince William County delegation.
Thank you. Do I hear a second?
Second.
A little too late, Supervisor Angry. Supervisor Canley made a second primary motion made by Supervisor Bailey. Any further discussion? Ms. Madden, can you call the roll, please?
Supervisor Bailey?
Aye.
Supervisor Canlin?
Aye.
Supervisor Angry?
Aye.
Supervisor Bodie?
Aye.
Supervisor Franklin?
Aye.
Supervisor Lawson?
Aye.
Supervisor Vega?
Aye.
Chair Wheeler?
Aye.
Vote unanimous?
Okay, that moves us out of closed session. We are now officially into our evening session. And just so everybody, I know that there might be people who don't know how the evening is going to flow. I just thought I'd go over it really quickly. We have our general normal evening public comment time in person and remote. That will take a while. That's just sort of our general public comment time. After that, we will move into our public hearings. We have 3 public hearings this evening, A, B, and C. And for each public hearing, we will hear from staff. To the first 2, we'll hear from staff, and then open the public hearing, and then close the public hearing, and then vote for A, and then do the same thing for B. And then when C comes, we will hear from the applicant, we will hear from staff, then we'll hear from the public on our public hearing, and then we will close our public hearing. All of these might have remote components to them. So we're just going to go into our general public comment time for our evening session, our evening 7:30 session. Right now, we have 1 person signed up to speak at our public comment time in person, and that's Robert Hand.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen of the board. My name is Robert Hand. I'm in Dumfries in the Potomac District. First off, I do wish to, I'm not going to comment on the hearing. I'm making my remarks here. I support the mosque expansion. I just ask that some people try not to poison the well by accusing others of Islamophobia for it. I have a question for the Democrats on the board. So, how many zeros? How many zeros had to be written on the developer's checks to make you forget your gag reflex? I would ask how much your integrity costs, but we knew already you never had it in the first place. You even signed pledges to leave the rural crescent untouched. Apparently your own words mean nothing to you. We've had meetings until 2 a.m. where the people are out against an issue that the board is considering. Yet you vote for the issue anyway. Don't evict low-income minorities from a trailer park. You vote to reopen it at the next meeting. Don't build an asphalt plant in proximity to an elementary school, despite overwhelming support. And you almost approved it. Do you listen at all? Your votes show that you do not. We are not being heard. And as Supervisor Franklin has said, riots are the voice of the unheard. So thank you for justifying when we could take such action. The difference, though, is that we do not go after businesses that have nothing to do with the issue. And you do not listen to the people, you become tyrants. And along with being lying pieces of crap, you try to gaslight, saying our outrage is manufactured. Don't think we also don't see your cowardly attacks and thinking they go unchallenged. I'm about to bring in a buzzer to go off every time you spout some lies. You're more butthurt about being made fun of than how you're more screwed up than a football bat to begin with. You get upset over metaphors despite their being metaphorically true. We challenge you to show how we are wrong, but you keep on proving us right. I have to ask if you're mentally deficient, but then I need to apologize to the special needs crowd for elevating you to their level of thought. I look forward to when you can actually do something right, like the people actually advocate for something. I wonder if it takes challenges to your seats or recalls, whatever it takes. Sic semper tyrannis, whores.
Thank you very much. That will close public comment time for this evening. And we're going to move into remote public comment time. Vice Chair Bailey, would you like to handle remote public comment time? We do have a number, I don't know how many, maybe Christian can tell us when we sign on how many people we can expect to hear from during our general public time remotely.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. Christian, are you there?
Yes, ma'am, I am.
Please proceed with your first speaker.
Will do. We have a total of 6 who have already signed in. We may get a few stragglers. And your first speaker is Teresa Mims.
Yes, Teresa Mims in the Potomac District. I had a very interesting thing happen today. I was showing somebody a recording that I made of a Newsmax video. And I was surprised to learn something that I did not realize. And I guess when I reach out to people, I ask people to pay attention to Newsmax and OANN, and I do. And I got a rude awakening on Newsmax. It corrected me on some of my beliefs. And it was a recording from August of 2020. It was Michelle Malkin with reporter Emerald Robinson. Again, this is Newsmax. It was a rude awakening, but I learned some honest truths that I did not realize. I forgot to point out we have many rhinos are all around us. And when it comes to Senator McConnell, his loyalty, he's a Republican, his loyalty is to China. If people would just watch these things, I don't just single out the Democrats. I've been disappointed with the Democrats because I've just been very disappointed, and I can never go Democrat again. But I don't close my mind to what the Republicans are doing. And it's disgusting what they are doing. They're selling us to China. They're selling us to whoever. But we are the last on the list. Yes. That's all I have to say. Thank you for your time. And I just wish people would pay attention, learn the truth, and stop being sheep. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mims. Next speaker, please.
Your next speaker is Mohammed Anis.
Hi, good evening, everybody. First of all, God bless all of us and God bless America. And I'm here really, I'm trying to defend, to expand the masjid, especially for my next generation, for me, for more space we really need it, and we really want to worship as independently everywhere in the mosque, so we can have more space in there. And I really uh, love to have this place to expand it because I'm living in this county last 20 years and I really love this place. Especially my kids, they love it. And I really want to be a more space for us, for all of my family. I have 4 kids and we always come here, and there I never seen any issues about the traffic issues. Been coming in this place last 20 years, and the people are really gentle with us. They are very nice. I really love this place. I really love the county because the people are very nice. We always have a get together in this place, and I'm really hopeful that they're gonna approve this place for us, especially for our next generation. I love to have my kids growing in this country, especially in Virginia, and especially in the Prince William County, because we really love this place. My kids, they born here, and they love to come here this place all the time, and they are very friendly people around this neighborhood. I never had any complaint from any neighborhoods. I have so many friends in living in this neighborhood, and especially I used to live in this neighborhood. It was very nice. I have very nice time to
1
living
minute to
here,
go, 1 minute to go.
and I really want to expand it. I strongly support to this place, and we really love to have the traffic signals on the both side of our masjid, so there's not gonna be any trouble for the traffic for everybody. Uh, the officers always they help us, and I had never had not any issue at this place. So we really want this place to be expanded, so uh, we can live here, like we can worship all the time. Uh, that's the God worshiping place, you know. Anybody can worship here. It's not for the only Muslim people. It's for everybody because this is the God place. It's for Christian people. It's for Jewish. It's for every
Your
religion
time is
because
up,
we
sir.
have a
Thank
same
you. Your
God.
time is up. Thank you.
Your
Next
next speaker
speaker, please.
is Esmeralda Flores.
Thank you.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Esmeralda. Go ahead.
Okay. I'm Esmeralda Flores. I'm from the Gainesville district. I wanted to start off by saying that this board should be ashamed of themselves for letting a white supremacist become the new police chief of this county. The wait and see approach Kenny Bodie is using is not only showing how much you do not care for our community, but especially shows how much you do not care for our safety. What exactly are you waiting for? Something that we've been warning you for the past few months? This man has a history of domestic abuse, mass unconstitutional arrests of protesters, and he even charged a 12-year-old girl for filing a false report, even though there was a lot of documents with proof. And not even that made you guys resign his hiring. Just like a DC organizer on Saturday stated, not only is Newsham a horrible police officer, even though no cop is a good cop under a racist institution, he is an insidious human being. Last Saturday, there was a protest where folks from all over Prince William County gave up their time to demonstrate that they are completely against his hiring, that Black Lives Matter, and there really was no community input for his hiring. But you guys continuously try to brush us off and ignore our remarks. Shame on you. Now, in regards to the expansion of the mosque, Yesli Vega stated earlier that folks who were not at the meeting were falsifying allegations of Islamophobia, and they were not even part of the call. I was part of that 3-hour call. I heard all these false remarks and allegations against the mosque made by other constituents that again and again were proved wrong throughout the call. I even heard someone say that the building was too tall and that's why it shouldn't be expanded. I came here to say that not only were many of these folks using these remarks as hidden Islamophobia, but to state that many folks from the mosque did not even get the chance to speak about their own religious sanction. That when it comes to other churches, there's never this many complaints made by others. I also came here to state that the town hall should not be a justifiable resource to use against the expansion of the mosque. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Your next speaker is Kim Short.
My name is Kim Short. I am from the Potomac District. Thank you for this opportunity to speak tonight. To the members of the board, thank you for your willingness to serve our community. It takes courage to put your families in the glass houses you've chosen. We are living during an extremely perilous time, and now more than ever, our county needs leaders that are loyal to the county, that believe it is their duty to serve all the members of the county, not just those that voted for you, that exemplify respect to your fellow board members and citizens of our community, who prescribe to selfless service, which often means putting those you serve above yourself and your needs, who serve in all you do with honor and integrity in deed and word, and finally has personal courage to do what is right for Prince William County, not what is desired by party lines. After a year of observation and public silence, I, along with many members of our community, have observed the efforts and activity within this community with both joy and dismay. Joy for all the times that the community has come together to ensure no one falls to hunger and homelessness, and dismay at the acts of hate, to include but not limited to dishonest and fallacious comments to physical harm. Regardless of what party you choose to support, at the end of the day, we are a team as long as we reside here. We live in the same space, and it is up to us to make it the best we want it to be. And we can only do that when we choose to humanize each other and figure out how to make our county one we are all proud to call home. Today, I attended the box meeting and was disappointed about several things. But the one thing that concerned me the most was the session on COVID. Two things in particular. Number one, the seemingly lack of certainty from those designated to manage our responses. It is difficult to comprehend why we don't know how many doses we have received and what percentage we have put in arms and which arms.
1 minute left.
That information would be the necessary basis of how we move forward in a successful manner. Secondly, on a larger scale, what appeared to be a lack of urgency to directives and requests from members of the board. For at least two instances, it was demonstrated that a supervisor requested an action that was apparently disregarded or overlooked. Supervisor Franklin's request for a Prince William County medical team that is focused specifically on the needs and concerns of the Prince William County leaders and constituents, and as pointed out by Supervisor Canlin, a request for a breakdown of the vaccine numbers. It is unclear to me as to who is in charge of our county if supervisors can't get responses to their requests. What can we expect as citizens if our chosen leaders can't get answers? I request more transparency and facts as a follow-up to public forums via public postings or direct distribution so that we are no longer left with the task of discerning truth over lies.
Thank you, Ms. Short. Your time is over. Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Your next speaker is Lori Williams.
Good evening, Board of Supervisors. You have a thankless job, and I thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening. Excuse me. Want to speak on behalf of the expansion of the mosque, Dar Alnoor. I have worked personally with them for community events and have seen all of the contributions that they have made to our community. They have been, as the school division has, feeding our community since the pandemic started. They have done a number of other outreach programs for our community and really truly provide a niche that we can't provide for ourselves as a community or as a community government. And I'm sure other speakers can speak to this point much more eloquently than I can. But as someone said earlier, I don't remember ever being a citizen or resident of Prince William County and hearing the uproar for an expansion of our organization that contributes so positively and has such a positive impact, not only for its own worshipers and members, but everyone in our community. As a political figure, I've attended candidate debates there. As a school board member, like I said, I've participated in helping to feed the community. And I've never at any time ever encountered any anything but nice, friendly, and welcoming, open arms when attending any type of event at the mosque. So I hope the board will consider how much the mosque does partner to make the residents of Prince William County lives better in every opportunity that they can. So thank you for your time tonight. I don't envy you in your decisions as a board, but I do appreciate the time. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. Next speaker, please.
Your next speaker is Lori Fenn.
Hi, my name's Lori Fenn. I'm from Coles District. I was beyond stunned at the last meeting, disappointed in the results of the Preserve at Long Branch Development's vote, and the article that followed this vote in the Prince William Times predicting that the Rural Crescent will become sprawl, apartments, and data centers. There's no equity in new developments. Do you think $850,000 to $1 million homes that you just approved is equitable? This is disturbing. This is exactly what we predicted would happen if we allowed the first development in with sewer into the Rural Crescent. The current policy for growth in Prince William County is to build in regional activity centers, creating live, work, and play areas, nearby public transportation to reduce greenhouse gases and traffic. The Rural Crescent is not near 66 or 95, and 28 will never be improved if we keep building more. Every road leads north to more gridlock. The blatant disrespect of our citizen outcry and the supervisors from the Rural Crescent region was disgraceful. You all are supposed to represent your community, the people, not the developers, data center CEOs, electric companies, speculators, appliance salesmen, past supervisors, and current planning commissioners who want to cash in. Chair Wheeler implied that the opposition to the preserve doesn't understand all sides and that we lied in our outreach to inform the public. How are citizens supposed to be informed when there are no local paper distributions and the builder posts 2 signs at the end of 2 dead-end cul-de-sacs? And then the newspaper writes articles the night before the meeting after 6 p.m. so it's too late for people to sign up to speak. I helped in that outreach and I never lied. 600 people wrote, and I don't know, around 100 spoke. So to those of you that voted for this proposal, do you know one person, a family, a farmer? It sounds like the people who have your attention are the developers, the few landowners who speculated and purchased cheap agricultural land, hoping to make millions in the future. What about the 99% of the other population? A few benefit and the rest get kicked in the teeth? If we wanted to live in a development area or a suburban area, we would have purchased homes there. Have you met the families that have horse farms, grow flowers, have chickens and eggs, wineries, breweries, wedding venues? I've collected over 22 pages of small businesses in the Rural Crescent. There are over 15 horse farms. I will be sharing that with you shortly after I'm done. People need a place to escape life, to unwind, an opportunity for an alternative lifestyle that the Rural Crescent offers.
Thank you, Ms. Fenn. Thank you.
Your next speaker is Nazish Riaz.
Good evening, Board of Directors, neighbors, and fellow Americans. My name is Nazish Riaz, and I'm from the Coles District. And actually, I would like to start by making a confession in front of all you guys, and please be my witness. When I bought my house on Webster Way back in 2015, my whole intent was to get a house near my, house of worship, which is the mosque, so I can at least visit twice a day. It's 5 times a prayer, so I would like to at least pray twice there. But fact of the matter is that I've been overshadowed by my personal work life, kids, and all that. So I have reduced it to at least once a week. And trust me, with COVID, even that is diminishing very quickly. And if we go around the room, you'll find out that I am not alone who's falling behind the pledge. Point I'm trying to make is that 90% of all the reservations that I've heard in all the meetings that I've attended, people who are against the expansion of the mosque, is regarding traffic and parking. I'm an engineer and I'm data driven. So data tells me that 97% of the time, mosque is way below the capacity, causing no concerns of what is being stated here in these forums. And only 3% of the time, which is the Friday prayer mosque, which is adequately used and that is properly managed by the mosque administration. I fail to understand why would that 3% would be exploited unless there is a hidden agenda or there is a political motivation to those excuses. Home, actually, I would like to refer them to the new dawn that we had in
1 minute to go.
a new starting of the era of the elected president, Joe Biden, who said that, without unity, there is no peace and only bitterness and fury. And he keeps on saying that unity is the path forward. I strongly urge all my neighbors on the other side of the aisle is that it's okay to have disagreements as long as disagreements must not lead to disunion. So let us host you in Alnoor and help you get rid of all the misconceptions. Let's not be part of the effort to deprive all of your neighbors and fellow Americans to practice their religious freedom, which is their First Amendment right, in the way they choose to. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Reyes. Next speaker, please.
Your next speaker is Linda Kunja.
Good evening, everyone. Linda Kunje. I'm in the Occoquan district. And first, I want to thank Mr. Riaz for his comments just now. They were absolutely beautiful and uplifting. I'm here to join him in support for the mosque expansion. I'm very satisfied with what I've seen about the traffic considerations, what's going to work out with the traffic lights. I think that's very reasonable, and I think it's a demonstrable effort on the part of the mosque to address concerns. Also, it's been previously stated that the important services that the mosque contributes, especially at a time like this, we need community centers that can provide support to our neighbors. But I know people who've grown up in the mosque, and they've told me about the incredible contribution it made to them so that they could be thriving adults today. I think that youth in our county need these supports. They're not getting it at school. The county is not funding things to support them. Instead, it's funding things like a new juvenile detention center and then saying things like kids just don't listen. So community centers like this, we need them to support our young people. So please vote to expand the march. Secondly, I agree with the previous speaker that Newsham is an absolute disaster and an embarrassment for this county. He never should have even been considered. A simple Google could have told you that he's a completely inappropriate choice. I don't know why we're taking an abuser's word about wait and see and I can reform. Like, I don't know how many people have been told by their abuser, I can change. So this pressure is going to continue until you all understand very clearly what it is we're saying. We don't want this man in our county. And I hope you will take action long before you see anything happening. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Your next speaker is Melissa Ridge.
Good evening. My name is Melissa Ridge, and I'm a resident of the Occoquan district. To paraphrase James Baldwin, if you want to understand how just a justice system really is, you don't go to those who make up that system. You don't go to the police to ask them about themselves. You go to those who are policed. And that's where you failed. You failed to listen to your Black and Brown constituents, those who are already the most impacted by police profiling and harassment. You failed to reach out to the communities in DC who have been directly impacted by Peter Newsham and the MPD. At our protest this past Saturday, we got to hear from DC residents who came down here to stand with us. They are almost as angry as we are that you hired this man. We are not, quote unquote, concerned. This is not a simple difference of opinion. We are angry and we are terrified because we know it's going to cost someone's life before you realize the cost of your decision. Supervisor Bailey managed to refer to the decision as good trouble. Hiring a man who has a long history of arresting peaceful protesters and violating basic civil rights is literally the opposite of good trouble. Supervisor Angry keeps rambling about top-down management. Despite the title of supervisor, you don't actually supervise us. Didn't hire your constituents, they hired you. Your job is to move this county forward, not to hire a man who considers police officers, police reform and accountability to be demoralizing. That was the word he used to the DC Council. I spent the last couple months wondering why our Democratic chair was so fully committed to this decision. And then someone mentioned John Stirrup. John Stirrup was Supervisor Canlin's predecessor. John Stirrup was Corey Stewart before Corey Stewart became Corey Stewart. He wrote the immigration policy that put Corey Stewart in Prince William County on the national stage for demonstrating epic levels of bigotry and xenophobia. Between 2003 and 2010, Chair Wheeler donated only to Republicans. For 6 of those years, she donated to John Stirrup for a total of $3,600. She donated $3,600 to a man who penned one of the most xenophobic, racist policing policies in the country. And she can't claim those donations were prior to that action because she was still donating to him afterwards. She became a Democrat only to unsuccessfully challenge Supervisor Canlin. So I don't wonder anymore why my so-called Democratic chair is so committed to this decision. It was not a mistake. It was deliberate and calculated. Our mistake was electing her to office. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ridge. Next speaker, please.
Your next speaker is Zan Chaudhry.
Good evening, Prince William County Board of County Supervisors, and good evening to all the residents of the county as well. My name is Zan Chaudhry. I am part of the Coles District here. I'm here to speak on behalf of the Alnoor Mosque expansion. I've been living in this district since 2012, so just over just shy of 9 years here now. And I just wanted to kind of speak on behalf of the mosque and what they've done for the community. Just to kind of shed some light on an example, due to the pandemic, everybody is suffering, not only our county, but others across the nation. And, we've kind of stepped up, Alnoor has stepped up and taken legitimate precaution, not only for those who worship at the mosque itself, but also trying to help the community, whether it be food service or just providing reliable information from the county as far as vaccinations, as far as, processes that they should be following during the pandemic. I just want to highlight that one example. And not only that, once all the pandemic blows over, the mosque has been great place to worship, not only for those who are Muslim, but also for non-Muslims as well. And as we've been living here for about 8 years, like I said, and we've seen a lot of the development in the area, which has not stopped any of those as well, such as the housing development, such as the buildings that are being built next to the Harris Teeter. And the mosque expansion is just going to be doing a lot more to the county as far as benefits, whereas traffic concerns and things that were brought up in the past, the mosque is again taking the bull by the nose and trying to get ahead of it by hiring additional police personnel to make sure that we take care of all of those and make sure that the traffic is routed appropriately. So just want to speak on behalf of the mosque and all the great things that it's doing for the community. So I'd love to see it be expanded so that we can even do more and provide more to all those residents in the county. Thank you very much. Appreciate the time.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker, please.
Your final speaker for public comment time is Angela Hens.
Hello, my name is Angela, and I'm an Occoquan District resident. I'll be speaking later in regards to the expansion for Alnoor, but for now, I'd like to speak about the town hall that was held last week in regards to the expansion proposal. During supervisor's time at the last board meeting, Vega stated that she would be doing multiple town halls, but they were waiting to finalize the date and time. In the end, she would only have one town hall, which was held last Tuesday, a week before the hearing for the special permit. During her supervisor's time at the 2 p.m. meeting, Vega was telling the truth when she stated that she barely spoke during her town hall. However, pretty much everything else that she stated was untrue. I was on the call for the town hall at 6:50 p.m. I entered the queue to speak around 7:30 and was given the chance to speak at 10 p.m. However, I know several people who would enter the queue to speak at 7 o'clock and they never got the chance to speak, even though they remained on my call the entire time. The way the town hall was held was completely unprofessional and a clear attempt at preventing the application from getting constructive feedback. People were not given a time limit to speak and clearly did not care about getting actual answers to their questions. Multiple people attempted to speak over the attorney for the mosque. It got to a point where she had to tell callers to stop talking over her and to allow her the opportunity to answer their questions. Vega knew this was a big topic, but only scheduled 2 hours for the town hall, and again, with no limited time for each caller. It was stated that the town hall would be extended to 9:30. At 9:30, there was no communication that the town hall would continue, so most people had dropped off. At that point, only a handful of people were able to speak in favor of the expansion. In the future, Supervisor Vega, if you don't want to be perceived as stacking the deck, then you should plan your events better. To follow up what my friend Misty had just stated, I was severely disappointed in seeing our Democratic elected officials fawning over the new chief of police earlier today. And I want to echo her statement, Chairwoman Ann Wheeler. The first vote I ever regretted was for the chairman of the school board. But my vote for you is my second most regrettable vote, and one that I will not make in the future.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Christian.
You're quite welcome.
Thank you, Christian. This brings us to our public hearings. We don't have any consolidated public hearings this evening. We do have 3 standard agenda public hearings. Our first one is 13A, the ordinance zoning text amendment, DPA 2019-00003, domestic fowl overlay map amendment. Mr. Stanley, would you like to give us a brief presentation before we open the public hearing?
Got a new clicker. Good evening, Board. Alex Stanley with the Planning Office. Today we have zoning text amendment for domestic fowl overlay district. To provide you guys a little bit of background on the domestic fowl overlay, it was established in 2011, and it was covered almost all of the SRR and AE properties in the county, SRR being semi-rural residential, AE meaning agricultural and estates. Those are effectively the mid-county and rural areas of the county. The purpose of the domestic fowl overlay was to allow an avenue for homeowners to keep fowl, several different types of fowl, on their properties accessory to their residential use. Currently, A1 lots, 10 acres or larger, are allowed to do this regardless of whether or not they're in the overlay, but lots smaller than 10 acres need to be in the overlay for both A1 properties as well as SR properties, SR1, 3, and 5. SR properties do require an SUP. The board initiated a zoning text amendment specifically for the map back in June of 2018. And staff held a meeting with DORAC June of this past year and held a work session and public hearing September of this past year. The Planning Commission did defer action on the case and took action with a recommendation of approval on November 4th of last year. We have 3 main components of this map amendment. One is in the Leopold's Preserve area. That is an area that is shared by both the Brentsville District and the Gainesville District. The Bacon Race Road area, which is in the Occoquan District, as well as the Holy Road area in the Coles District. Staff's recommendation does not change the text of the overlay. That was not included as part of the zoning text initiation. But it does change those three areas with an approximate about 3,900 acres added to the overall overlay. The first area that you can see on the screen is Leopold's Preserve area. This is a removal in the Gainesville and Brentsville district. These areas are really more of a cleanup. They're areas that are not eligible today. They were based on the rural area boundary back in 2011. There have been some modifications to that boundary with the Leopold's Preserve where there was a land swap that took place. And so the boundary line shifted. We're simply bringing the areas that have townhouses and things like that out of the overlay. They're not eligible currently. And just simply cleaning up a map. And it removes about 71 acres of land from the overlay. The Bacon Race Road area is in the Occoquan District. It is one of the few areas on Davis Ford Road that do not have this use by right, and is primarily zoned A1 and SR1 and planned in the comprehensive plan SRR. It adds roughly 1,800 acres to the overlay. The Holy Road addition is also planned SRR, and properties are zoned A1, SR5, SR1, and adds roughly 2,200 acres into the overlay. Planning Commission did bring forward, we did bring this forward to the Planning Commission. They did recommend approval. They did ask for one modification, which was the removal of peafowl, guinea fowl, roosters, ratites, certain bird units allowed in the overlay, to limit them to lots larger than 5 acres. And that we would grandfather anybody who currently is using this. To make the board aware, on January 13th, the Planning Commission had a meeting, and as part of old business, brought this item up, and specifically this recommendation. They wanted to make you guys aware, as well as make planning staff aware, that they had actually heard from community after they'd voted on this. This is what was in their resolution of the public hearing back in November, but they have heard from the public, and several members of the public had concerns about limiting rooster and guinea fowl on lots less than 5 acres. So they wanted to make sure that you guys were aware that they have some qualms about that original recommendation that they made. That is somewhat of a moot point because at this point staff did not include either recommendation in the recommendation we're bringing forward to you today. The reason for that is it is outside the scope of the initiation that you guys directed us to bring. So the initiation that you all brought forward was specifically clearly about amending the map and not to address the text. So the resolution that we're bringing forward is only addressing the map. Additionally, the ads for both public hearings with the Planning Commission and the board only reference the map. Staff's recommendation for the domestic fowl overlay map amendment is to recommend approval. And we do believe that it matches the intent of the domestic fowl overlay as a whole. We do have residents in both areas being added that have requested addition. And the areas that are being removed are in already developed suburban neighborhoods, and we are not removing anybody who is currently eligible to participate in this use. And that is all I have. If any questions for the board.
Thank you very much, Mr. Stanley. Before we move into public hearing or a public comment during public hearing, are there any questions for Mr. Stanley?
Madam Chair.
Supervisor Vega.
I have a few questions. Thank you, Mr. Stanley, for that presentation. So just for comparison's sake, my understanding is that other large animals like horses are allowed in by right everywhere in A1 and SRR on at least 2 acres. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then what's proposed today with the cows would only be in A1 and only in the rural crescent or domestic fowl overlay district?
So that would be addressed in 13B, which is the next case that I'm presenting.
Okay. And for informational purposes, if folks in these neighborhoods where this would apply wanted to Could they form an HOA to prevent somebody from having a cow?
Well, so for this first one, this would just be addressing the domestic fowl.
Okay, so I'm jumping
but
ahead.
I believe the answer is yes.
Okay.
I don't know the legal requirements.
I'll hold off and I'll ask those in the
Not a problem.
appropriate section. Thanks.
Madam Chair.
Supervisor Brody?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Mr. Stanley, thank you for going back and sort of going through this with us again. Some constituents have reached out to us as well with some concerns. So if we approve this now, could we then initiate folks to go and look at those, the types of fowl, to look at the text to see if we can tighten up some of the underlying language as well?
Of course, just like with any zoning issue, if it's the board's prerogative. If you all believe that a text amendment is necessary, it's your prerogative to initiate a zoning text amendment.
Because it sounds to me like there's quite a few folks that are, at least in my district, in the Bacon Racer, that are in favor of it how it currently stands, but other folks have said some concerns. So to give those other folks that chance to sort of talk through it, we may decide that we want to initiate at least going through the process of tightening up some of the text of those underlying things, especially since the Planning Commission said that they wanted to look at it as well and they had qualms. So thank you for that.
Madam Chair.
Supervisor Lawson?
Thank you. I'm hearing conflicting things, Alex. So I'm hearing that the Planning Commission added the 5-acre minimum for those specific fowl, and they're in dispute with staff on whether that is proper or not. And hang on, I'm not done.
I apologize.
And what I'm hearing you say, though, is they had a work session in January, and now they're thinking maybe they want to pull back on this 5-acre minimum and let it go through a normal ZTA process?
If I may go back to the background slide, and I can try to better articulate kind of what went through. There we go. So what we did in the work session in September is we brought forward the map amendment. It was a discussion brought forward by some members of the community and some of the planning commissioners that they were concerned with the overall text. And so as part of that work session and a public hearing, staff presented that.
I'm sorry, real quick. So you're saying that there was some concern over the zoning text and not the actual map?
Correct.
Okay.
And so they wanted to adjust the text, and that was a point of discussion during the work session and the public hearing prior to deferral. And there was an ongoing dialogue between staff and the Planning Commission on whether or not a modification to the text would be within the initiation that the board did. And staff's position during the work session and the public hearing on September 16th was that that is outside the scope. But that we would make sure that you were aware through our staff report and our presentation that that is a request the Planning Commission is making. And so when we brought it forward on November 4th, that was what the Planning Commission moved. That's the recommendation of approval, was to recommend approval of the amendment, but also to bring forward their comment, which is a restriction on these specific bird units on lots less than 5 acres. And that is what they brought forward on November 4th. So what happened on January 13th is this was the additional language that they wanted you guys to be aware of. And on January 13th, what they articulated to us and asked us to convey to you is that they no longer feel that way about guinea fowl or roosters, but still peafowl and ratites that they would think need to be on a minimum of 5 acres or less.
Okay, because
Or more, sorry, 5 acres or more. Sorry.
I'm up here texting my planning commissioner too, because I was under the impression that they wanted us to go ahead and adopt this 5-acre minimum tonight. And anyway, I'll make my own decision, and I just feel like I'm in the middle of a conflict.
May I say something? Just reading through the resolution, it sounds, the way they initiated the zoning map amendment was to review the current district map, and that was it. And so sticking by what they initiated, I believe I'd support staff in saying we can't really change the text without another initiation.
Madam Chair, if I can respond to that. I do agree with you. However, it's my understanding that the board still has the discretion, if we did want to do that tonight, basically change the zoning. But I agree with you. I think we should probably let this go through its proper ZTA process.
I'll defer to Ms. Roble, but I think it's a public hearing issue, what we advertised.
The Virginia Code requires proper initiation of the amendments, and the amendment that was initiated dealt with the maps, did not deal with the text. So if the board wants to go forward with that, we concur with planning staff that the initiation that the board did does not address that. If you'd like to do that, then we would recommend that you do another initiation addressing that.
Madam Chair, I'm not going to read council's memo, but I agree with you, and I'll just leave it at that.
Okay, thank you. With seeing no further questions, that will open up the public hearing. I know that there's no one signed up for public hearing 13A, but has anyone changed their mind and want to come to the microphone? No? With that, Christian, do we have anyone for remote public comment time for public hearing item 13A who wishes to speak directly to 13A?
Yes, ma'am. We have 2 speakers signed up for public hearing A. The first is Teresa Menz.
And I'll turn this over to Supervisor Bailey.
Are we ready? Sorry.
I'm sorry, we're ready.
No problem. I jumped the ball there. Apologies. So your first speaker is Teresa Menz.
Thank you.
I will pass on speaking about this. So thank you for giving me time.
Thank you, Ms. Menz.
Your second speaker is Mohammed Anis. Mr. Anis appears to have stepped away.
Next speaker.
That concludes your speakers who are signed up for this public hearing.
Thank you, Kristen.
Thank you. Well, that will officially close our public hearing on item 13A. Or is there a motion to move item 13A?
Second.
Motion made by Supervisor Bailey, seconded by Supervisor Bodie. Is there any further discussion? Ms. Madden, if you can call the roll, please.
Supervisor Bailey?
Aye.
Supervisor Bodie?
Aye.
Supervisor Angry?
Aye.
Supervisor Canlin?
Aye.
Supervisor Franklin?
Aye.
Supervisor Lawson?
Aye.
Supervisor Vega?
Aye.
Chair Wheeler?
Aye.
Vote unanimous?
Madam Chair,
Supervisor Bodie.
would now be an appropriate time to then initiate that ZTA
I
to
have-
ask staff to go back and look at those underlying language and then send it to the planning commission?
Ms. Roble, can we just initiate a CPA? Mr.
ZTA.
Stanley?
Is my understanding, and I would rely on the county attorney, that you can, as a therefore be it further resolved section of the resolution, initiate a ZTA to address that issue.
Well, we just voted on the resolution. Could we just go ahead and initiate another CPA?
Madam Chair,
Yeah.
I
For
think,
zoning
I
ZTA?
think we can, and I think maybe Supervisor Bodie should just give a directive to
Yeah, I would
that.
say
Yeah, that
directive
would be
without objection if we'd like to go ahead and do that.
And then staff will bring back an informal initiation.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, I would recommend that staff brings back a resolution because the ZTA needs to be initiated by resolution, not directive.
Sure.
If you could do that, Mr. Stanley, that'd be great. Thank you, and we can work on texts. That's great, which brings us to 13B. The ordinance is zoning text amendment, public hearing for DPA 2021-00005, cattle. The infamous cattle ZTA. Mr. Stanley, welcome. Good to see you again.
Long time no see, board. Alex Stanley with the planning office, chair, Board of County Supervisors. My name is Alex Stanley with the planning office. In front of us, we have zoning text amendment for cattle. Turn my copy up, right side up. As part of the process, this board initiated this zoning text amendment in September of last year. We proceeded to take a version of this zoning text amendment to DORAC and the Planning Commission in both September and October. The Planning Commission, as we are aware, requested different text as part of their work session. We held a public hearing on, it had multiple options. It was a little bit confusing. And we brought it to you all on November 17th. We got our wires crossed a little bit, and the board deferred the case and eventually remanded it back to the Planning Commission for further review, and also deferred the case to today's date. Well, Planning Commission did hear this case on January 13th. Staff's recommendation was supported by the Planning Commission. And so that is kind of the background and process of where we are. The initiation that was brought by this board was to allow greater flexibility in keeping of cattle as an accessory use on residential properties in the agricultural district. Staff's recommendation to achieve that initiation was to take language that allowed, similar to what Supervisor Bega had brought up with horses, and allow them on 2 acres, on 2 acre lots on the A1 district, on a one cattle per acre over the first acre. Additionally, we added additional language to reference fencing and to meet the standards already established in our county code. That standard was asked for by the Planning Commission. What is a little bit distinct on what we did here is we've restricted the use to the domestic fowl overlay. And our intention in doing that is trying to capture the areas of the county that are planned and intended to have agricultural uses, as well as our areas that are agricultural in character and nature. As discussed at the previous public hearing, there are several properties in the county that are agricultural zoned but may not be planned agricultural and may not be surrounded by appropriate uses, including industrial areas, residential, high-density residential, commercial areas, things like that. The restricting this to the domestic fowl overlay district allows us to place this use in areas that is most appropriate for cattle. And what we'll see here is that staff's recommendation adds 3,816 lots that will gain this new use. Those are lots that are between 2 to 10 acres, or 2 to 9.99 acres, A1 parcels in the domestic fowl overlay. The Planning Commission's recommendation was approval of this change. They asked for the clarification on fences, as well as the removal of any references to the options. They thought it was confusing to the public, and asked us to bring forward one recommendation that both planning staff and the Planning Commission agreed on, and that is the recommendation in front of you today. Staff does believe that the recommendation we are providing does achieve the intent of the zoning text amendment. It does increase flexibility and allows for the keeping of cattle in areas of the county that are recognized for their rural character. As we just went through with the domestic fowl overlay, that amendment, that is an area that has existed for a decade now. It is a very, very successful overlay district with very little violations and lots of community support for the uses that are going out there. And additionally, as drafted, we believe that we are avoiding potential conflicts with adjacent users in terms of land use with suburban, urban, and commercial characteristics. Staff did also, as part of our outreach process, reach out to both the Soil and Water District, as well as Virginia Cooperative Extension, and obviously the Farm Bureau. All three expressed general support for the addition of these uses in the county. And with that, any questions?
Thank you very much, Mr. Stanley. Supervisor Canlin, Supervisor Franklin.
Madam Chair, I'll just make a couple quick comments. Well, first of all, the great use of the word cattle, and I appreciate that. And I also appreciate this presentation. It's a lot cleaner. It's a lot more concise. I want to just thank my fellow board members for us kind of unanimously saying, let's get this back to the planning commission and make sure everyone's on the same page. There aren't issues moving forward. And I really like seeing the recommends approval from the planning commission to make sure that our representatives there are on board with this. Can you talk a little bit just about the fencing requirements? That has been one question that I've gotten from folks, and that they're just not going to have free range cattle going across their front yard. Can you talk a little bit about that, please?
So the current zoning ordinance does not require fencing of cattle, as the Farm Bureau has articulated in some of their comments to us, as well as comments during the public hearing. That is a best operating practice.
Yeah.
People are going to fence their cattle. The restrictions that come into place is where your fencing may be in terms of adjacent properties, if you're adjacent to a commercial area, because typically you're going to be using electrified fences or barbed wire fences. Those fencing types are not allowed when they're adjacent to, let's say, a commercial area or a suburban residential development. So we wanted to make sure that we were articulating that we are adding this new use, we are encouraging this new use, but we do want to make sure that in areas that people are participating in this, that they are not doing it in a way or think that they can do it in a way that may be unintentionally in violation of our zoning ordinance. So this is more just a reference to remind people to go look at that section and tell them to be in compliance.
Great, thank you.
Supervisor Franklin.
Sure, just a quick question. Do we know what the impact this will have on like methane pollution, if anything?
So staff did not, as part of our staff analysis, do a kind of environmental impact analysis for the ZTA. We do know, obviously, that livestock do create methane. We do know that cows do that, but there is no comprehensive analysis on what those impacts would be.
Okay, and then also, I know we're doing it through ZTA, but is there any other administrative way we could have done this?
I do not believe so.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Supervisor Brody.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you again, Mr. Stanley. In your outreach, you mentioned the Farm Bureau. You obviously went to the planning folks. You talked to the Soil and Water Conservation District. I know this isn't completely in their purview, but the Humane Society and some of the animal welfare groups in the county, were they consulted at all?
No, sir.
Okay. Because one of the concerns that was brought to our attention is, especially you have a small lot and then how you can have it escalate the number of cattle you can have. Some folks were airing concerns that you have one cow or one cattle, and that since they're social creatures, you could run into issues with how they're being treated in humane conditions, things like that. So I just wanted to see if they were at all consulted in this conversation.
As part of the formal process, they were not. We were made aware of that comment just recently and tried to do as much background research as we could to see if that is a norm established anywhere in Virginia to effectively require cow friends. No, there's no municipal that we could identify.
There's no mandate. We have to get at least 2 of them or what have you. Okay, gotcha. Thank you so much.
I believe Supervisor Angry has a comment question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, I want to thank Supervisor Canley for working with me on this because this cow thing, man, I tell you, something else. So really, the questions I have are pretty much asked by Supervisor Bodie and Supervisor Franklin. I received some messages where folks had concerns. My biggest concern really was the unintended consequences. And so I don't know what those are just yet, but I would really ask at the end of this if we can find a way to ensure that we're kind of still looking at those issues that were just brought up by the 2 previous supervisors to make sure we stay ahead of this.
Thank you, Supervisor Angry. Anyone else? Okay, this will open the public hearing for item 13B, cattle. I believe there's no one in person here to speak on 13B, but if so, if I miss anybody or someone didn't have time to sign up, they can run to the microphone. Okay. I do believe we have some remote people, Christian, on 13B.
Yes, ma'am, we do. We're moving them into the main meeting now.
I will turn it over to Vice Chair Bailey.
Can't hear me. Christian, please proceed.
Yes, ma'am. One moment. We're moving them into the meeting.
Thank you.
And if I can remind everybody just to state their name, but also their magisterial district or generally where they live in the county. That's sort of one of our requirements. Thank you.
One moment, please. Your first speaker is Sean McStravick.
Good evening, Supervisors. My name is Sean McStravick from the Gainesville District. I'm the co-owner of Lazy Hill Farm in Haymarket, Virginia. I'm also Director for Virginia Farm Bureau representing Prince William County. First, I'd like to thank the supervisors and their staff, as well as county staff who have been working on this ZTA since June. We are really appreciative for all of your efforts that have gone into this ZTA. We are asking for your support in the ZTA so that cattle can be treated like equine equally. That's all we're asking for. We want to thank you again for all of your time throughout the months and that you support this ZTA for cattle. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Your next speaker is Stacy Whitehead.
Good evening. My name is Stacy Whitehead, Gainesville District. I am the other co-owner to Lazy Hill Farm and am in support of this ZTA adding and cattle, again, as was said previously, to equate cattle to horses, equine, that we already do in this county, particularly in the rural areas that are set up to support and adequately care for these animals. We appreciate that support. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please, Christian.
Those are the speakers for this remote hearing, ma'am.
Thank you for your assistance.
Thank you, Christian. That will close our public hearing on item 13B. Do I have a motion to move item 13B, Mr.
Madam
Cannon?
Chair.
Since you
Yeah,
started all the.
I don't move things very often, and I'm proud that get a chance to move this very important ZTA, and so it'll be a landmark decision in this county. So I'd like to move forward 13B, please.
Motion made by Supervisor Canlon, seconded by Supervisor Lawson. Is there any further discussion about the cattle? Ms. Madden, can you call the roll, please?
Supervisor Canlon?
Aye.
Supervisor Lawson?
Aye.
Supervisor Angry?
Aye.
Supervisor Bailey?
Aye.
Supervisor Bodie?
Aye.
Supervisor Franklin?
Aye.
Supervisor Vega? Aye. Chair Wheeler?
Aye.
Vote unanimous?
Madam Chair.
Supervisor Bodie?
I hate to do another post-vote directive, but I think Supervisor Franklin asked a very valid question when we go through these things, getting an environmental impact. So if I could issue a directive for staff to go and look at this and the environmental impact of us expanding this definition.
Just so we know,
Yeah.
are you saying?
Yeah.
Is Mr. Stanley still here?
Yeah, we can definitely try to circle back. We may need to discuss with you kind of what those expectations are, but I would be more than happy to take it back with our planning team and do our best to figure out how to address and identify what those impacts are.
Thank you so much.
Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Supervisor Lawson?
Okay, I'm sorry, you lost me. Say that again, Supervisor Bodie. What's the directive about?
So the methane and the environmental impacts potentially of allowing more cattle in more places, essentially.
You're kidding, right?
No.
Methane, you're worried about cows passing gas that are, and other livestock?
I think it's valid if we're looking at runoff and things like that, potentially allowing.
So
larger
you think Prince William cows are going to affect climate change in Prince William?
I didn't say that.
Are you objecting to his directive?
I totally am objecting to it.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we have an objection to your directive. Do we have a second on his directive?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion for his directive and a second. Is there any further discussion on the directive?
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Supervisor Angry?
Yeah, I actually had some calls on that too. And more than that methane thing, you were talking about the water quality and the Chesapeake Bay runoff. I don't know what all that means, but I think as we listen, try to make sure we mitigate or validate all of these concerns, that we just at least look into that and make sure there's no issue. I mean, we didn't do one on this, so I think we should. I want to say a second point. This whole thing about one cow being on a 1 acre without another partner and whatever that means. I don't know what that means. I just heard that from a constituent, so I don't know if that's a concern. But when you were talking about, you spoke with some of these animal advisories or whoever you spoke with, I just want to say I think that's very important. But we need to seriously maybe put a checklist together to have these agencies at least run through and check off on it, so we don't get to this discussion right here. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Supervisor Lawson?
Thank you. Supervisor Angry, thank you for bringing up. So I agree with you when it comes to water runoff and things of that piece of the environmental concerns. Totally support the idea of exploring any impacts. Frankly, I think it's something that should have been looked at prior to this coming to us. But for the record, so I won't object if it's a comprehensive exploration. I just wanted to be on the record that I don't think that cows passing gas is going to, really move the needle on climate change in Prince William County. It's our land use votes that do it far
So
more.
you're withdrawing your objection. It's just a comprehensive environmental
That
look
sounds
at
better.
the
So
passing of our-
Supervisor Angry, thank you for.
Yeah, Madam Chair. Yeah, thank you for that, Supervisor Angry, Supervisor Lawson. Sorry, that wasn't clear. That's what I meant, a full comprehensive environmental.
Which might include methane for
But it's
Supervisor
the
Bodie, but
runoff.
it might include runoff for Supervisor Lawson.
Madam Chair.
Supervisor Canlin?
I'm also supportive of this. I'm interested to see what the results are going to be. But I would also just invite anyone who wants to come out and see dozens of cattle, not just the onesie, twosie. We've got places out in our rural areas that have herds of them. And so if you want to take a little field trip and come out and see what that looks like, I've got dozens near my home. And
I live next to a 200-acre cow farm.
There you go.
Cattle farm, or whatever it's called.
We'd love to
I
have
did
you come
until
out
I
to the
moved.
Gainesville
Yep.
District. Thank you.
Great. Well, I think that we're all set with that. With no objection, we don't have to call the roll on that directive. That sounds good. And thank you very much, Mr. Stanley, for coming out and talking to us about fowl and cattle.
It's a pleasure.
Awesome.
Have a great one.
Thank you. This moves us on to item 13C, the special use permit SUP 2019-00046, the Dar Alnoor Mosque expansion. We're going to begin today's discussion by hearing from the applicant with their attorneys, I believe. Is Ms. Cameron and the applicant here? Yes. After the applicant, we'll hear from Mr. Meyer of the Planning Department, and then we will open the public hearing. It's roughly 9 o'clock. Just given a time check.
Madam Chair.
Supervisor
Vega.
Vega.
For clarification purposes, when do you want us to ask questions, whether it's to the applicant or to staff?
No, I would say when the applicant has finished their presentations, we'll have a question time. When the staff does, we'll have a question time. Then we'll have open the public hearing. We'll hear in person and remote, and then they have a chance to say extra if they want to.
Thanks.
And we'll make sure you have to turn and make sure they're green, otherwise we won't hear you. Very good. Thank you.
Good evening, Chair Wheeler and members of the board. My name is Jonelle Cameron with Walsh, Colucci, Lubelai, and Walsh on behalf of Muslim Association of Virginia to discuss the special use permit for Dar Alnoor expansion. Muslim Association of Virginia is proposing an expansion of the existing religious institution and related facilities, including a prayer hall, administrative offices, multipurpose banquet hall, youth and senior center, meeting rooms, play areas, a daycare, a private school, and as an ancillary use, a medical clinic. This slide here shows the property Darrell Noor is an existing mosque that is located at 5404 Hoadley Road, and the property is highlighted in yellow on your screen. The property is a little over 12 acres. The property is zoned A1 agricultural and comprehensively planned SRR semi-rural residential. The current facility operates under a 1995 provisional use permit. Provisional use permits no longer exist in the county, so the applicant also has a lawful non-conforming use permit on this property. Religious institutions now require a special use permit, which is why we are in front of you today for this expansion. As you are aware, the county has approved several religious institutions on A1 and residential planned properties. This slide here shows the existing facility and layout. The existing facility is approximately 12,000 square feet, and there are 330 parking spaces, a playground, and athletic fields. This slide is an illustrative of the special use permit plan. The applicant is proposing the special use permit to expand the building to approximately 88,000 square feet, and as I mentioned earlier, to allow for a prayer hall for 1,782 rugs. The applicant is also proposing to add a private school with a daycare and other related facilities such as a community center and medical facility. As conditioned, the total number of daycare and private school students is limited to 200. The applicant is also providing outdoor recreation areas. So this area here is a playground, and during the school times, the rear parking lot is not needed. So there will be painted different types of courts that are sort of portable areas that they would be able to play in. The applicant will also be enhancing the 20-foot HCOD buffer in front of the Hoadley Road frontage here. The current buffer, because of how old the provisional use permit is, does not meet today's current standards. So the applicant is updating that buffer area. In addition, the applicant is providing a 50-foot buffer along a majority of the perimeter of the property. So a 50-foot buffer would be provided along this property line here, along the area in here, and then along the area in here. Right around here, the property, the buffer reduces to 30 feet. The county code requirement for a buffer along the adjoining properties is only 30 feet. So in a majority of the areas, the applicant is providing an additional 20 feet of buffer areas. In addition, the applicant is providing a fence along the boundary here as requested by that neighbor when we had an open house town hall meeting. Approximately 40% of the property will be open space. This 40% does not include the paved parking area and only includes the landscaping islands within the parking and the buffer areas. This slide here shows the existing parking spaces and the proposed parking spaces. So the existing parking spaces are in green and the proposed parking spaces are in blue. The applicant is providing there are existing 330 parking spaces. The applicant is providing 781 parking spaces. The county code requirement is only 594 parking spaces. So the applicant is providing an additional 187 parking spaces over the county code. The applicant has agreed to provide these parking spaces as part of the first phase of development, and that is conditioned. So again, this parking will be constructed in conjunction with the first phase of development. The traffic and parking management plan that I'll discuss with you all in a couple of the slides coming up also outlines parking. This slide shows the transportation access and outlines the transportation impacts. So as part of this proposal, the applicant was required to do a traffic impact analysis, and that traffic impact analysis looked specifically at the 4 intersections that are shown on the screen. So intersections 1, 2, 3, and 4. Currently, access to the site on Fridays, which is the peak time, is through here, and then somebody would exit 2 and then come out and either go straight or make a U-turn at 1 with police direction. Police, VDOT, and Prince William County requested that the existing medians that are here and, I apologize, that are here and here be removed, and the applicant agreed. Those medians being removed is conditioned as condition 7i. As part of the special use permit process, they also looked at the peak hours in the traffic impact analysis. The peak traffic time is a 4-hour period on Fridays between 11 a.m. and 2 p.m. In the county, a level of service D or higher is an acceptable level of service. And on Hoadley Road, the main road, the levels of service remain the same and were acceptable. There are 3 holidays per year that generate additional traffic. During these holidays, the applicant has worked with the county to allow parking at the baseball stadium, and they've hired shuttles to bus people to and from the stadium. This process will continue and become formalized through the traffic and parking management plan, which must be approved in connection with the first final site plan and any subsequent site plan for phases. This slide shows the existing building. And in the next 4 slides, I will review the proposed building. This is the south elevation as if you're facing Hoadley Road. The proposed building will be made out of masonry, brick, stone, and ephes. The maximum height of the building is 60 feet, and the minaret will have a maximum height of 80 feet. There have been some questions and comments from the community regarding whether or not there would be a call to prayer in the minaret, and there will not be. The minaret will not have a speaker, and there will not be a call to prayer from that minaret. This is the west elevation, the front of the building. So if you're looking where the yellow arrow is, this is what you would see. This is the north elevation or the rear, so your view from here. And this is the east elevation, so your view from coming down Hoadley Road this way. As part of this proposal, the applicant is also seeking a sign modification for an electronic message board sign. The modification is only for the percentage of the electronic message versus the rest of the sign. So the county zoning ordinance states that the electronic or changeable copy sign can only be 50% of the total sign area, and we are at 60%. So that is the only change that we're requesting as part of this proposal. The height and overall square footage of the sign meets the county code requirements. As part of the Planning Commission recommendation for approval, the Planning Commission provided 7 recommendations, and we have summarized these here for you. So the first was to provide a traffic and parking management plan. We have provided that, a draft of that, which was included in the staff report. And condition 7D2 requires the applicant to complete the traffic and parking management plan prior to final site plan approval. In addition, the applicant has incorporated many of the recommendations that the Planning Commission had pertaining to the traffic and parking management plan, as well as the county transportation, VDOT, and Prince William County Police. The Planning Commission also recommended an annual review of the parking management plan, which was provided in condition 7D2. Condition 9, which the applicant agreed to, was a locapelt courtesy review, which was also another recommendation from the planning staff. From the Planning Commission. The Planning Commission also requested that 6 police officers be made available for special events. That is condition 7DI. There is also a condition that the police may adjust the number of officers it requires if it determines that 6 is unnecessary for that day, or due to present circumstances, there are not 6 police officers available. But in no event shall there be less than 2 police officers at the intersection of Hoadley Road and Queens Chapel, and 2 police officers at the intersection of Hoadley Road, Webster's Way, and Lost Creek. In addition, the Planning Commission requested that the applicant provide an updated signal warrant analysis and contribute towards the traffic signal that's required at the intersection of Queens Chapel and Hoadley Road, and that is here. Working with county staff, the applicant has agreed their trips through that intersection during the peak hour is 6%. So the applicant agreed to provide 6% of a traffic signal not to exceed $51,000. The final condition and the only recommendation from the Planning Commission that the applicant was unable to provide, there is an existing 5-foot sidewalk that's here in blue. The comprehensive plan suggests that this side of the road be a 10-foot shared use path. So the applicant agreed to remove the existing sidewalk and construct a 10-foot shared use path along the area that you see in blue. The Planning Commission requested that that path be extended to the area that you see in green. That is currently a ditch that has some drainage issues with it, and so in order to do that, that would require disturbance of the stabilized storm drainage ditch and would dead end into a private residential property. There were uncertainties from an engineering perspective if that would actually work. So the applicant did not do that condition, and county staff agreed. And that concludes my presentation. With a recommendation of approval from staff and the Planning Commission, we respectfully request a favorable vote from this board tonight, and I can answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Ms. Cameron. Are there any questions of the applicant at this time? No.
Madam Chair.
Supervisor Keelan.
Thank you. I do have a little bit a few questions. Can you talk a little bit about the traffic management plan and what is entailed in that, and how the impacts of an overflow are going to be? Are they expecting an overflow? I've seen in some situations where the parking is not enough to handle all of the visitors at whatever facility, and you get people starting to park in the neighborhood or across the street. What's the traffic management plan if they get to the point where the facility can no longer house all the folks who are coming there?
Okay, and I think that's a two-part question that I want to answer. First, off-site parking.
Okay.
So there is a condition that the applicant shall not, members associated with the facility shall not park on the surrounding streets. So that included specifically Webster's Way, Lost Creek, Queens Chapel. It mentions Hoadley, but Hoadley is a no parking road either, or any of the surrounding streets. But you're correct. So the traffic and parking management plan really was designed to help with the overflow parking during holidays. That's usually when you see that, is during holidays and special events. Today, what happens without the traffic management plan, when there is a special event, Alnoor will meet with members of Prince William County Police, and they will outline how many people they think will be at the event, how many police officers are needed, and they'll coordinate transportation. So a few years back, the county police suggested maybe we should do off-site parking at the county building and bus folks over, and let's coordinate how that works. So this traffic management plan really formalizes that, but also, for example, it will designate a person that will be the traffic contact person for Alnoor. It also outlines how many people from Alnoor can help manage traffic within the facility, and it has to be reviewed annually. So what we provided in the staff report is a draft. These traffic management plans, it's unusual for them to be required or provided with a religious institution. It's the first time we've seen it. Usually you see it with larger town center developments, and it's also unusual to have the draft ready before. Usually the first phase will include this many people, this will be our occupancy. So the draft outlines what we can do now and what we know, but once we get to site plan and we can formalize it, we will sit down with both Prince William County Transportation and the police to walk through the missing steps of that.
Madam Chair.
Supervisor Cannon.
Just a follow-up to that. If and I've seen this with other religious facilities, on just their normal service, they'll have police out there directing traffic. Is that expected to be part of this?
That is part of this plan, but in addition and separate from this plan, that's also a special use permit condition.
Okay. Very good. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Supervisor Bodie.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Cameron, for the in-depth presentation. To go piggyback off of what Supervisor Canlin was just asking about, included in the staff report is sort of a draft management plan by Wells and Associates, who I assume you folks are working with to devise that plan. Can you go through some of the features they're going to be, offering as part of this management plan?
So some of those features, site design and infrastructure options. There's also promotion and education. So, for example, appointing a transportation coordinator. That transportation coordinator will regularly educate the congregants as of the parking limitations, where parking is off-site. They'll provide additional written information as to where parking is. A special event is coming up, so we want you to know that these 3 places or these 2 places or this 1 place is our designated off-site parking area. And they'll also make available a calendar of holidays and events that would be available online. So that way, not just our Alnoor members could be able to see what events are coming up, but members of the community as a whole would also be able to see what members were doing. There's also a monitoring enforcement section that we discussed. So that establishes a community hotline and designates a point of contact. And so if there's somebody in the community that says, hey, you had a special event and I noticed 2 people parked here, or hey, I know you're having a special event and I have some concerns, they have a designated person at Dar Alnoor that they can express any concerns to. What else? We have the expanded parking supply, so that was included as well in this. There's also an adaptive management plan, so meeting and coordinating with county police as necessary. So the annual review automatically occurs, but before special events, Dar Alnoor would continue to do what they do now, which is estimate and work with county police on the exact number of officers that are needed and what other special things that Prince William County Police would want. For example, during Ramadan, when people are getting out at night, Prince William County Police asked for a light to be installed, I don't like calling it a spotlight, but essentially a brighter light so that when the police are stopping traffic in the street, they would be seen. And Dar Alnoor agreed and rented that for a month. So continuing to work with the police throughout the process.
Thank you for that.
Madam Chair.
Supervisor Lawson.
On that note, Ms. Cameron, thank you. Thanks for yesterday for the virtual meeting about your application. And this spotlight was referenced. Would you consider conditioning that? I appreciate that the applicant has, been willing to do that, but I think conditioning that would.
We would be willing to condition that, but the question really is, it would have to be conditioned at the request of Prince William County Police.
Okay.
And to be honest, anytime Prince William County Police has asked for Dar Alnoor to do anything, they have not pushed back, they've done it.
Okay.
Whether it be the number of police officers, the spotlight, off-site signs, the busing.
Sure.
They have continued to work with Prince William County Police.
Okay, so yeah, I guess it could be handled at that point with the plan.
Yes.
If I could switch gears, I don't want to hold you up because I know the public is anxious to speak, and I think staff is presenting next. And I do have questions, but I'll wait till after public hearing. But real quick, the playground. I thought of this after we met yesterday. Can you pull up that sketch? Is there some type? I noticed that the playground is surrounded by parking. It's very close to the parking lot. It's adjacent to the parking lot. What do you have to alleviate safety concerns with little kids or kids in general playing near the parking lot?
And I think for the most part, most of the parking, and I don't know if somebody could go back to my screen really quick just so we can pull up the slide and if we're talking about it.
This is the one I'm referring to.
Yes, and that's the one that's right here as well.
Yeah.
So the area of the playground is in this area here, and it's about 3,200 square feet.
Is it that kind of lighter color?
Yes,
right? Yeah.
like the lighter color green. There would likely be stop wheels here and here. And to be honest, during the school time, a majority of the parking area will not be used. And so the goal would be to shut off the back area of parking, cone it off when it's not Friday prayers, because that's the only time that parking lot is required.
Okay, because the school is
Monday through Thursday.
Monday through Thursday. Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair.
Supervisor Vega?
Thank you. Hi, Jonelle. It's nice to see you in person.
I know.
Everything's been virtual or over the phone. If I heard you correctly, you said there's a condition for no parking in neighborhoods.
Yes, that
Okay.
is condition 7.
I think you said little I.
It is condition 7B.
B. Okay. So my question is, how is that going to be enforced? Because that is the question here, the enforceability of these things, these conditions.
And I think I have told all of the board members that we've met with on this project, for me personally, I live in this neighborhood. I think this is a hard one to enforce because many of my neighbors are Muslim. Many of my neighbors on the holidays have had their family over and they've walked over. There is also a mosque right next door. So how do you differentiate between Dar al-Noor on Fridays that is having their traffic management plan, they're telling their folks not to park in the neighborhood, and their folks are not parking in the neighborhood, versus the mosque next door. But from an enforcement mechanism, how that would work is, one, we would hope that the neighbors would reach out to our new traffic consultant that is for Dar al-Noor, our traffic coordinator, and we can try to address those problems. But the county has an enforcement mechanism through a zoning violation. So you would reach out to Prince William County zoning administrator, and through the zoning process, there is neighborhood services, and they would investigate that, and then they would issue Dar al-Noor a zoning violation.
Okay, so it would be difficult to enforce. Now, for clarification purposes, the mosque next door, are there services at the same time as Dar al-Noor's?
Sometimes, yes.
Sometimes?
The holidays normally are not.
Okay.
They practice a bit differently, and so the holidays normally do not fall on the same days, but the Friday prayer services do.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I have for now. Thanks.
You're welcome.
Supervisor Bailey?
Thank you very much. Hi, Jonelle.
Hi, Supervisor.
It's so good to see you. It just came to mind, and this may or may not be related. I think it is, just in being able to be a part in that community. I remember them having skilled, trained parking lot attendants on the grounds to support what the police is recommending. Is that, am I assuming that correctly, or?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, and will that continue as well?
Yes, that will also be part of our traffic and parking management plan, and to specifically, essentially formalize some of the things that they're already doing.
To make sure that the traffic pattern is appropriate and they're following the regulations. Okay, just wanted to make sure. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Supervisor Brody?
One last question for you, Ms. Cameron.
Yeah.
You obviously worked with a lot of clients, religious institutions, other types of developments. In your experience with other religious institutions, have you seen them contract with a parking management program or anything like this before? So they're really going the extra mile with this, in your opinion.
So most of the religious institutions are required to do a traffic impact analysis as part of the special use permit process. But this is the first religious institution that we were able to find that has had to do a traffic management plan that is reviewed annually with Prince William County Police and County Transportation.
Thank you for that.
Madam Chair?
Supervisor Angry?
Hello. Hi, Ms. Cameron.
Hi, Supervisor
Um,
Angry. I can't
this-
see you, but I can hear you.
You can't see me? Oh, there I am. There I go. Okay. Hey, just one comment and then one question. The comment, I really do appreciate the parking lot build out, because, you know, the parking lot has been a huge issue that I've been hearing from my constituents. So I appreciate the parking lot build out, and I love the fact that it's kind of dual purpose now. So you're going to use that as part of the after school or the school feature with no cars around. So I like how you did that. Can you talk a little bit? The other concern that I've been hearing a lot about from my constituents is the traffic. I don't know if you have any data or any information that you can talk to about traffic trips, any percentages go with that?
Yes, I actually do. We can go back to my slides, please. So this slide here is the trip generation chart. So what that shows is what our trips are during the peak, AM and PM peak hour, and also during the Friday peak. So the AM peak hour is 6:45 a.m. to 7:45 a.m., and the PM peak hour is 4:30 p.m. to 5:30 p.m. And as you all can see here for the school, the AM peak is 170 trips, and the PM peak is 31 trips. So the school during the week is very much minimal trips in and out during the peak hour. The Friday peak hour is a 4-hour period, so it's not just 1 hour, but it is 4-hour period between 11 a.m. and 2 p.m. And that it's an additional over what is existing today, 1,838 Friday peak hour trips. And then the Friday average daily trips is 4,489 in additional. We also thought it was helpful. We attended the town hall meeting and heard a lot of questions and comments pertaining to the trips along Hoadley Road. Most of the week, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Saturday, Darrell Noor's additional trips is a very small fraction, less than 2%, in most cases 1.5% or less of the daily trips on Hoadley Road. The Friday trips in total all day is only 10.1% of the total trips on Hoadley Road. We also broke that out for you all to see for Friday peak hour trips. So at 11 a.m., the Darrell Noor trips are 3% of the trips that are on Hoadley Road. At 12 p.m., they're 23% of the trips that are on Hoadley Road. At 1 p.m., they are 35% of the trips that are on Hoadley Road. And at 2 p.m., they're 22% of the trips that are at Hoadley Road.
Thank you. Supervisor Franklin.
Sure. Can you talk about the expansion itself? Obviously, to Supervisor Anger's point, we've heard a lot about the actual traffic. And if the expansion will increase traffic, can you answer that question just to make it clear for anyone who may have that concern?
So a lot of the misconception is that overnight Darrell Noor will quadruple and it will be 4 times more traffic or 4 times more people that are coming. And really this expansion is because Darrell Noor has outgrown the facility. And what they are really trying to do is to accommodate the members that they have today. So this expansion really is to help better accommodate the members that they have today. Pre-COVID, they needed to have 4 prayer services on Friday, and we're peaking at 5. And so this expansion will allow for them to be able to reduce the prayer services, and that will not quadruple overnight the number of trips.
Supervisor Bailey.
Just quickly, also, this expansion would also, we've had a lot of discussion about the community events that Darrell Noor does. This expansion would also allow them to service the community in an expansive way as well, wouldn't it?
Correct. And again, it also is adding additional parking as part of that expansion.
Yeah.
Yes, it would.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Vega.
Thank you. Jonelle, I think it's important to highlight that Hoadley Road it's 5 miles, right? So when we're talking about this comparison, we're just talking about what points off of Hoadley Road.
Let me get that answer for you.
Right here, Jonelle.
This specifically addresses the segment of Holy in front of the mosque.
Okay, thank you. And then, Jonelle, could we also talk a little bit about the medical clinic and the impacts of traffic on that? Can we talk about what the operating days of the week are going to be?
So the medical clinic is really designed to be supplemental to Prince William County Health District. St. Margaret's Church, when they were approved years ago, they had a similar service, but it is not intended to serve hundreds of people a day. It's really intended to serve maybe 30 to 40 people a day at max. And those hours will not be on Fridays during the peak hour, and they would be off-peak times during the school as well, mainly on weekends, but it's not intended to be hundreds of people a day.
Okay. So 30 to 40, because in past conversations, I had heard 20 to 30, so just want to make sure which one.
Let's say
Between
30 to 40.
30 to
between
40.
20 and 40.
Okay, and then I believe in our meeting with Mr. Ahmed, he did say it would be weekends mainly.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Well, thank you very much, Ms. Cameron. Seeing no further questions of the applicant at this time, can we hear from staff regarding this project?
Thanks, Andrea. Yeah. Okay. Thanks. All right. Good
Welcome,
evening,
Mr.
Chair Wheeler, members
Welcome.
of the Board of Supervisors, Scott Meyer in the Planning Office. Tonight, I'm joined by representatives after I'll be speaking from County Transportation and County Police as well, who will have a role in this presentation and are here to answer questions. So if I may, I'm going to start off, then I'm going to hand it over to Transportation, and then we have the police representation here as well. Staff recommends approval of this special use permit proposal before you tonight for the expansion of Dar Alnoor Mosque on the existing 12-acre property. In this presentation, I'm going to be highlighting several different aspects of the staff review. Again, this is the graphic showing the site. Staff is recommending approval. This slide is showing the long-range land use as well as the zoning. The site is designated semi-rural residential in the comprehensive plan and is zoned A1 agricultural. It's important to point out that religious institutions are permissible through a special use permit in agricultural districts as well as residential districts. So just to give you a little bit of context for the area, this application has been submitted to fulfill the special use permit requirement. This slide is showing the existing site conditions for the mosque. Just additional background, the facility right now is 12,000 square feet. It was approved through a provisional use permit back in 1985. And a provisional use permit was essentially an administrative application. It's done at the staff level, not a public hearing. And this type of application existed before we then allowed special use permits for religious institutions in residential or in hereby agricultural facilities. Because of the history of this provisional use permit, the existing mosque is now a non-conforming use. That is, it's essentially grandfathered. So any expansion to that change that grandfathered status hereby requires an SUP. So again, I just wanted to make sure that we're all aware of the context of that. And this is a standard process for any expansion of a lawful nonconforming use. And any applicant would be going through the same process for this, for a religious institution, for expanding anything else that was given such provisional status. Okay, these are some photos here of the access points, which kind of I've already talked about. So this is showing the site at full build-out. Ms. Cameron explained this. Again, at full build-out, the facility is going from 12,000 square feet to almost 88,300 square feet. There are going to be 781 parking spaces and 1,782 prayer mats. And as conditioned, the applicant will construct all parking improvements in the initial phase of development. Again, that was very important to staff to allow all parking needs to be accommodated up front. Staff believes that the provisional parking up front will help address many of the community parking concerns. Additionally, staff is recommending a condition that, as Ms. Cameron alluded to, that requires all parking associated with the use to be on site. And that is for cars not associated with the use to be prohibited to be parking on the side streets. We've talked about that. The plan also shows perimeter landscape buffers. Staff also believes that these wider buffers, there's a 30-foot buffer requirement. There's also a 20-foot buffer. So we're going to essentially have buffering that exceeds the minimal requirements. There's also conditions added about light spillover. There's a limit to 20-foot light pole in the parking lots, and also to have full cutoff fixtures when the parking areas are not needed. Again, this is showing, these next few slides are showing, again, the final build-out elevations. Again, the upper left is showing the existing facility. And again, this is showing from a different perspective. It's also important to point out that the maximum height for religious institutions is 60 feet as per the zoning ordinance. As conditioned, the maximum height of this building is not to exceed 60 feet. The applicant has also chosen to limit the height of the minaret to no more than 80 feet. So there's no height modifications being requested here. Again, for the electronic message board, the LED board on the sign requires a special use permit. One thing to point out, a very minor request, the zoning ordinance under the current sign regulations requires a sign face with an electronic board to be no more than 50% of the sign area. This is 60%, so it's a modest increase, but I want to point out that the height will be under 10 feet, and the only increase is just that modest 10% increase in the sign face. Staff is recommending approval. The Planning Commission recommended approval. This was heard back in November of 2019. There were 7 items that the applicant was to respond to. They each one of those has been addressed prior to this meeting. The staff is recommending approval subject to the conditions dated January 27th. And for the main reasons, where we have use and operational parameters, we have a cohesive phased design theme, we have a layout, we have elevations, we have signage. We also have specific related and supporting uses that are compatible in this land use context. The SUP is also eliminating the non-conforming status, and also it's going to be governing the site and bringing everything up within current regulations. And again, I want to point out that religious institutions, again, as I initially mentioned, are permissible through an SUP and A1 zoning. Before concluding, I now want to shift to Elizabeth Scullin in our transportation department. She'll be joining us remotely, and Elizabeth is going to be talking about many of the transportation project topics that we discussed during the public review. And after Elizabeth speaks, we'll also hear from Deputy Chief of Police Jared Phelps. So Elizabeth, can you hear me? And I'm now going to turn it over to you.
Yes, I can hear you. Can you
Okay.
see me?
Yes, I can. Hi, Elizabeth.
Good evening, Chair Wheeler and supervisors. I'm Elizabeth Scullin, Assistant Director of Transportation for Prince William County, and I would like to respond to some issues and questions that have been raised by both supervisors and residents. Let me share my screen. Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. So the first issue is the traffic signal at Hoadley Road and Queen Chapel Road. There are currently 8 traffic signals in the county that are warranted but not funded by VDOT. There are several methods of funding traffic signals in the county. The first is the VDOT Highway Safety Funds, federal funds, or grants. Also, supervisors can use their TRIP funds or unrestricted proffer funds to fund either partially signal installation or the entire signal installation. Developers can also proffer to install traffic signals on intersections that are impacted by their development. And they can also be included in roadway improvement projects, such as the Route 28 widening project includes the traffic signal at Pennsylvania Avenue and Route 28. VDOT recently notified the county that it will not be appropriating highway safety funds for the installation of traffic signals until fiscal year 26, which is July 2025. The department can also explore other funding sources for this traffic signal if directed to do so by the board. Just for a timeline, it takes 12 to 24 months from initiating the traffic signal installation for a traffic signal to be installed. The time difference is because of the funding source. Federal projects take the longest amount of time. I'd like to address the left turn restriction from the mosque onto Hoadley Road. Both VDOT and Prince William County and the police believe that left turns should be restricted from the mosque until the traffic signal is installed due to safety concerns. And this is conditioned by the county for the mosque. The traffic signal will reduce the necessity for persons exiting the mosque or school to make U-turns at Lost Creek intersection. But when police are controlling the traffic flow, people will still be directed to make U-turns at Lost Creek. We've also had requests to prohibit U-turns at the westbound Hoadley Road at the Lost Creek intersection. VDOT would have to approve this prohibition, so the county requested that VDOT perform an analysis at this intersection, and it was determined that there's more than sufficient sight distance for a vehicle waiting in the median to safely make the U-turn. So VDOT did not recommend eliminating this U-turn. This analysis also noted that the next U-turn opportunity would be at Webster's Way, Reserve Lane, approximately 3,000 feet to the west, and it would create another mile of unnecessary travel for many motorists. So this graphic shows that the recommended sight distance by VDOT is 1,040 feet for a speed limit of 50 miles per hour. And the second graphic shows that we at least have 1,350 feet of sight distance. We have also heard residents say that the number of accidents in the vicinity of the mosque is significantly high. So we charted the accidents and where they are. You can hardly see these little dots, but we compared the accidents on Hoadley Road between Dale and Prince William Parkway and the accidents on Prince William Parkway between Old Bridge Road and Davis Ford Road in 2019. This table shows a comparison of accidents between Hoadley Road and Prince William Parkway. So the accident rate that you see, which is the criteria is per 100,000 vehicle miles, is determined by multiplying the daily volume, the AADT, by the number of miles, and then divided by 100,000. So it shows that the accident rate on Hoadley Road is significantly lower than the accident rate on Prince William Parkway. This is somewhat attributable to the number of traffic signals on Prince William Parkway. More accidents actually occur at signalized intersections than in any unsignalized section of roads. This table shows crashes at the Hoadley Road intersections by year from 2017 through 2020. Deputy Chief Phelps is going to address the crashes along this section of road and give a more detailed analysis of them when he presents after my presentation. Residents have also recommended establishing school zone speed limit reduction zones in the vicinity of the school and the mosque. VDOT defines a school crossing zone as an area where the presence of the school requires a special warning to motorists. The request must be reviewed and approved by VDOT and may not be approved for a school with only 200 students and very few, if any, students walking to school. The regulations only allow for a 15 mile per hour reduction in the speed limit, which means that a speed limit of 35 miles per hour at this location during times when students are traveling to or from the school. And the regulations also read that the speed reduction sign should not be more than 500 feet upstream of the school access. In this case, the school access is at Queen Chapel. Therefore, people who are traveling east on Hoadley Road would not be impacted by the reduced speed limit until well past Lost Creek Court. Then we asked VDOT about a speed limit change request process. The county can make a request to VDOT to change the posted speed limit on any road. Usually it's the board that directs VDOT to study this. And then VDOT will conduct a speed limit study. In general, the posted speed limit on a roadway will remain as is unless the following changes are exhibited: a significant increase in the frequency or severity of accidents, a significant increase in traffic volumes or roadside development, and a reconstruction, widening, or realignment of the roadway. This is the proposed concept plan. I have been asked questions about concerns about parents dropping off students or picking up students, that they would spill onto Hoadley Road because there wouldn't be enough queuing space. There is a 350-foot long right turn lane. The design and construction manual for Prince William County requires 350 feet for 50-mile-per-hour roadway. So that is satisfied. It's basically a free right turn into the school. And we would require at site plan a circulation plan so that parents entering the property wouldn't be able just to turn and drop their students off. If their queue is long, they would be instructed to come here and queue at this back parking lot and come back around so that we would be sure that there would be no spillover onto Hoadley Road. And this could be accomplished through cones or MOS staff. I've also seen schools which emailed circulation plans to their parents to assure that there is no problem with people stacking on the road and creating a safety hazard. We've also asked about residential parking restrictions. Currently, there is no county ordinance to allow a permit parking program, and the lack of a funding source for implementation and maintenance of the program. Permitting would allow all persons parked on this, would apply to all persons parked on the street, whether they're family members or visitors. The county accepts requests for restricted parking if the road width is not sufficient to accommodate safe travel with parking on both sides. And in this case, VDOT has to approve that request, and 75% of the impacted residents have to sign a petition requesting this consideration. I'll turn it back over to Scott to introduce Deputy Chief Phelps.
Madam
And I'll
Chair.
be available for questions after his presentation.
Thank you.
Can we just wait till after?
No, because it's,
Well,
did I miss this in my board packet, or is this part of the presentation new and I just?
There are a couple new components to it. Yeah.
do we have that
So why
were we
do-
provided that?
Yeah,
in our-
why am I blindsided by this presentation?
Do we have copies of that? Do we know?
Why would we not have that in our packet?
Are you talking specifically about?
I'm talking to the county executive, to where's Parag? Why am I just seeing this for the first time tonight? I have a board presentation, but there are things in Ms. Scullin's presentation, charts that are new to me tonight. What's going on?
If I can comment on that.
No, I'm
county staff. I'm county staff. Oh, I'm sorry. Hi, Mika Doss back here. I'm sorry, I know you asked our director, specifically Supervisor Lawson, but I wanted to speak to that. After the town hall last week, there were a lot of comments that was attended, if I can share, that was attended by our transportation staff. Elizabeth Scullin was there. There were a lot of questions that came up, and it became clear that there needed to be a more thorough explanation regarding some background information, not specifically related, it's related to the SUP, but it's not, these are things related to county policies, VDOT's role. And so there was discussion about adding, this is correct, this is not in the board's package. Our apologies for not getting that information to you sooner. This presentation and this additional background information was just finalized today. And I apologize for also putting the clerk in a difficult position about that, because she did load the presentation for us just before this meeting tonight. We're trying to be responsive to the additional community concerns that came up last week related to transportation and the police's role. The presentation that Scott gave, that was our staff presentation. This is background information we thought that you all would want to hear. We're not, I'm sorry, if it feels like blindsiding, that was not in our intention. We're trying to be proactive to address some of the board's concerns by providing slides.
Yeah, Ms. Doss, thank you for that. I appreciate it. I will say this, though, Mr. County Executive, I'm bothered by it because our board, over many staff presentations, not just the planning department, have expressed that we need to have these in advance. Didn't know that you were working on it. Glad that you did. I appreciate that. But I stayed up till 2 a.m. to listen to that town hall that Supervisor Vega had, and there were obviously a lot of concerns about traffic accidents. So I'm a little annoyed because that chart that Elizabeth had would have certainly helped me before right now. I'll have time to look at it during the public hearing, but maybe even just a heads up that you're working on something that you're going to, show us tonight would have been helpful. Again, thank you. I appreciate it, but
yes, Supervisor, we can totally understand your concerns, and we will be doing a much better job to make sure that all the slides are given to the board in at least couple of days in advance.
well, I mean, even a notice this morning that you were still working on additional slides would have been helpful. Because I'm sitting up here thinking, how did I miss these?
Definitely. And again, as Mika just mentioned, we were just trying to be responsive to the comments which we received as part of the town hall, but we will do a much better job to make sure that the board gets a complete packet.
And if the board desires hard copies of the presentation now, I'm happy to make that happen so you can take a closer look at some of that information.
I think
And our
that's a great,
apologies, please.
probably a great idea, just to get some hard copies to everybody at the board. Kudos for being proactive and answering some of the concerns and questions or misinformation that was out there. So that's great. And just we have 3 or 4 hours of public comment time, and so that will give people time to look at those.
We're
so
happy
thank
to do
you.
that.
Madam
Appreciate
Chair,
it. Supervisor Angry.
may I get an email copy of that as well?
Yes, sir.
That sounds great. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
So where were we?
We were introducing Deputy Chief Phelps.
Deputy Chief Phelps.
To speak to the police department's role in managing traffic on the site. Thank you.
And does Deputy Chief Phelps have slides?
It's attached to theirs.
Okay, great. So it's all one. If you could put
created
it
the
out.
slides. I'm just here to talk about it.
Okay. We probably have a printer somewhere in the room, so thank you very much.
I only have one slide. Madam Chair, members of the board, I'm Jared Phelps, the Deputy Chief of Police. I'm here to talk about the off-duty detail specifically, and then most likely answer questions about crashes that occur on Hoadley Road, because I know that was a significant point of conversation on the town hall that I participated on as well. So as it's been mentioned by several staff, we do staff the off-duty detail and working with the members of the mosque to make sure that it is staffed appropriately. As a result of the Planning Commission meeting last year, we actually increased staffing after talking with the mosque and hearing some concerns. So it is up to 6 officers that are working the detail at any given time. We have a very positive relationship with the mosque, so that if any time we deem we need to up staff, then we have that authority. Specific instances like Eid and Ramadan, when there are bigger services, larger services, we do up staff and have a much larger presence to ensure traffic safety and just security of the event. So we do have 2 officers at Queen Chapel, which is the main entrance as traffic enters. And then we have 2 officers on what would be the west-south side of the entrance to make sure that people can move to the left. And then we also have officers at Lost Creek to ensure a safe turnaround and give priority to those that are on Lost Creek when they come up to the intersection so that we can get the residents out. Now, I will say it's not an automatic. Sometimes they have to wait just a little bit so that we can get the traffic to clear, but the officers do manage that aspect. We did hear a lot of concerns on the town hall regarding parking in the residential area. Captain Barnhart, who is the district commander, was out there this last Friday reevaluating some things that we do out there. We are going to make some tweaks, but we did not see any concerns regarding the parking or anything else at this time. I'm not going to say that it's not, we just didn't observe anything. The roads on Queens Chapel and Lost Creek are open and accessible to the public. So anybody is free to park there, and there's no enforcement that we can do unless it is a fire hazard, a fire lane hazard, or too close to the intersection. Those are the type of enforcements that we can do enforce, but regular parking is open. So I mentioned also on the larger events, we work with the mosque to upstaff, and that has a larger footprint where we monitor each of the intersections. They have had where they've used the old PNAT Stadium parking lot to shuttle their their people into the mosque for services, and we actually monitor each of the intersections during those times. So we are further out, and we have much more officers on site during those larger events. As it was mentioned with the lighting, those are requests that we make, especially when some of the services are really early in the morning for people showing up or late at night, so to help with the visibility of the officers, and they have paid for those in the past. So those are things that we evaluate on when we go into any of these events, is we're looking at all the traffic safety, and the mosque, we work with the mosque, and they cover all those. So that's the detail in and of itself right now that we work. The officers that work this are paid by the mosque. This is not county salaries that is going to there, and then there is an administrative fee that is also assessed for use of the vehicles, gas, and that is standard for any off-duty detail that we have within the county.
Okay.
Madam Chair.
Does that finish staff's report?
Yes,
Madam
it
Chair?
does. We're available for questions. Thank you.
Okay. Supervisor Angry, I heard you chime in, and so now is the time to ask questions of staff.
Chief Phelps, we talked about crashes. What's the time of day of these crashes, like for your report or the data that you pulled?
So when you look at the crash data that is reported, that was in the presentation, and I realize you probably don't have a hard copy right now, that is a globalistic view of crashes on all of Hoadley Road. So that's a 30,000 foot level when you're looking at it 24/7 throughout the week. When you actually pull out the times of services for that they have from 11 to 3, the time that we have the detail, and then the specific service times for their holidays, Ramadan, Eid, and the like, the crashes are much limited or much smaller. In 2020, we had no crashes reported as a result. On Friday services in 2019, there were 4 reported that were in total. But if you take in and condense it, the area into Queens Chapel and what is the other street here? I'm sorry? Lost Creek area? Yes, thank you. So in 2020, it was 0. In 2019, there were 6 total crashes, but 4 of those were between that smaller area for the entire year. In 2018, there was 1. And within that smaller area, 2017, there was 1. Now, if you further out, there are more crashes that have occurred, but if you, again, specifically to that smaller area, those are the numbers that we have. It is, again, the globalistic view, but we've drilled down onto the actual times of services and for the religious holidays.
That's okay, Mr. Supervisor Angry?
Yes, thank you, Chief.
Okay.
Madam Chair.
Supervisor Lawson, then Supervisor Bodie.
Colonel Phelps, one of the things that I heard a lot on the teletown hall that I listened to last night was frustrations with parked cars on Hoadley.
Yes, ma'am.
Not cars that are in turning lanes, but parked cars. Have your officers towed those before? Do we have the authority to tow those? Because I'm assuming that you can't just pull over and park your car on Hoadley.
That's correct.
What are we doing to enforce that? In addition to what I listened to last night, I also went back and listened to the Planning Commission. It was my planning commissioner that was asking you and Captain Carr about the police report and some frustrations about, off-site parking, Hoadley Road parking. Captain Carr said since he was Central District Commander, he's been working continuously with the mosque to mitigate the risk, but at some point, you got to start enforcing.
Yes, ma'am.
And that was resonating with very frustrated residents that live around there. And it's a safety issue too. So talk to me about what we're going to do, what we have done to alleviate that frustration and the safety risk.
So it's a very good point. Hoadley Road, parking on Hoadley Road is illegal. It is marked, and anybody who pulls over and parks can be towed. I only know of a few instances where we've actually towed vehicles, but as I said, Captain Barnhart, who is now the district commander, was out there this past Friday, did not observe any of that. That's a one-day snapshot, I realize that, but we are looking at that as one of the reasons why we upstaffed to 6 officers so that one officer can actually get around. One of the changes that we are looking at or going to impose is we've always had the officers visible during the services out into the roadway. We're actually going to pull the officers off the road so that they can move around during services and be more mobile for those violations, but then back in place when they need to be for traffic control. So that's some of the issues that we're dealing with. But and early on, I believe that was an issue. But here recently, I do not think it has been through the education that the mosque has been doing with everybody within, just the communication they've been going out, not parking in certain areas, and then our visibility and roaming around. I think we've mitigated a lot of things. When we see it, we'll take care of it because it is a safety issue. Yes, ma'am.
Supervisor Bodie, then Supervisor Franklin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Assistant Chief Phelps, for the presentation. Just a couple questions. It's been discussed back and forth how the police department over the years have expressed some concerns, and the folks have gone back to the mosque, and they've been going back and forth. Could you elaborate a little bit on the December 10th memo that was issued in regards to the sort of the culmination of all the findings and where you guys are going from here?
So that was an internal communication breakdown within the police department. I'm going to kind of categorize it like that. The process that we have is there's a review. We have, through crime prevention, they review it, they provide comments, and all those comments did not get fully communicated up to come out of the chief's office. So I own that. That was a breakdown internally because when I read that, I had some questions that needed to be mitigated and really looked into crash data and everything else. It really needed to have a harder look, and staff was following the process that was put in place, and it was an internal breakdown that I own. So, and we have fixed that, and to have better communication for that proper review before things come out of the chief's office.
Sure. And so then my last question is in regards to some folks have talked about reversing the right in, right out.
Yes.
And I've heard that per the staff report and other folks that both the DOT and your folks don't really think that's a viable thing. Could you talk about that a little bit?
Yes. So the way the set is now is to have a normal flow of traffic. As you're coming off of Hoadley towards the mosque, you make that right turn, you go through, and you come out and you make a right turn. That's a normal flow of traffic pattern as it is set right now. If there are changes, then that would change potentially how the traffic would flow. But currently, that is the most natural way that we can keep things, the safer it is, in our opinion. So to reverse the flow, you actually have, when you have vehicles coming through, they're passing that first entrance, right, to get to the second entrance to come back around, and then they have to cut back in front of traffic that's going that opposite direction. It's counterintuitive. It does not allow for a natural flow. Having the vehicles come in, make the right, and go down and make a U-turn, given the setup the way the traffic is, we believe is the best setup as the traffic is for now.
Sure. So in summary, with the parking management plan that the applicant went through, the additional parking, everything else, do you have any further concerns if we were to move forward with this?
I do not have any concerns, as we have worked with the mosque, continue to work with them on the traffic plan. If we have questions, we ultimately have the authority to deny the traffic plan if we do not like it. That's the way the SUP, as I understand it, is set up. As well with the detail officers, we have ultimate control over that. So if there are security issues, we will make sure that it is addressed.
Thank you so much.
Supervisor Vega.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Supervisor Bodie, I'm glad that you brought up the police report. Colonel Phelps, I understand that there may had been some breakdown in communication, but for the sake of transparency, I need to know, is the information in this report false?
It is not false, no. I'm not gonna project that it is inaccurate anyway. The way the lens that the officer who did that report was seeing it through one lens without the questions that the harder questions that we needed to ask to drill down on more information. So his information is correct, but it is, again, it's a larger focus when we really needed to drill down on why this is and get the answers to those questions, and we didn't have that at that time.
So what is the criteria of that lens that you speak of?
He is looking through SEPTED, which is a standard of for natural design for security reasons. And then he did have some consultation with the district commander at that time on traffic and things that they've seen, but we have also done some changes ourselves to mitigate a lot of that.
Okay, now you referenced the number of accidents in 2019.
Yes, ma'am.
What was that number?
So on Friday services, there were 4 accidents. And then on the other holidays during that time, there was, looks like 1. So a total of 5 crashes in 2019 between Queens Chapel and Lost Creek, I believe is the way I'm reading this.
Okay, and I'm pretty sure you're aware, Colonel Phelps, because we've had this conversation and I shared this report with you. The community did FOIA.
Yes, ma'am.
Right? The traffic accidents for all of Hoadley Road.
Yes, ma'am.
And found that in 2019, the last full year of data, that there were, in fact, 12 crashes between Lost Creek and Queens Chapel. These did not include animals or fixed objects.
Right. So that's the larger 24/7 week-long type of 365 days. Those are the total amount. We drilled down specifically on service days, the Fridays for services, and the holidays. That's what I extracted out of there during those timeframes.
So 8 of these 12 occurred either on a Friday or during the holiday of Ramadan.
The 5 did, yes, ma'am, in
8.
2019.
So according to the report, 8 of these 12 occurred. I have the report if you would like me to share.
Yeah, I would need to see. I'm
Okay.
not exactly sure what you're referring to. The numbers I have 5 crashes on or 4 crashes on Friday, and then 1 crash during one of the holiday services for a total of 5.
Okay. That's all I have for now, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair.
Supervisor Canlin.
Yeah, thank you. And we just received this presentation. I'm just going to make a comment that the board need to have a serious discussion just separate from this situation on staff presentations and getting information before a meeting. This is our second presentation today where we did not have it as a board going into the board meeting. We received an 11-page presentation earlier today on this project. This is a 25-page presentation. That should not happen, not only for this board, but also for the citizens who should have an opportunity. Again, not just this. We had another report today. Citizens should have an opportunity to review information before we discuss it. So larger discussion, because I think this board needs to clamp down on having reports ready and available to the public and this board so we can review it. If there's somebody from county staff who can talk signage with me, and then if I could also talk from somebody from transportation, would be great.
Supervisor can I correct one thing, if
Yeah.
I could, please, prior to? Supervisor Vega, I am incorrect in looking at this. It is 6 total, that the numbers that I've been provided, 4 on Friday and then 2 on holiday services during the time frame. But when you cramp it down to between Queens Chapel and Lost Creek, it is 4 crashes that occurred in there during those time frames. Between that short segment of roadway. That's the numbers that I have. Thank you, Supervisor Cannon. I apologize.
Yeah, no, that's, Madam Chair.
Supervisor Canlin.
Thank you. This is a digital sign, as we talked about. What are the restrictions or the requirements for the digital sign? I don't know if it's going to be a static digital sign, one that's updated just periodically, or is it going to be scrolling through information? Are you able to provide a little bit more information on that. I know with businesses, we have very specific instructions on how often it can change graphics, and if you could provide a little bit more information, or the applicant, whoever could, on what's expected with this sign.
Sure. Supervisor Kalin, Scott Meyer in the Planning Office. Just to point out, our signage regulations were amended just about a year ago. So we have now electronic message board standards for any such sign. And in my staff report, I would like to draw your attention to, excuse me, I have on page 18, the bottom of page 18. So for this, one thing to point out with the conditions is the frequency between message changes will be no less than 5 seconds.
Okay.
Okay, so that meets our current standards. That is what the applicant, has been conditioned to. There's also general standards about how, the messages can't, be changing, too frequently. There's also a default mechanism that causes a sign to, turn black if it malfunctions. Again, I'm looking on the bottom of page 18 in my staff report. I thought it'd be helpful to, list some of the electronic message standards. The only, if you go on to page 19, Supervisor Kalin, the only change here, or the only modification, is just a modest one with the changeable copy, the percentage of the area. The zoning ordinance states it can't exceed 50% of the total permitted sign face. The applicant's asking for 60%.
Okay.
So that's the only change, but all the standard, parameters are going to follow.
Okay, Madam Chair, if I may continue. So it's been a little while since we tackled the electric sign there on Sudley Manor, and Sudley, that was my last one I dealt with. The 5 seconds, that's standard with other type of facilities, not faster or slower. That's about where our standards are on electric signs?
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
That was a new standard. If you recall, there used to be a parameter where you can't change more than 3 messages per day. Yeah. The current regulations, we got rid of that.
Okay.
Because we felt that it was really more about how fast the changes occur, not how many messages.
Okay, thank you. That's
Sure,
very helpful.
you're welcome.
If somebody from transportation able to talk traffic with me? I don't know if that's...
This is Supervisor Cannon, Elizabeth Sculling.
Hey, there you
Transportation.
are. There you are. So the signal installation, or potentially having a signal there at that intersection, if that's something, I believe that if this gets approved by this board tonight, that this board should take action to get a signal installed there. At full build out, we've got several intersections around the county. I've got a couple in my district where there's intersections that warrant a light. Do you have any information that at full build out how this intersection would compare to other non-signalized intersections around Prince William County that currently don't have a light? Would this rank towards the higher end to the lower end? Do you have any information on that?
We asked Alexandria Tuliska of VDOT for a list of unwarranted, unfunded, warranted, unfunded traffic signals. And he gave us a list, and VDOT does not establish a priority for these traffic signals. Safety is always a concern. So if there are severe accidents or fatalities, those intersections may move to the top of the list. But as of now, they have not assigned a priority to the 8 signals.
Did they provide any information as far as volume goes? Because as you know, there's a lot of different indications on what is an unsafe or safe intersection. It's line of sight. It's the volume of cars. I mean, did they give any data, or did they just give a list of unfunded, unsignalized intersections?
He just gave us a list, but VDOT assesses safety now more of an issue than congestion, and congestion usually is attributable to volume.
Yeah. And Madam Chair, if I just, one more follow-up?
Yep.
Thank you. If the board took action to include funding for this, whether it was somehow now or in the upcoming budget for a signalized intersection, do you see any obstacles with this project that would make it a longer process? I know that whenever you're dealing with intersections, there's right-of-way, there's utility lines, there's other things that come in that are involved in the project. Do you see anything that would really extend this project if the board provided funding for it? So we didn't have to rely on anyone else for funding. We funded it as a board. Is there anything that would slow this installation of the signal?
The mosque has conditioned the right-of-way that would be necessary and the temporary easements that would be necessary for the signal installation. We haven't done a preliminary study to determine the traffic signal design. We could do that. The cost is about $20,000 to $25,000, and at that time, we'd have a better cost estimate.
Okay.
The cost estimate of $850,000 to $1 million an intersection was given to us by VDOT. It does include contingencies for utility relocation and for right-of-way. So hopefully the cost would be less than the $850,000 price tag that VDOT has told us.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair.
Yeah, and just for expectations management, I know we're asking questions and that's part of the process, so I'm going to continue to let the board ask questions. I do want to let you know that there are 56 people in person waiting to speak, and we have about another 50 online, just to be cognizant of that. But I don't want to, questions are important, so please proceed.
I'll ask this question so that we can go ahead and get to the speakers and ask questions later, since we have Elizabeth on right now. Elizabeth, you compared Hoadley Road to the Prince William Parkway, Hoadley as a collector road. So I'm curious as to why you would make that comparison, aside from the fact that Hoadley feeds onto the Parkway. They're not exactly the same kind of road. So what is the reason for this comparison to Hoadley and the Parkway?
Actually, the accident rate per 100,000 is a rate per lane mile, and it corresponds volume to the number of accidents. So it doesn't take into account how many lanes each of the roads has, doesn't take into account the type of road or the number of traffic signals. It's just an accident one criteria that can be used to compare how many accidents are per 100,000 miles on one roadway to another.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, well, thank you. With that, we will open our public hearing on item 13C. We have currently we have 58 people signed up in person to speak. Due to space limitations, some of the speakers are most likely sitting in their vehicles listening to the meeting and waiting to hear what speaker number you are. So I'm going to begin by calling people forward, and I'm going to ask for numbers 1 through 15. I know everyone has a number, 1 through 15, and then when we get closer to the next set of people, I will let those people know that we'll be calling up 15 through, or 16 through 30, et cetera. Right now, we'll be hearing through speakers 1 through 15. And I would ask that I remind speakers that they have 3 minutes to speak, that they please state their names and generally where they live in the area, if not an address, a magisterial district, or just a town name like Manassas or Woodbridge.
Madam Chair.
Supervisor Canlin.
And I know it's per your policy, but I just want to make sure we're following it. We're hearing from Prince William County citizens first.
So these are all marked Prince William County residents. I know there might be a couple online. They're at the bottom.
Okay,
Yeah,
and so do we have a break on when it's non-Prince William
I don't believe
residents?
we have any.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. So with that, our first speaker is number 1 is Halai Muhammad. And you will go to the back microphone. Sorry, yes, back microphone. My bad. I should let you know that. And is that microphone on? Yes, it is. Okay. And we'll be cleaning the microphone after every speaker. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, good evening. Can you hear me? Okay. I can't hear me.
Either we need to turn up the microphone or make sure it's closer to the speakers. If the speakers can try to speak into the microphone, that'd be great.
How about
Welcome.
now?
Yes, thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, good evening. My name is Dr. Ali Muhammad. I'm from Coles District. I'm a 100% combat disabled veteran. Operation Desert Storm, Somalia. Kind of nervous, I'm losing some of them now. Thank you. Haiti, Bosnia, Haiti, and to name a few. At any rate, Honorable Chair, Honorable County Board of Supervisors and executives, members of the Muslim Association of Virginia, and Friends of Prince William County. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to voice my total support for a special use permit for the Muslim Association of Virginia, and commonly known as MAV. I wish to express my concerns regarding the expansion of MAV. As stated, I have been a Coles resident since the year 2000. I am aware of citizens speaking against the expansion of this mosque. This is quite concerning, as MAV is one of the few mosques in our community that Muslims can call home. Repeat, home. A right for Muslims to practice our faith is very difficult to come by. MAV is one that is close to home, again, that word home, and one that offers programs and services for all our friends and families, regardless of faith. As many places of worship begin in rented halls, school cafeterias, or in existing churches, MAV has extended for all Muslims living not just in Prince William County, but Northern Virginia, D.C., Maryland, and not solely for Muslims, but for anyone, any friends, for that matter. Our place of worship allows us to continue our faith in these troubled times. It is an important support provider to the community at large. MAV has many social outreach programs to support disadvantaged and families in need, namely a medical clinic, Sunday school for children and adults.
1 minute remaining.
A hope to expand to an entire accredited K-2 school program, which is similar to Christ Chapel, regular programs with Boys and Girls Scouts, Toastmasters, or just some more. I ask of you to please continue to listen to the voices that are speaking in support tonight. Keep an open mind and listen to our citizens as they are in need of your support. This isn't just a new gas station or office park being requested. This is the home to many people around the community that are just trying to help each other and practice their faith as enshrined in our great Constitution. Honorable Chairman and honorable esteemed supervisors, thank you again for the opportunity to voice my support for the MAV support. God bless America. God bless you all. And God bless our service members who are serving in harm's way. Thank you very much. Good evening.
Thank you very much. Next up is number 2, Norman Stone.
Board members, my name is Norman Stone. I live at 12783 Lost Creek Court in the Coles District. And yes, I'm one of those people that are speaking against the expansion. I believe that some of the stuff that I've heard tonight from the police officer and some of the other planning commission needs a little bit more scrutiny. I've been sitting at my intersection for several vehicles to go by before they allowed me out of Lost Creek Court. The police officer said that we got the priority. When somebody pulled up to the intersection, they let us through. Well, maybe 20 minutes later in some cases. As far as accidents go, they did not count the accidents that where people had changed information and left the intersection. That was not in account. There's a lot of stuff on paper that in real life is completely different. like the U-turn at Lost Creek and Webster's Way from the mosque. You really are taking your life in your own hands, because what happens, sure, there is police officers at that intersection directing traffic, but what the policeman said here tonight contradicts what I see. I see police officers walking out into the intersection, directing traffic, and then walking and sitting in their cars, which causes total chaos when there's a mass going on and there's really a lot of traffic. I can come home, and when it's time to turn into Lost Creek Court, there's a police officer sitting in the turn lane in his car. And I almost hit a gentleman coming out of the mosque, walking down the road, going up Lost Creek, getting in his car where he parked in the subdivision. That type of stuff is not said here with all the research that planning has done and the traffic people have done. I'd like to see some outside information instead of county staff and the county traffic person. I'd like to see some outside people do traffic analysis.
1 minute remaining.
What's that?
1 minute remaining.
Okay. In a whole, I'm against the mosque expansion because there's not been much research in what it's going to affect in the community as far as the home real estate values. When the mosque goes up, I'm not saying that we don't need a mosque in the area. I'm saying we don't need one that big. When you're getting into some of the medical things they're going to have, daycare, you're touching right on commercial, not religion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up is number 3, Ann Stevenson.
Good evening. Supervisors, thank you for giving me the time to speak tonight, and thank you for all the time you've spent preparing for this hearing. In all the research that I've done over the past year...
Could you introduce yourself and let us know roughly what magisterial district?
Ann Stevenson. I live at 12785 Lost Creek Court, Coles District. I came across this article that was written, it was published in the Potomac News in 2007, and it was kind of an eye-opener after all the research I'd done. I'd like to share it with you, and I have copies if you want some. I've got some excerpts of it. I'm not going to read the whole thing verbatim. The mosque had its grand opening July 2007. In the July 24th, 2007 issue of the Potomac News, a Braden Forest neighbor complained about the mosque attendees parking on Hoadley Street and Lost Creek Road. To quote from the letter the resident wrote, "We in Bryn Forest have experienced a lot of problems with Dar Alnoor's lack of adequate parking facilities. On Fridays and during major events, worshipers at Dar Alnoor park on both sides of Hoadley Road, blocking the right turn lane into Lost Creek Court. We have also had worshipers parking in our residential neighborhood. They have adequate land to handle the parking now and ironically have put up no parking signs on their own property. I do not support Dar Alnoor expanding their facilities until they become better neighbors and solve the parking situation. Prince William County regulations do not allow," this is still continued in the article, "Prince William County regulations do not allow anyone to park in those two main streets. All violators will be subject to tickets by the Prince William County Police Department. Dar Alnoor, which is part of the Muslim Association of Virginia, is advising all of the center's regular attendees and new members to abstain from parking on the main streets. 1 minute remaining. These precautionary steps will help to facilitate the safety of the people and encourage consideration for neighbors' concerns," which I support fully. My big concern is if this was announced back in 2007, why are we still dealing with these problems in our neighborhood today? They've just gotten worse. And we haven't seen any cars getting ticketed or police enforcing the rules. And the U-turn, I've heard tonight, and I'm very confused. On Fridays with the police there, they're going to allow U-turns, and the rest of the days they're not. Does it mean they're going to put up a no U-turn sign? There is one coming the other direction at Lost Creek Court, but there's no U-turn sign there where the mosque attendees are making that and the police are allowing it. That needs to be handled, and all the traffic problems need to be figured out before they allow any expansion of the building.
Thank you very much. Next up is number 4, Kevin Orwig.
Good evening. My name is Kevin Orwig. I'm a Coles District resident. I'd just like to start by saying that I support the Dar Alnoor expansion project. The mosque certainly provides benefits to the community. That's not in question. Our only concerns are the very real traffic and safety impacts that the expansion will have on our community. I live on Lost Creek Court, and I have kids who drive and others who will soon be driving. The intersection of Lost Creek Court and Hoadley is the only access point to our neighborhood, and it's currently very dangerous, with limited visibility coming from the 234 direction, excuse me, due to a curve in the road and a slight incline in that direction. Turning from a residential street onto Hoadley, an arterial road with a high speed limit, is harrowing even in the best of times. And as a parent, I worry that I worry about that intersection with the traffic conditions as they are currently. We're only asking that the board protect the safety of everyone involved, local residents and mosque attendees alike, and make certain that the proposed expansion not make this intersection any more dangerous than it already is. To address some of these concerns, many of the residents of the community surrounding the mosque on both sides of Hoadley Road, and has been discussed earlier tonight, have suggested reversal of the current traffic flow in and out of the mosque. This is a recommendation that's supported by both Midco and Locapelt. My understanding is that the decision has been made not to reverse the traffic flow under the current circumstances. Also, as been previously discussed tonight, a traffic signal at Queen Chapel intersection has also been discussed, which VDOT has already determined to be warranted at that location, independent of the expansion project. Once installed, left turns at the Queen Chapel intersection could be safely made from the mosque onto Hoadley Road at the traffic signal, reducing the need to make the dangerous U-turns that contribute to the danger at the Lost Creek Court intersection. A
1 minute remaining.
A traffic signal at Queen Chapel would improve the traffic management overall, as that light could be adjusted during peak times or run manually as done at other local intersections such as the First Baptist Church on Minnieville Road on certain Sundays, or at the Colgan High School signal on 234 during special events. What I propose is that a required reassessment be included as a condition in the phased plan once a traffic signal is installed at the Queen Chapel intersection, to reevaluate the reversal of the traffic flow when those conditions changed, and also to reevaluate the need for a U-turn at the Lost Creek intersection. I believe this is a reasonable request that would benefit everyone involved regardless of the outcome of the reassessment, and I thank you for the time and opportunity to speak.
Thank you very much. Next up is number 5, Michael Johnson.
Testing, testing. Greetings, salutations, and salams. Peace, respected members of the County Board of Supervisors. My name is Michael Datton Johnson, and I live in Dale City, Potomac District. I stand here before you to ask that you approve the SUP expansion request of the Dar Alnoor Islamic Center, MAV, Inc. Since the building of the center, Dar Alnoor has established itself as a vibrant, energetic, and community and citizen-focused center and organization. It has served as a positive, dynamic institution in Prince William County. It has opened not only its doors to all citizens and residents, but its heart, time, and resources. People of all religious identities and of all walks of life and of all races and ethnicities and of all colors and hues know of the open door policy and hospitality of the Islamic Center and its welcoming manner. In fact, it serves a highly diverse community of people as its attendees, as is well known and easily visible on Friday and Eid prayers. The Dar al-Noor community has embraced active civic and community engagement, engaging and working with such diverse groups as the Women League of Voters, Voice, Unity in the Community, Prince William County Police Department, the NAACP, CASA, ACTS, Republicans and Democrats, local groups and entities, and so many others I have not mentioned, and just plain old common everyday folk. It has gone into its pocket to feed and help thousands of county residents and others with supplies, blankets, during inclement weather and the like. It has distributed gifts to its immediate neighbors and residents. It has done all this on an increasing level as it has grown and matured and plans to do more if and when
remaining.
the center's expansion plans are approved, such as plans for free medical clinic for those in need of such attention. Dar al-Noor has worked vigorously to consider, contemplate, and actively work to allay any concerns of its expansion with those who support it, as well as with those who do not. Always engaging in a respectful, courteous, and generous manner. Is this not the type of work, friendship, and caring that the county, nay, the entire nation needs in these troubling and challenging times? There is so much more along these lines that could be said, but hopefully this will be sufficient. So I ask you, the Prince William County Board of Supervisors, to unanimously approve this expansion request and show Prince William County as the exemplary model and leader of how to
Thank
live as
you.
neighbors, as citizens, as patriots, as Americans.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your
Thank
time,
you.
attention, and your service, and may God the Almighty bless America.
Thank you. Next up is number 6, Fahad Hussein. Is Mr. Hussein here? Okay, we will now move on to number 7, Mohammed Hassan. Okay, how about number 8, Raheel Sheikh?
I have number 8.
Oh.
Switch with Raheel.
Okay.
Because I have to get home.
Okay, your name, if you could give us your name.
Sam Chisholm. I'm out of Gainesville. I can see you waving at me like, yeah, okay, I know you. I am a little bit saddened by the fact that I have to get up here and have this discussion. Having been someone that served in the military for 32 years at various levels, deployed 7 combat tours, spent over 2 years of my life away from my wife and my kids in the Middle East, doing what we say bad things to bad people. And I have to come back here to the United States of America and deal with the religious intolerance that I'm experiencing now, cloaked in travel issues. Travel issues. That's what we're saying. Individuals like Ms. Vega, as you sit up there, or Ms. Lawson, or Pete Canlin, you individuals sit up there and you say this, be true to yourself. Be who you are. Stop hiding behind all of the nonsense and the bull that you're sitting up here saying. This does not make any sense that this organization has to go through and jump through the hoops that they're jumping through just in order to expand, in order to help the community. They have been in place, my understanding, around since about the 90s. And they have done nothing but been a benefit to the community. And we're standing here and we're saying, but the travel. I even heard you, Miss Lawson, comment, or maybe it was Mr. Cantlin, I don't know. I may have, forgive me if I got it wrong. What are we going to do about the safety for the kids? Or
1
maybe it
minute
was you, Ms.
remaining.
Vega. What are we going to do about the safety for the kids? You really think that the kids are going to be running all the way over to Hoagly? So if that's the case, then we better watch all of these subdivisions that we live in that has playgrounds that's right next to the street. This is ridiculous. This is ridiculous. These are good people. Support this expansion. The Democrats that I have up here, if you don't support them, then you know what? We got a problem with you. Okay? Because we're here to support you, but guess what? We voted you into office. And we voted you into office to do what you said you were going to do. So tonight, I need you to do what you say you were going to do. Thank you, everybody, for giving me the opportunity to speak. You guys have a great evening.
Thank you very much. Next up is number 9, Taib Faragji. Microphone is right to your left. Oh, he's number 10? Oh, okay. Number 10 is Dira Zadran. Can you point him to the microphone? No. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Dira Zadran. First, I will say, bless God America and God bless American people. And second, in 2010, I moved from another area to the Woodbridge, Prince William County for the Mosque of Alnoor. And I support Mosque of Alnoor. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you too.
Have a good evening. Next up is number 11, Craig Calder.
Good evening, Chair and Board members. My name is Craig Calder. I live on Jenny Terrace. I'm in the Coles District. Wow, quid pro quo. So what was he saying is all you Democrats, they voted for you and promised that you were going to vote for the expansion? I'm surprised about that. I would like to thank Chair Wheeler, Supervisors Lawson and Vega for writing me back about my letters of concern. I'd also like to thank Supervisor Vega for setting up the Coles District Town Hall last week to hear from the constituents. And thanks for staying all night so you can hear all the constituents. And for the record, I did not receive a robocall. The neighborhood concern is about safety. It's not about religion, and it doesn't matter whether this is a mosque, a church, or any other religious institution. It's about the safety and the traffic. We've always said it's been about safety, even at the town hall, and some of us were called anti-Muslim or Islamophobes. Why? Just because we're concerned about the safety. So, I'm directly impacted on this because I live on Lost Creek, so there's only one way in and out. And you have seen a copy of the letters from the police captain Bernard to Scott Meyer and various traffic studies, as well as a local pelt, and they raised concerns about the expansion. And just for everyone's awareness, traffic does not know religion, so this is not a concern about religion. And even when the neighboring property was a church, which is now a mosque, they were not permitted to have a school or a daycare. So we're asking you to put conditions on this request for the mosque expansion, and it be completed in multiple phases, and this is what local pelt also recommended. And each phase needs to be evaluated before the next phase can be worked on, just to make sure that there are no safety issues and all those are addressed. And just to put the size of the expansion in perspective, it's going to be about the same square foot as the building we're in today, the government center. And someone at the mosque said at the town hall that the medical clinic will only be open on weekends, and that should be written down. But today we heard from a lawyer, I think it was a lawyer, that it's going to be open up, every day, 30 to 40 people. So
1 minute remaining.
So basically, whoever that gentleman was lied to you, Supervisor Vega, and lied to everyone who was involved on the phone conference. You know, we're just a small group of a few dozen homes. We can't compete against the mosque or any religious institution. We don't have the money, the numbers. The only thing we can do is rely on the elected officials to make everything, to take everything into consideration and to make a decision. This is not just about safety on Holy Road. Your decision will impact the whole county. If you allow it here, you'll be hard pressed to deny it elsewhere in the county. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next is number 12, James Chang. And I would encourage people 16 through 30 to come inside if you're waiting in your cars in case we don't have people who are on the list. So, but right now we're on number 12, James Chang.
Thank you, Chair. Jim Chirac, Coles District. I'm going to put aside my prepared comments tonight because I want to address some things that I heard tonight and things that happened here tonight. My first comment has to do with some concerns people have expressed about the motivation of those who are speaking in opposition to the expansion. I read those concerns as concerns about safety. I think those people probably support the mosque expansion but want to do it in a safe way. In my mind, the surprise would be if residents didn't express concern. We were told in August of 2019 that this was going to be unsafe. The police we rely on to protect us told us that that the drivers attending the mosque failed to follow their instructions for their own safety and the safety of others, and that they routinely observed them making improper U-turns which contributed to crashes. That's with the police present, and that's the plan that's going forward. Police will be present. So it would be surprising if residents didn't express a concern about their safety issues. The concerns I have with what I heard tonight have to do with information being sprung not only on the board, but also on citizens at the last minute. So, for example, the applicant's counsel referred to slide 18, which supposedly provided the vehicles per day for the school. That's not in the traffic plan that's attached to the staff report that was published. That traffic plan is dated January 27, 2021. That information's not there. If you look back at the earlier plan from July 20, 2020, Table 1 says that 701 cars will be coming in and out because of the school. And the number proposed there is 215 between 7 and 8 a.m. and 279 between 2 and 6 p.m. That's different than slide 18 that was presented today, which is not part of the plan that was provided to the board. In addition, the traffic queuing that was described by the Transportation Department, that's also not in the plan. There's no explanation for how traffic's going to be handled for the 215 cars that drop off in the morning and how it's going to be handled for those that pick up. That was information provided tonight verbally to this board. One of the
1 minute remaining.
One of the board members said that providing this plan now was going the extra mile. I read it differently. I read it as a recognition by the Planning Commission, making it the first condition of their recommendation about the unique hazard presented by this proposed expansion. It's not going the extra mile. It's the bare minimum. And like the board member, I'm concerned about 11 and 25-page documents being presented to the board at the last minute with no opportunity for the citizens to review and comment on or for the board to understand. In any other tribunal, that sort of conduct gets sanctioned. It should be sanctioned here. We should have had an opportunity to look at those materials and be prepared to comment on them tonight. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I know 13 has gone home. Number 14 is Mubaraka Farouk.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, supervisors of the board and citizens. My name is Mubaraka Farouk. My husband is a retired Air Force officer. So is my son. He separated from Air Force 3 years ago. My husband and I, with our 2 boys, moved in this county, in Prince William County, in 1990. In 1991, I joined Muslim Association of Virginia and started teaching Sunday school. I taught that Sunday school for 16 years. After 16 years, I have been running it for the last 14 years. I will say that our Sunday school is on wheels. And it's on wheels because this county does not give us the permit to do the Sunday school in our mosque. And our Sunday school is on wheels, and we do it in Garfield High School 9 months out of a year, and that's every Sunday in 9 months, for 9 months. Every Sunday morning, there are 3 to 4 cars packed up with supplies for the Sunday school. And we have parents, students gathered there to take those supplies to the classrooms. And then every afternoon, those 9 months, and every Sunday in those 9 months, we have the parents and students to come and take that supply and pack those 3-4 cars again. So, and we are not allowed to show the creativity of the students, to display their art, or to do any art in our classrooms. No, because Garfield does not allow us. God forbid if there is something written on the board and my teachers, they erase it and write something for the class. For sure that evening, I will have a long email, and which says, "You are irresponsible, you are ignorant,
One minute remaining.
You have no appreciation for the school." Ladies and gentlemen, this expansion of the masjid, Dar Alnoor, is not a luxury, and it is not a conspiracy of making people move in the neighborhood. It is a necessity, just like any other religious organization wants to educate their children. And whether it is a religious education or secular education, we want to do the same thing. We want to educate our children. Last Tuesday, I heard for 3 hours on the phone people complaining about traffic. In 2001, my husband and I, we moved in Niabisco district. I live across from Alnoor Mosque on Queen Chapel Road. You're talking about traffic. I live it every day. And I live it every day. And we're talking about that out of that Dar Alnoor is the reason for accidents, and Dar Alnoor is the reason for...
Thank you very much. Your time is up.
Okay,
Thank you.
I hope that board approves this expansion. I really appreciate
you.
that they do. Have a good night.
Thank you very much. Next up is number 15, Jake Zagapur.
Madam Chair, respected supervisors, good evening. My name is Jake Jagapur, and I live in Coles District, Manassas. I know you guys are having a very long night, so I'm going to make it really, really short. Approving the expansion is the right thing to do. So I ask you to do the right thing. Approve the expansion. Thank you. Good night.
Thank you very much. Next up is number 16, Marty Noe. If you could give us your name and tell us where you live in the county.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Marty Noe. I live at 14760 Cogan Drive in the Coles Magisterial District. And I'm a member of Potomac Valley Christian Church, which currently meets in the Neabsco District, but will soon be moving to the Potomac District. While I'm not here by any stretch of the imagination to speak on behalf of our church leadership today, the fact that I'm a member of Potomac Valley, I think, is important. I'll share because for me, my relationship with the Dar Alnoor community is part of my faith life. As a Christian, part of the reason that I care so much about this community is because of the diversity that we have in this community and the amazing way in which Dar Alnoor and the Muslim community here in Prince William County has become part of the social fabric of our community. I'll share with you that I was a little hesitant to come here tonight, in part because when I left this building on January 10th of 2019, or excuse me, December 10th of 2019, I imposed a self-imposed one-year moratorium on having opinions. So in a way, I'm sort of glad that it took so long to get this vote here this evening so I could end my fast and come and share with you why I think it's so important that this be approved tonight. You've heard from the county attorney. I know for a fact you've heard this from the county attorney because I heard it so many times every time we considered a zoning for a religious institution, that there are laws that affect whether or not how churches can be approved mosques, and it's called our LUPA, and I'm not going to get into that. You've heard that. And they've probably shared with you that in the last 21 years, which is as long as I've been following this board, there have been about 40 religious institutions that have been approved as part of a zoning process in this county. Only one of those was ever rejected. It was in November of 2010. It was in the Coles Magisterial District, not terribly far from this, when a board that I sat on, under my motion, denied a request for a religious institution. It was called Grace Filipino Church. If I could go back and change one thing about the time I spent on the Board of County Supervisors,
1 minute remaining.
It would be that I would no longer be the guy who made the motion to deny the zoning for a religious institution. If you want to have less crime in your community, if you want to have less violence in your community, if you want less conflict in your community, then approve more churches, approve more mosques, approve more temples, approve more synagogues. And a great way to do that is right here tonight. And I would ask you, as someone who used to sit in your seats and knows how difficult this is, you're in an incredibly difficult position, and I know that because I've been there so many times. But what I would say to you as someone who is very sympathetic to your view is tonight is the night to say to this community that Prince William County truly is people who care, and that we care about having diversity in our community, and we care about growing the religious presence in our community. And if you do me that favor this evening, every one of you will make me, Prince William, proud. Thank you and have a good night.
Thank you very much. Next up is number 17, Asad Chaudhry.
Good evening, Board. My name is Asad Chaudhry. I've been here in this county for 38 years. I've been living in Coles District for 12 years. And I'm a board member of the Alnoor for our last 3 years. And we're trying to make our community safer and a better place. We do our best to do our best job and try to keep our youth out of trouble and make them better people. As far as I'm concerned, there's never been any kind of parking on Horley Road. For the last 12 years, I've been living in the Coles District. And I have never seen an accident that happened during our mosque hours has to do with the mosque. Especially having respected 6 police officers who are actually giving us a service. Despite of that, I mean, I can't even think of having an accident while you have 6 police officers in that zone, and somebody's going to cause accident or just do not follow law. It doesn't make no sense to me, and I just hope that you please approve this expansion. And God bless you, and please make a right decision. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up is number 18, Abdulahad Farouk.
Dear County Board of Supervisors, greetings of peace, salam. My name is Abdulahad Farouk. I'm the Imam at Alnoor. I'm a man of faith. I invite people towards faith. And having faith in God means to acknowledge His creation and the differences created within. That human beings are created on this innate nature of goodness. The goodness that we see in each other is the manifestation of God. Given that they are honorable, they ought to be treated with dignity and respect, regardless of differences in languages, ethnic backgrounds, and religions. For many people in America and throughout the world, religion plays a significant role in their well-being. And as we, as people of God, should be promoting and facilitating people's practice of religion, whatever religion they may practice. Dear County Board, our Alnoor facility today is small. We are lacked for space. Due to the lack of space, it is causing a serious impact on Muslims trying to practice their faith, especially living in Prince William County, and those who are raising their children. Pre-COVID-19, every inch of our facility was utilized in evening classes. We had to turn away kids because we did not have space. If someone came in for a quiet prayer, they wouldn't find a spot because of the classes. As you just heard, our Sunday school is elsewhere. We have to rent out outer spaces in order to accommodate students. And everyone has acknowledged our many services to the community, primarily our food distribution, which sees 200 cars every other week. These are 200 families of Prince William County that we are providing food. And we want to expand. And the demand is there, the need is there, but we need a bigger facility. Now, people have brought in concerns. They have brought in concerns. And we, Darul Noor, have done and gone above and beyond to address those concerns. And we will continue to do those.
1 minute remaining.
Because we are good neighbors. As a person of faith who invites people towards faith, I tell you and everyone else, have faith. Have faith in God's creation. Have faith in us as good neighbors. Good neighbors work with each other. Issues like parking, safety, these are issues which concern every single one of us, and together we will work. So I ask you, have faith and approve this project. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up is number 19, Mohammed Usman. And if I can remind everybody to let us know your name as well as your general area where you live in the county.
Good evening, respected Prince William County Board of Supervisors. My name is Mohammed Usman. I'm a resident of the Neabsco District and also have the honor of serving as a Human Rights Commissioner for Prince William County. I'm also blessed to be living across the street from Darul Noor Islamic Community Center, and I'm here tonight to show my support for approval of the special use permit for Darul Noor Community Center expansion as submitted with no additional conditions. By way of quick background, I spent the majority of my life in Prince William County, from elementary school to high school. Currently have 2 children, also in the county school system, and I also run a small business in Prince William County. I'm a systems engineer by trade. As others have mentioned, it's abundantly clear as to the benefits of Darul Noor that it provides to the community. It's abundantly clear that Darul Noor is an integral part of Prince William County and will continue to be so in the future. What may not be so clear to the greater Prince William County community is that Darul Noor is now way too small. The current size of facilities do not allow for space and services for the size of the community it's trying to serve. This expansion is not about traffic. Everyone keeps on bringing up traffic. There is undue and unnecessary focus on traffic and safety concerns. This is about expanding a religious institution, a place of worship, so it can serve the needs of the community that live here. I live off of Hoadley Road, off of Webster's Way. I drive up and down Hoadley every single day, and I have yet to see a car parked on Hoadley Road. I'm not sure where these facts are coming from, where these concerns are coming from. I have yet to have a traffic issue on Hoadley Road because of anything related to the mosque. So frankly, I'm just disgusted by this scrutiny that's being put on traffic. Why can't we talk about how there's a need for a larger space for folks to worship? Why can't the focus be on expanding our services to the community, which this organization is doing and has been doing for many, many years? So my humble ask of the board, you know what, I'm forgetting one thing. I forgot the operational execution of the town hall last week. Supervisor Vega, I am just disappointed how that was executed. I clicked the button 0 at the start of the meeting. I never got a chance to speak.
1 minute remaining.
Thank you for the reminder. So I never got a chance to speak. So I just want to express my disappointment in the way that whole town hall was executed. I appreciate you holding the town hall, but the execution was horrible, and I'm super disappointed. So I'm going to close my humble ask of the board. Please set aside the politics. Please don't listen to false rhetoric. This is not about politics. We helped get you guys on the board so you can represent us. Unanimously approve the SUP for Darul Noor expansion. Unanimously, I'm saying that again because that's really coming from the heart. That's what I want to see. Please allow our community to flourish and grow. This is not the time for division. We're in a worldwide pandemic. We need to come together, and I can't say how else you guys can support the community and this growth aside from saying yes to the SUP for Darul Noor expansion. Thank you for your time and for serving our community at large. I know it's a thankless job. I'm also on a commission, so thank you for everything you're doing.
Thank you very much. Next, I believe number 20 has gone home, so we're going to skip to number 21, Talaba Hassan.
Honorable Chair Willer, honorable supervisors, good evening, and peace be upon you. I'm Taliba Hassan. I live at 4196 Windflower Court, which is in Dale City, 22193. And I've been a resident homeowner in Prince William County since 1980. At that time, my family, we had to drive all the way into Washington, D.C. to go to religious Friday prayer services. We grew our family up here. We have 2 children who graduated from Garfield High School. It was 12 years later, in the 90s, that we were able to worship here in Prince William County. Dar Alnoor Islamic Community Center opened in its present location in 2007, 14 years ago, on Hoadley Road. And Dar Alnoor is not just a place for spiritual development of Muslims, but we serve the social needs of Muslims and the social needs of our neighborhood.
1 minute remaining.
All right, thank you. We want to expand. We've got the room to expand. And I find it very interesting that at Harris Teeter, there's a new building being built. It's between the bank and Starbucks, all right? It's taking away parking, parking shrinking, more people are coming. Where's the outcry? Where's the outcry for that expansion? So, Harris Teeter Shopping Center supplies the needs of people. Dar Alnoor supplies needs for people. So, supervisors, please say yes to granting an SUP for Dar Alnoor Islamic Community Center. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up is number 22, Umu Fazi. Fazi.
Good evening, dear respected board members. My name is Umar Fezi and I reside at 15006 Cherrydale Drive in the Neabsco District. I have been an educator with Prince William County Schools for the past 15 years. I've seen our American Muslims, first, second, and third generation Muslims in our school system and immigrant students struggle with their Muslim identity. The students want to adhere to their Muslim identity, but they're too afraid to embrace it. They want to appear just like everyone else and fit in. When Muslim students see me at the mosque, they're just so excited. I wish you could see their faces. The next day, the very next day at school, they go like this, "Mr. Fezi, you go to the mosque too? Wow, you pray too? Do you know I'm a Muslim as well?" And that is priceless to me. The reason I'm telling you this story is because I want our Muslim students to know that they can belong to a religious institution. They are still American and they can hold their Muslim identity. At Dar Alnoor, we are focused on our youth. We want to support our youth's religious and educational upbringing. We want to make sure that they grow up to be law-abiding and compassionate citizens. I urge the board to support the expansion without any additional conditions for generations of youth to learn and to be proud of their Muslim identity. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next up is number 23, Humza Raiz.
Good evening, respected board members. My name is Hamza Riaz, and I have been residing off Webster's Way for over 12 years now. My family purchased that home on Webster's Way with the sole purpose in mind, for being close to the community center. I have seen the rapid development on Webster's Way, Hoadley Road, and all of Prince William County. Just for context, in case it wasn't clear already, I drive on Holy Road every day and have yet to see anyone parked on Holy Road unless they are experiencing car issues. So I'm not sure where these random statistics are coming from or facts are coming from. But I'm really disgusted that my own family, my own community can create these lies and spread lies about the expansion. Traffic is not anything new to anyone in the DMV area, and quite honestly, I have yet to see a part of the county where traffic is not an issue. We are living in an industrial society that is expanding and developing day by day. Prime examples of this on Holy Road include the spa, which Sister Thalaba mentioned earlier, in the Harris Teeter Plaza, the townhome development next to the Dollar Tree, and the new shopping center across from Harris Teeter as well. If someone can say that Dar Alnoor is an eyesore, then they really are misguided. What about that spa and that housing community that just got put up right across from Harris Teeter? I'm not going to sit here and repeat the facts on how Dar Alnoor has contributed to the county. By now, we all know these things. But instead, I'm going to talk about my personal experiences and the impact it has made on my personal life and career. The MAV organization has been a second home to me since I was in diapers, and I've made lifelong friends and met some of the most influential mentors in my life at Dar Alnoor. So once again, I urge you to approve the SUP as submitted with no additional conditions. I emphasize no additional conditions. Thank you for your time, and God bless America.
Thank you very much. Next up is number 24, Ashrar Liela.
Hello, good evening. I am Ashraf Leila. I live in 12758 Loch Leven Lane, about 5 to 7 minutes driving away from the mosque. And first of all, I'm going to speak about myself as a person, as a simple person, a regular prayer on daily basis. I go there every morning and every evening, twice a day. And on Fridays, I go there too whenever I am not at school because I'm a teacher. So I've never, ever seen any problem with the traffic. I've been living here for 3.5 years almost. And Dar Alnoor to me and my family and my Muslim neighborhoods is not only a mosque to pray in, but it is a place to learn lots of ethics for our kids. I'm a teacher as well. And speaking about it as a teacher, I am the sponsor of MSA in my school, in Garfield High School, Muslim Student Association. And they really become so happy to coordinate with Dar Alnoor. Dar Alnoor actually gave some help to me in donating for some carpets to the Muslim area in the school. And there is continuous support for even my non-Muslim students in the adult education program, which I work for in the evenings. When I talk to them about going there in Ramadan to take some hot meals, they go to the food distribution. So Dar Alnoor is not only a place for Muslims only, it's for all people of other faiths, and they proved that during the time when they, before and after even the pandemic. So finally, I just want to say that I recommend the expansion. I strongly recommend the expansion of Dar Alnoor because it's going to be a place for so many people of all faiths.
1 minute remaining.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next up is number 25, Rami Awadallah.
Hello, my name is Rami Awadallah. I'm a resident of Prince William County for 9 years now, and I live very close to Dar Alnoor Islamic Center. Over the 9 years, attending some days the 5-time prayers at Dar Alnoor, including Friday prayers, Ramadan night prayers, or even the twice a year big Muslim holidays, Eids, I witnessed that I have never seen any of a severe traffic or horrific congestion, if not
Thank you very much. Next up is number 26, Karam Ramzi. Is Mr. Ramzi here? Okay, that will go on to number 27, Jassim Mahmood.
Good evening, Board of Supervisors. My name is Jassim Mahmood, and I have been a resident of this county for last 9 years or so. I live very close by, within a mile from the mosque itself, and I have never seen anyone parking on the Hoadley Road, main road, never seen in these 9 years. Actually, I use that road a lot. Actually, today I used twice the same road, so I never seen that. So I don't know where that news is coming from. Anyways, my family lives here, my son, my daughter, my wife. I have other family members, extended family members living in this county. Actually, my son is with me. He's the next speaker. And we get a lot of services from the Darul Noor Mosque, especially Girl Scout. My daughter goes to Girl Scout. My son goes to Boy Scout, and I go there very much every day for praying. During Ramadan, we go every evening for praying and so on. And there are so many other services there. So these are essential services, and these needs to be continued. And there is a growing population. These services needs to be expanded. That's the reason for the expansion for the masjid. And there are other additional services that we also support as the mosque members, including the free food distribution, the yearly block party, which is open to every citizen. It's not just specific to the Muslim religion. Anyone can attend those services. So I would strongly urge the board members to approve this expansion. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next up is number 28, Ihsan Mahmood. And I'd like to let anyone know, anyone who's sitting in their cars or who may be outside waiting to come in, we have plenty of space, I've been told, in the atrium to fit the rest of the speakers if they want to come in through number 60. So feel free to come inside and we will handle that. Thank you.
Hello, Board of Supervisors. My name is Ihsan Roshad Mahmood. I'm 15 years old, probably the youngest person who came out here to speak, and I came to speak on behalf of the youth. I live with my dad, so I live within 1 mile from here, and I can testify to that I've never seen someone park on Hoadley Road. As my dad said, we pass through there all the time, and one of the reasons why is because I go to the mosque often because they provide a lot of services for the youth. And just like my dad said, the Girl Scouts, Boy Scouts, I'm currently a Boy Scout. I'm a Life Scout, which means I'm on the second to last step. All I need is my Eagle project, and then I'll be an Eagle Scout. I also attended Quran classes there and the Sunday school, which has shaped me into the young man I am today. So please, on behalf of the youth, please, please approve the expansion of the masjid. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next is number 29, Shah Mahmood Yusuf. Shah Mahmood Yusuf. Okay. Skipping over number 29, we'll go on to number 30, Mohammed Amjad. Okay. Say what? Who is? No, he switched places. He'll switch places with somebody. Oh, okay. He switched places with number 41. For right now, we'll skip over number 29 and number 30. If they show up, that's fine. Number 31 would be Farid Ahmed. Number 32, Alawad Kam. 33, okay. The microphone's right in the back. See the pink microphone? Thank you. No worries. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for the opportunity that gave it to me. I'm here to support Dar Alnoor, since Dar Alnoor is
Could you tell me your name?
My
please?
name is Sayed Hashimi, and I am the resident of Prince William County since 1999, as well as I have a business in this county. And this is very nice county. I moved from California. I lived in California for a while, but I love this county, as well as Dar Alnoor, like my second home. I have 3 boys that they are educated, and they are going to VCU, to Richmond, but they learn the respect from Dar Alnoor, and they are very good kids. Without 2-3 months, I'm gonna have a grandchild. So I wish my grandchild go to Dar Alnoor. That's why I'm here to support this project, because this center teach our kids, the manner, the respect. So I'm highly recommend the board to please approve the project. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. If you want to handle it that way, that's fine. Okay, so I'll just say next speaker, and I will let the people in the atrium handle that. Is this gentleman our next speaker?
36, yes, ma'am.
Okay, just make sure you tell us your name, and generally where you, right there, pink microphone. Thank you.
Hello, good evening, dear Board of County Supervisors. My name is Mohammed Aslam, and I am proud to be a resident of Prince William County for over 30 years, and also a founding member of Dar Alnoor. For me, Dar Alnoor is not just a facility where I go to worship, but a guiding light for all, especially our youth, to be lawful and respectful citizens. Most importantly, Dar Alnoor has extended its services to all the residents in our county, irrespective of their religious beliefs, for the sake of peace and harmony in Prince William County. I have witnessed our community has grown tremendously over the years, but Dar Alnoor facility is overwhelmed now. We need a larger facility to meet the growth and continue to support our community, among many other reasons. To keep it brief, this is why I ask you to unanimously approve the SUP for Dar Alnoor expansion without any delay. Let Dar Alnoor continue to be a house of light for our community. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Good evening. My name is Keith Francis, and I live in the magisterial district of Woodbridge. And Ms. Franklin is my representative. If you didn't know, in Arabic, Dar al-Noor means house of light, and I would dare to say that it is a fact and not conjecture that this community is a beacon of light in Prince William County. Traffic and safety is a mutual concern. I surely don't want to get in an accident. And you've heard from VDOT, you've heard from the police, you've heard from the community center, and the concerns will be mitigated and continuously monitored and reevaluated annually in order to reduce risk and the concerns of the citizens. The programs of the community center benefit the homeless of Prince William County, as well as food drives, blood drives, and interfaith outreach. Did you know that there was a program where books are sent to incarcerated citizens nationwide? I can vividly recall many of you on this board attending Dar al-Noor when you were seeking votes to sit precisely where you are now. You have benefited from the existence and the service of this center. This expansion will increase the bandwidth and capabilities of this community center in Prince William County, and residents are the direct beneficiaries. To deny the special use permit, in my opinion, would be nothing short of discrimination. The community center has gone above and beyond county requirements earnestly and in good faith. With all requirements exceeded, how can there be an outcome other than a unanimous vote, other than personal bias and discrimination? Must I remind you of your responsibilities? The community center in Manassas won a landmark discrimination lawsuit. Have we not learned from this? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please. Oh, I'll let her clean that off.
Good evening. I'll take it just a second for everyone to take a deep breath because you guys have been watching us for hours. My name is Ali Langston. I'm a resident of Woodbridge. Kenny's my representative. I live right across the street, Reach Prospect. So walking distance, I went home, watched it on my phone, and came back. So here I am. What I wanted to say is, number one is, I'm a proud member of Dar al-Noor, a proud Muslim, a proud black man, and a proud member of the broader community. First and foremost, as Brother Keith has mentioned, Dar al-Noor continues to be a shining light, a beacon of light for the community. And I think this is something that we continue to resonate as far as our members and the like. I personally run a nonprofit in Woodbridge, working with the local homeless. We're called Mercy to Mankind. And so Dar al-Noor continues to be a mercy to the community as well. And I'm just a reflection of that, right? My efforts is a component, supplement of what the community is already doing week by week with my work with Hugs and the 25th Project. We work hand in hand with the homeless. So this is something I wanted to convey. Thirdly, please support the expansion. Traffic and congestion is a mutual problem for all of us. Everyone who's on this panel, when they were running for office, were having points of how they're going to solve traffic in Prince William County. And each of you had a plan of attack. Dar al-Noor is not going to solve your problem today. Dar al-Noor can't solve everyone's problems here, right? So let's focus on that and let you guys' efforts drive home the broader county issues, correct? Lastly, but not least, I welcome all our neighbors who had concerns about the expansion to the community. We're always an open door policy for everyone to come and learn more about Islam and also the community as a whole. And we hopefully they can benefit from our services. And we pray that you guys, in your hearts, you're expanding as well, and you can support our expansion. Thank you. Have a good night. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Madam Chair, respected members of the board, my name is Raheel Sheikh. Sorry I was not available at my number. I had to switch with my friend Sam. He had to leave early. I came here to show my support for Dar al-Noor's expansion. When someone mentioned earlier, one of my neighbors mentioned that someone was questioning the motive behind traffic, they were talking about me. I was questioning their motive behind traffic. I live on Horley Road. Besides several projects where I volunteer, one of my volunteer effort is as the HOA president next door to Dar al-Noor. And you saw 3 individuals out of 47 home HOA showing concern about traffic. I have 2 teenage children who drive on Horley Road. We don't see this traffic. We have seen Dar Noor managing traffic very well with the police department, and which surprised me, that experience, unfortunately, those three neighbors had. It's just unfortunate. I'm not sure where their concern came from. That's why I questioned it. What is the motive? Because I heard the same motive in 2017 when I stood right there and talked about Adams Mosque in Gainesville, where we had the same questions. Traffic, safety, traffic, safety. Seriously, this traffic and safety is that important? Let's go ahead and start building more roads then. Let's stay focused on our community. I have lived in this county for over 20 years, and I have seen county change. We embrace our diversity. If you notice the individuals who came and spoke for the mosque today, they look all like what county looks like. Black, brown, people with accent like myself, immigrant community, individual Caucasian, every single one. And the individuals who were against the mosque, they all looked alike. That's why I question that motive. I stand here and ask you, you are elected, each one of you is elected by your constituents to represent everyone.
1 minute remaining.
You took an oath to protect the Constitution, to protect our religious rights. I urge you and I encourage you to live up to that oath. Make a unanimous decision and pass this resolution, pass this SUP for Dar Noor without any deferral and without any additional conditions. Thank you so much for everything you do. I really have utmost respect for all of you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Madam Chair, members of the board, my name is Sig Obeldobel. I am a member, live in the Occoquan district. I've been there for nearly 30 years. I want to say, first of all, I've been a guest at Dar Alnoor. The people are very warm, very friendly, and I enjoyed my time there. But really, that's not the point of what we're talking about tonight. And what's not also the point is that this is a mosque or a church or a housing development. This all comes down to, this is a land use case. And I had some concerns. I wrote each and every one of you. Thank you to the ones that replied. I heard a lot of things tonight that assuaged a lot of my concerns, but there are a couple things I'm still concerned about. I'm glad that the parking has been expanded, but I worry about the runoff and where that all goes. Is that going to go into the neighboring properties? Has that been addressed at all? The traffic light, I think that's a necessity, and I really think we should not move forward until we've identified the funds for that, obligated and committed those. It was mentioned earlier that it's going to be really hard to enforce the agreement with the parking and keeping attendees out of the neighborhood. So I think that's an issue as well. And my last concern is with a facility of this size. The potential exists. I don't know if that's plans or not, but special events, regional events, speakers, things like that, that might draw people from outside the immediate area. And I worry about what that would do to the Parkway and 234 because those feed into Hoadley. So those are all concerns I have, regardless of how I look. And so I hope you take those into consideration when you make your decision. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Assalamu alaikum. Peace be upon you all. Good evening, respected board members and respected attendees. My name is Amgad Ismail, and I am a Dar Alnoor member and a member of Voice as well. No one can deny that the immensely supportive role that Dar al-Noor plays in our community, such as supporting homeless shelter, feeding families in need, especially during this pandemic, making facial masks and donating to the hospitals. That is why I support Dar al-Noor's expansion. I have heard from the respected opponents of Dar al-Noor expansions that they have two main concerns. First one, the facility size, height, and money rate, the steeple. I can assure that there will not be a negative impact of the environment or visibility or the infrastructure because the American building codes. These items and more are taken into consideration in its standards and regulations. Every building must comply with these codes to obtain the permit. Dar al-Noor has had a minaret since its establishment and has never been used for the call to worship. It is just a part of the mosque architectural character. Safety and traffic is the second concern. The expansion of Dar al-Noor is the solution of the traffic issues. It will allow Dar al-Noors to reduce Friday congregational prayers from 3 or 4 down to 2, which will, in return, reduce the revised problem to almost 50%. Perceived problem by almost 50%.
1 minute remaining.
Thank you for reminding me. Increasing the parking lot area will improve the car flow into Dar al-Noor, reducing the traffic jam on Hoadley Road. Additionally, it will resolve the eliminate neighborhood parking and pedestrian and walking, resulting in improved car flow on Hoadley Road. I've been living in this area for almost 5 years. Half of this time, it was just across the street from Dar al-Noor, and right now, I live just 3 miles also of Dar al-Noor in Coles District, and I have never seen any car accident, and I have never also seen any cars parking in Hoadley Road. So please vote for the expansion of Dar al-Noor. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you so much, and good evening for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Good evening to the Board of County Supervisors and to the attendees of tonight's meeting, both in person and virtual. My name is Asir Ahmed, and I've been a lifelong resident of Prince William County for over 25 years, and I'm from Woodbridge. I'm here to talk on behalf of not only Dar al-Noor, but as your fellow neighbor from the community. Dar al-Noor is not just a mosque where people go in and out to pray. It's a community center that is dedicated to serve people of all faiths and creeds. The COVID-19 pandemic has exposed some of the most severe societal and economic cracks, not only throughout the nation, but locally here within the county. Throughout the pandemic, while many of our neighbors struggled to put food on the table, Dar al-Noor rose to the occasion by continuously providing food, supplies, and services to the most vulnerable members of our community. We've partnered with many local churches, charities, and organizations, and we are grateful for all of the support. And most of all, we're also grateful to all of our men and women in uniform that have risked their lives facilitating traffic, and we're grateful for all the dedicated professional volunteers that have facilitated this traffic. I've heard many things tonight, many accusations of parked cars on Hoadley Road. I've been running on Hoadley Road for many years now. I'm yet to see a parked car on Hoadley, the purpose of this expansion will only help us better serve the entire community, not hinder it. It will provide better infrastructure to facilitate the flow of traffic on Hoadley Road, not block it. And as I mentioned earlier, I've lived in Northern Virginia all my life, so traffic is certainly not a stranger to me. To the members of our community that are in opposition to the expansion, as your fellow neighbor, I want you to know that I hear you, I understand you, and I want to work with you in an effort that mutually benefits all of us. I want you to know that by expanding this community center, it will provide a much more efficient and effective way to accommodate entry into and exit out of the mosque. Once again, I'd like to thank the Board of County Supervisors for allowing me to share my support, and I yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker, please.
Thank you. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Good evening, dear respected board members. So in 1990, I moved here at Prince William
Could you give us
County.
your name and generally where you live?
I'm sorry.
No worries.
Okay. My name is Ruxana Amin. So in 1990, I moved here at Prince William County from the city of Alexandria. And ever since then, I've been living here. I built my home when the Dar al-Noor land was purchased, so the mosque wasn't even existed, because we wanted to live in the community where there is a sense of other people, Muslims around as well. And I also served here many years in the county in Infrastructure Management Division of Office of Information Technology. So I just wanted to say a little bit about Dar al-Noor. The mosque is not just where we go and pray. It's actually serve the community, where we get together, we have many events where we laugh, we make friends, we eat, we have so many sports, a bazaar. You have probably attended some of them in the block party. So this is not just, we just attend their 5 prayers. It's just sense of community. I wanted to mention that how smaller it's getting for us, because even we live in a home, we always move on to a bigger home, right? We grow out of our family. Simply Dar al-Noor, we are just growing out of it. We just need a little bit more space to breathe and do our things, just like a normal people, live their life or go in somewhere. And we have seen many churches that are huge. And if you look at the church on the Neabsco Road, front of the community college, that is a tight space. And every time I see that church, I get confused myself. Is this a shopping center or is this a church? And it's sitting empty. I mean, they're probably still working on it. But our Dar al-Noor Mosque, we're a very diverse community. We have so many events.
1 minute remaining.
Thank you. We have so many events that is also not only for the Muslim, for other people as well. I also wanted to mention that there is no traffic I have never seen on the Woodley Road. And we want to thank all the police that are supporting us on Friday prayer, Prince William County Police. They are doing a wonderful job supporting us. And so I just want to simply request the Board of Supervisors, please pass this proposal for the expansion of the Dar al-Noor. We just need a bigger place, a little bit bigger than what we have right now. It's getting very small, so that's all we wanted to say. Thank you so much for your time and for this hearing. Thank you all. Good night.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker, please.
Hello, good evening, board. My name is George Lewandowski, and I'm a Coles District resident. In fact, my residence is so close to the mosque that I can see it out my living room window. So just to give you some perspective. I find it interesting that tonight I've been listening to all the speakers since 7:30, and I've had to change my ideas and prepared comments for this evening based on the fact that some of the speakers voiced my opinion for me. And I had agreed with comments from people from both sides of the subject. But I'm here to voice my objection to the expansion of the mosque and the services. I just feel like it's going to bring more people into my neighborhood. And when I say my neighborhood, I mean literally out my front door. This is my front door, my front yard that I'm looking at. I deal with the traffic every day up and down Holy Road as well. Are there accidents there? Yes. I was in an accident 20 yards from my house on the intersection of Webster's Way and Holy Road. Someone rear-ended me because they came speeding down the road and couldn't wait for me to wait for the traffic on Holy Road. Are there cars parked on Holy Road? No, not anymore. But when I first moved here in 2011, I did see cars parked on Holy Road back then. The police officers managing the traffic have taken care of that. They've also taken care of the issues of people parking in front of my driveway and down our street. So I'm very appreciative for their presence there. And I bought my house 9 years ago, knowing that there was a mosque down the road and expecting the flow of traffic there, but I don't agree to expanding that. Again, I just want to voice my objection to any expansion. I love our neighbors there. I just don't want people coming from all over Northern Virginia. Generally with any type of church, you have a neighborhood that attends that local church. You don't have people coming from 20, 30 miles away and flooding your neighborhood and creating traffic jams. And honestly, I don't want to even get into the whole issue of traffic jams because I think that has been beat to death. The idea is people coming into our neighborhood from all over and creating a situation where we don't have our peace and quiet. And that's really what my topic is about, is having the peace and quiet when I come home.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Next speaker, please.
Hi, assalamu alaikum, everyone. Peace be upon you. My name is Anika Rahman, and I live in Woodbridge District. First and foremost, I want to thank all of you for your time today. I'm just going to take a time to break down and simplify a matter I believe is already very simple. Darul Noor on Friday afternoons already have 3 different prayer times to accommodate the high amount of people coming in and to accommodate the rush of traffic. Doesn't it make more sense to increase parking space and congregation space to alleviate the traffic issues? Right now, for parking space, people have to roam around the perimeter of the mosque until they find an open space because there isn't enough space. So I feel like it's almost as if we're concerned about the same issues, but we're not agreeing on the solution when it's the best solution for all of us. We also are concerned about traffic. We sit in traffic. And this is a pre-COVID reality. People in our mosque have to pray on the lawn at all weather conditions because there's no space inside. And imagine what this could look like for us after COVID crisis. We want to have social distancing. Now more than ever, it's not a want or a desire. It's a need and a necessity. So I ask you, for the public safety of all of us, to support this. And I hear our neighbors complaining about residential parking. We are asking for this to alleviate that and to prevent that. And also, I'm stunned to hear anybody on Holy Road can park. 1, it's dangerous for ourselves, but 2, there's police around. So it makes it very difficult to even accomplish that kind of mission. And for any of those who disagree, don't want to believe this, I invite you to come to Darul Noor Mosque. This is a regular matter, and we're concerned about it as much as you are. And I just want to remind you all that Darul Noor supports and sustains thousands of families, now more than ever during the pandemic. So remind yourselves of the benefits and the need of this mosque instead of fabricating issues. I hope you will unanimously support and approve the SUP for Darul Noor without deferral and no change or additional conditions. Thank you so much. Good night.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Good evening. My name is Misty Neck. I am the Valley View president of the Valley View Homeowners Association. And tonight, you're voting on whether to approve the permit as is. My neighborhood is not against the mosque, and growth is always good. We appreciate the positiveness they bring to the community. I read through the special permit and am thankful they took in consideration to some of the concerns regarding their sign, lights, and the timing of their building of the parking. Since our concern is safety and the increase of traffic without the appropriate infrastructure on Hoadley Road, we ask the board to ask the applicant to address these concerns and to possibly have them to reassess the number of parking spaces and address the true impact on Hoadley Road to make this a positive experience for everyone, not just their members. Their lawyer said, and forgive me if that was not her title, that it will not grow quickly, but several members today have said that they want to grow, but they cannot. So we want to be sure to get this right, as they will be expanding. Regarding their capacity in their documentation, it is mentioned building capacity existing 742 occupancy load, proposed use number of prayer mats. So what is that to actual occupancy load? The maximum capacity / allowable prayer mats, this in their documentation, max of 1,782 mats. Does this include women and children in this capacity? Is this 1,782 number tied to the county required number of parking spaces? Vehicle trips per day. There are pictures on the internet of very long lines on Hoadley Road during this time of waiting during dismissal of services. If an organization is going from 1,761
1 minute remaining
to 4,500 and 6,200, it will increase exponentially. As many people have said on other county projects, and you guys have seen me on many different projects, not just on this one, any proposed increase of cars does increase and has a significant impact. The presentation made it sound like traffic is hardly an issue. However, those that are driving, this is not the reality. If you put more people being able to attend at the same time, this will impact the amount of traffic all at one time. And I do want to say for the record that I am so discouraged by seemingly their congregation has been told to call people like me in my neighborhood that we're liars. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, respected members of the board. My name is Maher Arsel. I'm from the Neabsco District. I'm part of your local Prince William County 2A, and I'm leader of the 2A coalition at Chesterfield, Virginia. So what I want to do today is I want to find some common ground, middle ground, that why people that are from Alnoor and other communities, why do they feel that they're discriminated? Well, I'll tell you my experience. Growing up, I've been called a terrorist. I've been asked if I have a bomb on me. My best friend, he has a scar that goes from right here all the way here, barely missing his eye, that he got in school. My sister, kids pulled her hijab in school, and she used to come home crying. So these issues exist. But I'm not also saying that the legit concerns that are there about traffic, if you have those concerns, that does not make you racist. So let's issue those concerns here. This is where I got from the Alnoor website. The proposed expansion to 1,782 prayer rugs will accommodate the current congregation to worship within the facility without adding additional prayer services and allow for future growth of the congregation. The county requirements for any religious organization for every three, I don't know how to say this word, congregants, the facility must provide one parking spot. Dar Noor, after the expansion, will be way above this threshold. The Dar Noor will exceed the county's parking requirements by 187 spaces to better accommodate the surrounding community and will increase the overall parking spaces to 780 in the first phase of expansion. The proposed expansion allows the mosque to have additional parking on site, which should reduce, if not completely avoid, parking situation in the neighborhood streets. And with all due respect to lovely Ms. Vega, the information that was on the Coles
1 minute
District
remaining.
was not correct. I'm a volunteer at Dar Noor. I personally work with the police, and that's also helping out with the traffic. And I have firsthand experience. I think some folks that saw cars park on the Holy Road, that happens only 2 times a year, and that was a designated lane just to enter the traffic because there were not enough parking spots, and we have to actually stand in rain or sun just to pray. You know, it's very inconvenient, and the sun burning your skin while you're there for an hour, it's not fun. So this is something that's going to issue the overwhelming need for the local Muslim community, where the population is growing. But at the same time, let's work together. I think these reasons are not for rejection, but more like discussion. Thank you for your time, and I hope you have a good night.
Thank you very much. Next speaker.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Bill Billard. I live in the Manassas area. I'm here to talk about 2 issues. One, I didn't get a chance to speak earlier, and that's the Rural Crescent, and the other big topic is the Alnoor Mosque expansion. With the Rural Crescent, it's come to my attention that there is a development going on.
Mr. Billard, this is a public hearing for the Dar Alnoor Mosque. I hate
Well, okay.
Okay.
Well, you'll just get an email from me sometime
That'd
soon.
be fine, or next week.
Great,
Okay.
wonderful. Well, it's come to my attention that local Muslims want to expand on their place of worship. Well, I'm very, very much concerned about that because it's their land and their property, and I don't believe they should be asking the government's permission to expand on their property, because this is America. And in America, we have the First Amendment, and they have their freedom to do what they want on their land and their property. So I know the traffic concern is a valid concern, but they have proved to the community that they're willing to address and help with the issue by paying out of pocket local off-duty police officers to assist in that issue, and that says a lot. And they've done also a lot of a good community, especially with some of us in our 2A group. They were willing to accept donations for the food that we raised to distribute for their food bank. So that shows a lot of positivity that the Alnoor community is doing for everyone in Prince William County. So please vote unanimously to expand the mosque. They've done it. We've had lots of veterans here. I mean, they've paid the price, not just for the community, but for our country. And I think they very well much, deserve to, have their place of worship to be expanded. So, they're very, very good people. I know them all very well personally. We have a lot in common. I'm a Christian man. There's a lot more in common that, I have with these people. I don't think a lot of people know that, believe that, Jesus was born of a virgin, that Jesus is the Christ, that he ascended into heaven, that he performed miracles. So, a lot of people need to do research on that, but hey, I'm a, religious studies major, so I don't want to go on to that. But please, like I said.
1 minute remaining.
Yes, ma'am. But please, like I said earlier, support this community. They're very good people, and I hope you all vote unanimously, and as you go forward with this expansion, to work on the concern of the traffic issue as well. So thank you. God bless you all, and be safe.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Madam Chair. This is the last speaker from the atrium.
Okay, thank you. We can then go on to remote public hearing time. But we'll finish up with our two speakers. Next.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. For people that don't know what that means in the name of God I start. So this has been a blessed evening for all of us to be able to come here and
Can you
speak.
introduce yourself?
I'm sorry. My name is Asha Sheikh, and I'm from the Coles District. I've heard many things from our neighbors. I say neighbors because not only am I a congregant of Darul Noor, but I live 2 streets down. And I have questions for those neighbors that my kids play with. I, go to their house for tea, coffee, see them, say hello to them. Do they not think safety in traffic and the safety concerns of our children or other members, even our neighbors, is a concern of ours at Darul Noor? I ask this because for 2 years, we've been meeting with civics associations, HOAs, members of our community, all of you, to mitigate all their concerns. We have 6 police officers that are out there every Friday for our special prayers and for our special events for that reason. Because we are concerned and we are caring neighbors and we live there. We want the same. We want to live in a safe community. I'm sorry to that neighbor that wants, he's tired of the noise. I don't know what noise he's hearing, but I would like to apologize to him if it's from the mosque. I would love for him to come and break bread with us. We've offered this to all of you as well. That is what we do at Darul Noor. We work with the community. I had so many things written, but after hearing everything, I don't know what else to say. I don't want to call people bigots or racists. They're my neighbors. I don't want to live in a community that has that. And I hope and I pray in their hearts they are not. And I know my congregation will do the same for them, because that's what we do. Our community represents Prince William County. We are just asking our constitutional right.
1 minute remaining.
To pray, to live in this county, and to give back to our neighbors in a safe way. We have done everything to even giving money, offering money to pay for this traffic light. No other religious organization has had to go through the hoops we have to go through. But we are going to continue to do that. Because yes, the Muslims are here, and we're here to stay. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And with that, we have our last speaker in person.
Madam Chair, respected board members, my name is Rafiuddin Ahmed, and I'm the president of Muslim Association Virginia, Darul Noor Community Center. So we heard many speakers today talk about parking, talk about parking on Hoadley Road, traffic. Traffic is an issue. It is an issue all over our county, no matter where we drive. I remember when Prince William Parkway was first built, and look at it now. I mean, if I take from 95, if I take Prince William Parkway, before I get to my home, I could be on Parkway for 35 minutes. So this is a price we pay for living in the society we live in. One aspect that I want to touch on is that in 2019, when we went in front of the Planning and Zoning Commission, and when the vote was in our favor, some of the same neighbors that are here were to testify against us came to me and said, "Congratulations." And my reply to them, there's no winning or losing here. We're neighbors. I want to be able to work with you. We need to find solution for the problems that you guys are having. We invited them to our mosque. We've had many wonderful conversations. We broke bread together, and we listened to them. And one of their complaints was our members parking on Lost Creek Road. So what do? We hired a security company to be placed on Lost Creek Road on every Friday, which we paid for. And we made sure there was no cars parked there. And then they were talking about reversing the flow of the traffic. So we set up a meeting with Captain Carr. He listened to them. He went to VDOT and came back and said, no, that's not doable. And we were going to go and talk to VDOT about the traffic light. However, at that point, they stopped meeting with us, and they started campaigning against us. The same people who were here today. And you will hear that we do not want to deal with our neighbors. The reality is that we are the neighbors. We want to make sure our neighbors are not inconvenienced because of us. And I tell you right now, I will always be willing to meet with them and talk to them. And if they have any legitimate concerns, I will address them. And this is a promise that I make to you and to my neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we do have one more speaker out in the atrium who has joined us.
I wanted to be the first one to say good morning to you. We're almost there. Respected supervisors, my name is Mirza Beg. I am from the Potomac District, and I traveled 12 miles to get to Darul Noor. I passed by at least 2 different mosques to get to Darul Noor, but the reason why I go there is because of their mission statement, which says serving the Creator by serving His creation. And I have seen that first-handedly by being on the board of Darul Noor and serving for the community. We provided for the community in the height of COVID-19, 15,000 meals. We were the founding members of Food for Shelter in the Prince William County, alongside with ACTS. We've done so many great things for the homeless. We invite our neighbors to break bread with us. We do open houses. And I'm not going to sugarcoat and say we don't have parking issues. We do have parking issues, but that only happens on a Friday. And we're trying to mitigate that with this expansion. Believe me, if you say no to this vote today, you're saying that you're not addressing these problems properly. You're not addressing the opposition issues. You are not addressing our issues. We're not bringing in more members. We're not bringing in 1,000 more people in. These are our current congregation that we're trying to support. And we're trying to mitigate all the traffic issues by providing well over the county threshold in terms of parking. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And it is good morning, but that was a nice even 2 hours. And now we'll go into our remote public hearing time. I see that our vice chair is back to handle the next. There is fresh ice and sodas. Okay, so I might get up after 2 hours.
Thank you.
Christian, are you there?
Good morning, Madam Chair. I am in fact here.
I assume you have some people left to speak to us who have waited?
Yes, ma'am. We have approximately 48 people in queue.
Okay. Well, then I'll turn it over to Supervisor or Vice Chair Bailey for a moment. And when she gets tired, she's welcome to throw it back if she wants.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for your graciousness. Christian, let's get going.
Yes, ma'am. Your first speaker is Teresa Mims.
Thank you.
Well, good morning. Teresa Mims from the Potomac District. Okay, some things were brought up. One thing I want to bring up is, yes, Christian churches that request to be built have dealt with challenges and have had to fight to have them approved. And the parking and the traffic is an issue on Hoadley. And it's sad that these neighbors that are speaking up and saying these are an issue are being accused of not being truthful. And the Constitution is important, but I see it constantly ignored and to use to the benefit of people who want to push the rest aside. I see this constantly. And yes, this will be approved because it will definitely be a party line vote, because I expect nothing more from the Democrats, because they don't go against each other. It's not going against, it's doing what's right. And this expansion does impact the surrounding area. And Christians overseas are discriminated against. So I don't know, it bothers me when I keep hearing, well, I'm discriminated against. This happens throughout our country, and you're not being discriminated against. Okay, people want to talk about speaking of unity from Joe Biden. Well, that's a lie. His loyalty is to China and destruction. And like I said, I'm tired of hearing about the race card. And I'm also very tired of hearing our supervisors that are Republican being insulted constantly. Especially, it's disgusting. It's not right. And I like the way these people are coming and speaking so high and innocent when they're the very ones that come to the county meetings and scream at Supervisor Vega or any other Republican. And then
1 minute remaining.
It's just disgusting. And then they promote Black Lives Matter, which is a terrorist group. It is not anything about Black lives. The homeowners against this mosque have been insulted for their input, and I think that's sad. And as far as the virus that's going on, it is a bioweapon. It is a pandemic. And if only people would do their research, but they're not going to do that because it doesn't fit their lives. And you know, they talk about being proud of being a Muslim. Well, I'm seeing every day that American identity is being erased. Okay, I come from Mexican, I come from French, I come from everything. Well, you know what? Whatever that is, that's great. I'm glad they're
Your
part
time
of
is
me,
up, Ms. Mims.
but I'm
Thank
an
you.
American.
Thank you, Ms. Mims. Next speaker, please.
Your next speaker is Melissa Ridge.
Good morning. My name is Melissa Ridge, and I'm a resident of the Occoquan District. In following the conversations surrounding the expansion of Dar Alnoor, the majority of the opposition appears to be about traffic. Pre-COVID, I drove past the mosque at least twice a day, and on the rare occasion I did get caught in the traffic, I never waited any longer than I do at the light at Hoadley and Dale Boulevard. Most of the folks complaining about traffic and parking seem to be willfully ignoring that the expansion plans include parking. I'm going to suggest that if those individuals worried about traffic didn't put the same energy into complaining about the traffic generated by Christian megachurches, the issue with the expansion has nothing to do with traffic. The mosque is part of our community. Members are our neighbors. They aren't a faceless them. Since the beginning of the pandemic, members have been gathering at the mosque to distribute food. They have given more back than many of the churches the detractors attend. This expansion includes desperately needed increased parking, which nullifies the argument about traffic. It includes a free medical clinic that will welcome anyone. It will allow members more space for the programs that are already in place. Our biggest strength in Prince William County is our diversity. I urge you to approve this very much needed expansion. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ridge. Next speaker, please.
Your next speaker, excuse me. Your next speaker is Angela Hens.
Hello, my name is Angela and I'm an Occoquan District resident. I'm speaking today in support of the expansion proposed for Dar Alnoor. Up until a few months ago, I had lived in the Coles District for over 20 years. Before the pandemic, I would drive on Hoadley Road on a daily basis going to and from work or when visiting my now ex. Never once have I been inconvenienced by the traffic produced from services at the mosque. On a Facebook group, one gentleman stated he waited a total of 5 minutes. Not 15, not 50, 5 minutes while police stopped traffic. I've been stopped for 15 to 30 minutes trying to make the left turn from Hoadley onto 234 because of traffic from Colgan High School. No one seemed to care about the traffic issues putting a high school across from a firehouse would cause. Most people are smart enough not to mention religion, especially specifically when it comes to their opposition to this project. But then you have a lady during the town hall say she opposed the expansion because it would cause more of them to move into surrounding neighborhoods. They hide their Islamophobia by saying they oppose it because of traffic, but they keep raising the same issues over and over, even after being told that the expansion specifically addresses those issues, even after county staff do a presentation specifically addressing those exact issues, something that for some reason Supervisors Lawson and Canlin were particularly angry about. They complain about parking, overlooking the fact that the expansion includes a bigger parking lot that exceeds the county requirements. They're willing to pay for their fair share for a traffic light as well. Since the mosque only has services on Fridays during the afternoon, they shouldn't be expected to pay the full amount when the surrounding neighborhoods would be benefiting from the light also. Despite what the surrounding neighborhoods may think, the mosque is only responsible for 6% of the traffic. Misinformation has been spread in a desperate attempt to get this project denied. People have been led to believe that the minarets will have a speaker to do a call to prayer, which is completely untrue, but for some reason there are certain people who take issue with this. They want their peace and quiet, but I've never heard a person complain about a church bell or increased traffic around Easter and Christmas. One lady during the town hall complained about the height of the minaret, which I guess could be understandable, but when she was told that the minaret would be the same height as the steeple of a nearby church, she was still unhappy and said it was too high. Another lady on Facebook was upset that they would be selling proper Muslim books and clothing. By her own admission, she didn't read that anywhere. She just used her imagination and made it up. All of those complaints wouldn't be made if this were a Christian church. We wouldn't be here past midnight if this were a Christian church. The mosque has always tried their best to be a good neighbor and have welcomed everyone, regardless of their religion or politics. The mosque has done everything that they could to make this expansion agreeable. The attorney for the applicant stated tonight that they have been asked to do things that were unusual for a house of worship. And for the record, this isn't a tribunal. This is a public hearing. Please vote yes for the Dar Alnoor expansion.
Thank you, Ms. Hens. Next speaker, please.
Your next speaker is Afra Ahmad.
Can you, sorry, I was getting unmuted. Can you hear me?
We can hear you now.
Okay. Good evening, Board of County Supervisors and residents of the wonderful Prince William County President. My name is Dr. Afra Saeed, and I live on Quaid Lane, speaking in full support of the mosque expansion. My goal is to describe how the mosque promotes a cycle of citizenship, community, and giving back, as well as counter the arguments being made against the mosque regarding traffic. I'm a true local, born at Potomac Hospital in '86, attended Valley Elementary, Godwin Middle, Garfield High School, and obtained my bachelor's, master's, and PhD degrees all from George Mason University and a Fulbright Fellow. I'm currently a master's program director at Mason, supporting students from all backgrounds in making their educational dreams come true. My research fellowship specializes in understanding and promoting diversity, equity, and inclusion in the workplace. I'm also a wife and a mother, raising our 2 children, ages 4 and 12 in this community. Our youngest attends virtual Sunday school, and our oldest participates in Dar Alnoor Sunday school, summer camps, and Boy Scout. I use my time by volunteering multiple initiatives in my field, in my children's school, as well as Dar Alnoor, including the Anti-Racist Task Force. I am honored to be standing before you as one of the examples of the thriving individual that's a product made possible by Dar Alnoor Mosque. You see, my mother, Nargis Saeed, was one of the founding members of the mosque, and I recall prayers being held in our home basement, then moving to Dale City Recreation Center and purchasing our first location and fundraising to break grounds on the road. Because of this community space, my success story was possible. Because of Sister Talba providing a pathway for higher education, this was possible. This masjid provides religious, educational, social support. As a community member, I appreciate the traffic concerns shared by community members, but based on the facts in today's presentations by all parties involved, these have been thought through and thoroughly investigated with the safety of our attendees and community members in mind. Darl Noor is continuously committed to this goal and reminds us congregants each Friday, each event, to adhere and be law-abiding citizens, listen to the police officer, follow directions, and encourages participating in what's right for our community. And making sure that we are conducting our traffic impact analysis, developing off-site parking arrangements at the community complex center, and contributing to the traffic light are all examples of it. The expansion is part of
1
the
minute
solution to these
remaining.
challenges that we're facing. Quite frankly, some of the concerns are exacerbated. As a consistent attendee at the mosque and volunteer, I actually wish our mosque was more packed at times all year round. As a resident living on Quaid Lane, I visit my parents off of Webster's Way each day, and I've never had to call them to let them know I'm stuck in traffic, unlike other parts of the county. Finally, as a diversity and inclusion expert, I want to highlight in today's day and age, you are less likely to encounter overt or blatant discrimination in which an individual will openly treat an outgroup differently. Instead, modern day subtle prejudice takes its place against outgroup members, which is indirect as individuals do not come out and say they're biased, but manifest their beliefs using alternative rationale, even unconsciously and implicitly. Please ask yourselves when making a final vote tonight, will you treat members of the Muslim community differently than other groups? Will you run a cost-benefit analysis in your minds to determine if the cost of a few minutes of inconvenience outweighs the benefit of creating generations of upstanding citizens providing services?
Thank you, Ms. Ahmad.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Your next speaker is Khadija Athman.
Good morning, Madam Chair and our esteemed supervisors. My name is Khadija Athman, and I am from Akkokan District. Kenny Body is my supervisor. I've been a resident of Prince William County since 2003, and I have raised my family here, and I'm a very active member of Darul Noor. I've met most of you when we host you. I'm currently the chair of Darul Noor PACE. This is the Public Affairs Civic Engagement, and I'm also a strategy team member of Voice, Virginia Organized in Interfaith Community Engagement. I'm going to talk about why we need the expansion. The reason we need the expansion is because our community has outgrown Darul Noor. You've all visited us during our holidays, and you have seen that we have multiple prayers and we cannot accommodate our current congregants. We have multiple Friday prayers because we cannot accommodate our congregations. I'll give an example. We've hosted let's say debates for elected officials, right? Do you know at what cost we have done that? If we do it on a weekday in the evening, that means we either have to cancel our weekly classes for our young students, or we have to let them go early. We are part of Voice, and part of Voice we have meetings, and sometimes we are asked to host. We love to host people, but then most of the
1
time,
minute remaining.
we decide we can't do it because we either again have to sacrifice our young people and cancel their classes if we were to do that. So my point is that we are not, by expanding, it's a need. We are not going to bring in more people because of the expansion. We are just going to accommodate more people, accommodate the current congregation. Several times, my family will get dressed up, getting ready during Ramadan to go to the mosque, only to turn around because there is no more parking space, there is no more room, and therefore disappointed after rushing, getting dressed to go to the mosque, coming back to the house because we could not attend because there's
Thank you, Ms. Othman.
So
your time is up. Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Bill Card.
Good evening. My name is Bill Card, and I reside in the Potomac District. Thank you, Madam Chair, speakers of the Board of Supervisors, for this opportunity to speak. Before my first trip to Dar al-Noor in 2012, I had never been to a Muslim place of worship. I was 58 years old at that time. I sat down with the leadership of Dar al-Noor in early 2012. What impressed me most was that in that group of 20 people, all but one were small business owners. Only one worked for a salary. The guy sitting next to me that evening owned the watch shop where I'd been taking my watches for over a decade. All of them were job creators. All of them were American success stories. Over the following years, I've attended presentations, town halls, candidate forums, dinners, and block parties at Dar al-Noor. I was always impressed by how gracious and welcoming everyone was. I've had some spirited conversations, to be sure, but they were always gracious and we parted friends. In short, this congregation has become a very important part of the fabric of our community. I've even been involved in a meeting when one of our candidates made an unfortunate and ignorant public remark. I was invited to come to Dar al-Noor with the candidate to discuss. I was amazed at their patience and graciousness. I hope when I grow up, I will react that well when someone publicly insults me. During COVID, how many organizations on their own dime have fed 200 persons a week? Probably not that many. But our neighbors at Dar al-Noor have. That got my attention, again. We don't worship in the same way, not even close. I'm quite upfront about that, yet they have never held that against me. But we do share a definition of what it means to be neighborly. Did I mention that they were
1
gracious?
minute remaining.
I've been involved in a number of issues related to church traffic patterns, the size and scope of church expansions, and whether or not a church could have a cell tower disguised as an attractive but non-functioning bell tower. I've been surprised at how passionate and, yes, how unneighborly some folks got during those discussions. I was hoping that wouldn't happen, and I hope it won't continue during this event, because no matter what, when it's all over, we're all still going to be neighbors. It would help if we conducted our discussion in a neighborly fashion. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Card. Next speaker, please.
Your next speaker is Jennifer Carroll Foy.
Good evening. This is Jennifer Carroll Foy from the Woodbridge District. And as a former delegate and community member, I frequented Dar al-Noor, and it is a welcoming place and a wonderful place to worship. Most importantly, the Dar al-Noor Community Center is just that, a center for the community, a place that offers family counseling, outreach, civic engagement, and a place for worship. And places of worship are an important part of life, especially right now. With all that's happening around us, people are looking inward and relying on faith in their community to get them through. We want Dar al-Noor to serve as many people in the community as possible. The need is great, and their work is well known and helpful, and that's why they need to grow. It's not about the physical structure, but about the physical presence. And I stand in solidarity with the Muslim community, the faith community, the Prince William County community, and the necessity and needed expansion of Dar al-Noor. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Foy. Next speaker, please.
Your next speaker is Diana Clark.
Good evening, supervisors. My name is Diana Clark, and I've been in the county since December of 1990, and I currently live in the Coles District. I appreciate the opportunity to speak virtually this evening. I would like to start by saying that I moved into the neighborhood next to the Dar al-Noor Mosque in 2003, so I'm fully aware that it is a part of my local community. Sadly, I have to say I've never been reached out to by this organization except to receive a letter from the attorney at one point. In the past few years, the activities at the mosque have directly impacted my neighborhood and my family. As an educator, it has been wonderful to see the support the mosque has provided to the families I teach, and I'm very grateful for that assistance. It is a true fact. I work in a Title I school a couple of miles away, and our families would have absolutely been lost without the resources that they provided. Many of the programs that are being proposed would be a tremendous benefit to Prince William County. I'm not opposed to what the mosque has to offer our citizens. I am opposed to the size of the expansion. I just simply don't believe the infrastructure exists for a safe expansion at the current location. There are no side roads or secondary roads leading to the mosque. Just a few weeks ago, and I did send pictures of this to the supervisors, there was a backup on Hoadley Road at 10 o'clock in the morning on a Sunday. The cars were lined up along the shoulder trying to enter the mosque for, I believe, what was a community pickup. Basically, that meant if I wanted to walk to the grocery store, I couldn't. If there's a cyclist, there's nowhere to go except into the ditch by the horse farm. I'm also very concerned about the opening of a private school for this very reason. The attorney for the mosque told me last week that the plan is to flex the hours with Penn Elementary School on Queens Chapel. For me, that's not the school that we need to be concerned about. We need to take a hard look at how many students and school buses go past the mosque each morning trying to get to their school. I'm a school teacher at an elementary level. I work in the parking lot. I've seen the backups. We have to absolutely be diligent with this. And there are only 350 students at my school. It's not a big difference from the students you're expecting. Another concern is without a change in the traffic flow, some of those same families are going to continue to make
1
that
minute
to Law Street Court. It's not just on Fridays. What we're talking about here, this expansion includes activities all the other days of the week. And I've heard a lot of talk about the data on Fridays. I'm at school on Fridays. I never see it. I'm worried about the other days. Based on what I'm hearing this evening, I guess I'm going to have to wait longer while cars are making U-turns from the mosque while I try to turn left on Hoadley Road. What I heard tonight, if I heard it correctly, that VDOT doesn't allow the mosque to have a left-hand turn unless there's a traffic light. But I've also been told by a few of the Board of County Supervisors that they don't support a light. So what is the solution? Okay, as I mentioned, there's no secondary roads. So let's make Hoadley Road more effectively. There has to be some kind of change into the traffic flow of the mosque. I know they're expanding the parking lot. However, cars do still park on my road, which is Lost Creek. On a final note, the condition to stop cars from parking on the side of the roads doesn't seem to be enforceable. The police have said that without the no parking signs, they can't enforce it. So can't we just find a way to put signs up so that at the edge of the road, neither mosque can park on the side of the road, and then the problem can be eliminated.
Ms. Clark, your time is up. Next speaker, please.
Your next speaker is Rabia Faki.
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. Good morning. My name is Rabia Faki. I am Coast District resident and homeowner. I'm a science teacher for the past 18 years. Every time I go for Friday prayer to Alnoor, Prince William County Police gives priority to the incoming traffic. If I'm ever stopped to get to the mosque, the average wait time would be about 2 minutes. This is the same average time on a certain traffic light stop. For the past 10 years, during my commute to Alnoor, I have witnessed only one car accident. However, during my daily commute to my work as a teacher, I've witnessed many accidents along Dale Boulevard, intersection of Prince William County and Smoketown, intersection of Prince William County and 95, to name a few. I've never seen a car ever parked on Hoadley Road, and I'm not sure what some of the people who mentioned this, I'm not sure what they're speaking about. According to the Prince William Police, the primary cause of accidents are the speed and not obeying the traffic law. It's not the buildings that surround the streets. I support Alnoor expansion because it is needed to accommodate the growing population of the community. Expansion would provide more parking spaces to allow worshipers to pray inside the building, not outside, especially during cold and rainy days. Allow for more services for the community at large. I really hope that you will vote for Alnoor expansion. Thank you. If it was not important for me, I wouldn't have stayed until past midnight when I have teachers meeting tomorrow morning at 7:50. This means a lot for me, my family, and my 4 kids. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Next speaker, please.
Your next speaker is Imran Kukdawala.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Imran Kukdawala, and I'm from the 11th Congressional District. I'd like to, for a minute, put aside the whole traffic, parking, and safety concerns, arguments, to the ability to the ability and the sound sense of judgment of our esteemed member of the board to look through and evaluate. I definitely have faith and trust in the process, and I'm sure you'll take into consideration the actual facts and figures while making your decision and not be intimidated or be a kind of subservient to the minute segment of the community members who are either frankly misinformed or are opposing the expansion due to it being a religious organization and nothing else. Rather, I'd like to focus on my personal experiences with Alnoor. And if I were to put that in one sentence, I and my family would not be as involved in the community service as we are if we were not to be for Alnoor. Alnoor has helped me and my family grow as responsible individuals of the society and taught me specifically the values of giving back, whether it be by spending my time in going door to door for voting campaign through the Alnoor's Leadership with Voice program, or by spending my time, my money, and my efforts every other Sunday in distributing food to the needy in our community. And I've actually formed new friendships with my fellow non-Muslim community members just by talking to them for a few minutes while they're waiting in line for their food pickup, right? I remember exchanging important information about an unemployment benefit with an individual who's out of job and did not know much about the process, right? So whether it's by engaging through the community with programs like that, or by engaging in the political discussion while attending the political debates accommodated by Alnoor at no charge to people who are coming in, right? Or by sharing meals and breaking fast with my interfaith community members during the interfaith iftar organized by Alnoor in the month of Ramadan.
1 minute to go.
My 9-year-old son and I are part of the PAC 504 through the scouting program at Alnoor, and I can't begin to count the number of projects that the scouts have been part of that have benefited the community at large for many years and continue to do so, right? Be it scouting for food, picking up litter around the neighborhood, planting trees and taking care of trees, to making bird feeders, collecting food for the food banks, making cards for the elderly, handing out emergency procedures, and the list can go on and on. And above all, through this scout program, our youth are learning to become decent human beings, as I myself and my son are, right? And becoming a decent community member, right? Well, frankly speaking, the examples are too many and go too far to be covered in this 3 minutes of time, right? So in conclusion, for my family, the idea and the broader understanding of community service.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Your time is up. Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Your next speaker is Patty Coombs.
Happy Wednesday. My name is Patty Coombs. I live in Haymarket and I'm in the Gainesville district. I'm here to express my support for the expansion of the Dar el-Noor Mosque. There's been a great deal of opinions tonight about the expansion. Some have expressed concerns about increased traffic and parking, environmental impact, the actual mosque ruining their view and hearing the bells ringing. And basically, when I hear these concerns that are expressed, I just hear, we don't want these people near us. And I don't make that statement lightly. All a person has to do is look around at the other places of worship in this county and see a glaring racism being shrouded in these concerns. For example, Holy Trinity Catholic Church has 15,210 parishioners. Its campus is comprised of a large chapel, a gathering hall, classrooms for religious ed, adult ed, and homeschool classes, an office, and an adoration chapel. There are 8 masses on the weekend, all full. 2 daily masses Monday through Friday, confession times 4 days a week. The campus is huge. There's constant traffic in and out. Plus, on Sunday, it competes with Gainesville Methodist Church, which is right across the street. You can just imagine the traffic on Linton Hall Road. However, Holy Trinity is not the biggest parish in this area. All Saints has 22,211 parishioners, 10 masses on the weekend as well as daily masses. The campus is comprised of a large chapel, offices, a K-8 school, an event hall, a food pantry, a Knights of Columbus hall that has bingo every other weekend. It takes up many city blocks. Now you can say, well, that's the city, not the county. But please note that those 22,000 people do not all reside in Manassas City. They come from all over the county, from Nokesville to Haymarket and everything in between. Even still, there's one more parish that's larger than All Saints, and that is Our Lady of Angels right in Woodbridge. There are 22,753 parishioners. Like All Saints,
1
10
minute to go.
weekday
1 minute to go.
masses, daily masses, 4 confession times during the week. They have a large chapel, offices, an event hall, and a K-8 school as well. All these parishes once stood in front of Board of Supervisors and city councils, and they were approved. Their size, buildings, and traffic patterns weren't a problem. The Dar El Mosque should be treated no differently. Prince William County has become a quite diverse community, which is the embodiment of our country. If we really believe in religious freedom and the right to worship as you choose, then this expansion must be approved. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Coons. Next speaker, please.
Your next speaker is Kay Lewis. Your next speaker is Idris O'Connor.
I'm ready.
Idris, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, Chair Wheeler, and good morning, Board of County Supervisors. My name is Idris O'Connor, and I live in the Coles Magisterial District. I'm here this morning to urge you all to approve the expansion of Dar Alnoor. Dar Alnoor is an amazing community member. They have offered food distributions bi-weekly to residents in need, and they host amazing community events in our county. They need this expansion to continue to serve our community, and I highly recommend you all to unanimously vote for the special use permit. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. O'Connor. Next speaker, please. Next speaker.
Your next speaker is Jeff Bernard.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, I'm Jeff Bernard. I'm from the Coles District. Remember, I asked the supervisors to remember the dozens and dozens of pleas they have received from their constituents to not approve the Dar Alnoor expansion as written. Constituents who bought homes along the Hoadley Corridor because it provided them a semi-rural environment where they intended to raise their families. Constituents who thought their traffic and safety issues would be minimal. Constituents who believed that their supervisors would protect this way of life that they had worked so hard to provide their loved ones. Remember, these residents now have to deal with horrible traffic every Friday. They have to worry that they and their children are in danger of being hit by a car that is transiting Hoadley or trying to enter or exit Dar Alnoor. They struggle to get to and from their residences in the middle of the day and at other times when services are being held. With the expansion proposal, these constituents are now faced with seeing these problems grow and become a daily occurrence. I urge the supervisors not to worsen this situation by approving the addition of a school, the addition of a daycare, the addition of a senior center, the addition of a healthcare facility at this site. All these will take what is now primarily a one-day-a-week problem and make it the norm 5 days a week, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, as well as Friday. The dangers will be multiplied many times over. Your constituents who live along the Hoadley Corridor do not deserve this. You alone hold the key to make sure this does not happen. Instead, do approve the expansion of the prayer area at Dar Alnoor. The growth of their congregation merits it.
1 minute to go.
But put into place the traffic initiatives that others talk about tonight prior to the actual expansion of the prayer area. The safety issues and the traffic issues will then remain confined to Friday, where they can be better managed. There will not be the day in and day out traffic and safety issues at the school, daycare, senior center, and healthcare facilities would add. I urge the supervisors to remember your constituents and vote accordingly. That was my prepared remarks, but I have to say, I am offended that those of us who are concerned about safety are categorized by some tonight as racist and Islamophobic. We have legitimate concerns. Do not place us in these horrible categories just because we have these concerns. Shame on you who have done this. And shame on you who have said that if a supervisor
Your
votes
time is
against
up,
this, that
sir.
they are
Thank you. Your time is up. Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Your next speaker is Safia Saman.
Good morning. I'm Dr. Safia Saman. I'm a resident of Occoquan district for 23 years. I'm a retired civil servant from USDA Forest Service. I support the Dar Alnoor expansion. I hope that you will also support the expansion as well. This is a community center that serves not just the Muslim community, but serves the whole community of Prince William County. I'm the chair of Sisters Affairs at the mosque, and I have been traveling to the mosque on a daily basis to do the business of, on a volunteer way, to do the business of the Sisters Affairs. To bring the sisters together, it's very important we have a place. We do not have, as we stand now in our existence building, we do not have a place that the sisters can gather together in a way that we can support the community, even though we have been very strong in supporting the food distribution, supporting the Ramadan food giving. We are also in the interfaith community work. We have been very involved, yet we do not have a place that we can get together and we talk together and exchange and have our rights. When we have our classes or our study time, we have to find a spot. And that's not really what we should have. During this time of COVID, the sisters made hundreds of fabric face masks and we donated to Santara Hospital. We are engaged in voice in many other environmental issues. We have also been, this is a healthy environment for our seniors. I am a senior citizen myself, and 2 days ago I became 75. So I need a place to meet other people like me.
1 minute remaining,
we
ma'am.
We can talk. We can
1 minute remaining.
Share ourselves. We also, this is the healthiest spot for our youth to grow. I, as a director of conservation education in the Forest Service, I made sure to provide technical and financial assistance for Prince William County schools in developing environmental education programs and electronic field trips that made the county known nationally and internationally. I received even the Prince William County Business Partnership of the Year Awards in 2012. And we need the space as sisters, we need the space as a community to continue our contributions to the county. And we have put together even symposium for our teachers to engage them into understanding their students and to support our students in the county.
Your time is up, ma'am. Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Your next speaker is John Silva.
Good morning, everybody, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. Many people have brought up the issues of traffic, parking, and safety, so please bear with me while I speak a little bit more about it. Using figures provided by Dar Alnoor, traffic will increase by over 350%. Increasing traffic by this much without updating the Holy Road infrastructure is a recipe for disaster. And while it is true that parking will be expanded, according to the numbers again provided by Dar Alnoor, they will be increasing occupancy by a greater percentage than they will be increasing parking. So once completed, the parking situation will actually get worse. It is my opinion that others are incorrect when they state that the traffic is limited only to a few hours on Fridays. I've heard many others just tonight state that they often attend prayer 5 times a day, multiple days a week. They have food drives, Bible study, Boy Scouts, Girl Scouts. So how can traffic be limited to just a few hours on Fridays? It is my opinion that while the applicant provides a valuable service to some of the community, the board should deny this request until such time that the traffic, parking, and safety issues that exist today are corrected. I keep saying my opinion because I'm tired of others calling me a liar, a racist, stupid, Islamophobic. I was being called a member of the KKK, and someone suggested I move out of the area just because I'm opposed to traffic more than tripling outside my neighborhood. One, to be concerned about traffic makes someone Islamophobic and racist. Traffic and safety are very important to me. That is my motive, plain and simple. The comments that my motives are grounded anywhere else is nauseating and highly offensive. Just because you disagree with my opinion does not give you the right to bully me. I'm not aware of anyone that has tried to bully those in favor of the expansion, and it saddens me that bullying and slandering others has become so commonplace as a way to try to silence those we disagree with. In closing, I hope that the board does not discriminate in favor of religion and treats this applicant on face value as it would any other organization and deny the expansion at this time.
1 minute remaining, sir. 1 minute remaining.
Time.
Thank you, Mr. Silva.
Your next speaker is Malik Uzman.
Hi, good morning, all respected county board members. My name is Malik Usman, and I'm a Prince William County resident for last 11 years, and I'm a healthcare provider. I'm serving the community. I live right across from Hoodley Road, and I don't agree with traffic concerns at all. I'm right on Webster's Day, and the traffic issues are only, they are on the weekly services, which are from 11 to 2, which are on non-peak hours. And they always have hired the Prince William County Police to help avoid any traffic interruptions. Also, Dar Alnoor is providing a strong platform for the peaceful, ethical, social, civic, and interfaith activities for the community, making them useful, responsible, and productive people, Prince William County resident and US citizens. My kids are also part of a scouting program where they're building their strong character to go out and help with the food drive program to help feed the deserving and underprivileged communities regardless of their faith. Dar Alnoor is also holding a free health fair where people from all different faiths and origin benefited from free testing, screening, and overall health awareness and prevention programs and lectures. There are many debates, interfaith events in the mosque to enhance peaceful interactive dialogue and how to be more productive to the community. Also, another important point to understand regarding expansion is that they are expanding to offer more services to the existing community. They are not bringing more residents by any residential construction. They are also expanding to offer more parking spaces to take care of the traffic situation, bigger prayer area, kids play area, gymnasium, and also a long-term vision by this project is to make family-oriented, cohesive community.
1 minute remaining.
We really appreciate as a community what Dar Alnoor is offering to all the neighborhood, and I hope by granting expansion, Dar Alnoor can play a peaceful and constructive role in the development of Greater Prince William County. I've heard a lot about the word agenda, so let's make it like a positive agenda, make it an agenda of unity, make it an agenda of friendship, make it an agenda of neighborhood, make it an agenda of Prince William County, make it an agenda of diversity, and make it an agenda of our founding fathers, which is unity, one nation, humanity, equality, and religious liberty. And let's make Prince William County a leading role in terms of tolerance. Let us have a role as a responsible, caring neighbors to do some small sacrifice of material things.
Thank you, sir. Your time is up.
Planet.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker, please.
Your next speaker is Maggie Zargarpur.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Maggie Zargarpur, and I am from the Coles District. Admittedly, I didn't prepare anything, and frankly, I don't have it in myself to present an argument right now. I come as your neighbor and with a deep love of community in support of the expansion for Dar Alnoor. And I think we're all tired, so I'll leave it at that. But I deeply appreciate your service. I deeply appreciate everybody here, and I hope everybody has a wonderful rest of their evening.
Thank you, Ms. Zargarpur. Next speaker, please.
Your next speaker is Lily Jesse.
Muted. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. Good evening. Lily Jesse from the Occoquan District. I'm here to support the expansion. I've been a resident of this community since the early 70s. My husband and I, we kind of grew up here. During that time, I've seen many expansions in the form of schools, roads, facilities, and services. Prince William County has become one of the most progressive communities in the United States. And during that period of time, I became very active with the school system, and I was on Davis Ford when Davis Ford was really a road. And I was on Hoadley when Hoadley was really a road. So now we have these highways and we still have problems. I want to talk about, to be honest with you, I'm not sure why we're having this debate, because the Board of Supervisors has been very supportive of overcrowding in our schools. And what we have here is an overcrowding issue. If you recall, in the Occoquan District, there are 3 schools. There was Lake Ridge, West Ridge, and Springwoods. And we had this problem with overcrowding, and we solved it by expanding, adding additions to the schools, and adding a parking lot. It seems to me that we need to do the same thing. It seems to me that the MOS is saying that we have a parking problem, we have an overcrowding problem, we want to expand to take care of it, and so I'm not sure why there's an issue with it. I also want to talk about the MOS itself. I've attended several events there, and they are very community oriented. They've invited our families to their facilities. Moreover, they support the needs of this community, including feeding families.
1 minute remaining, Ms. Jesse.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. I had to say that, sorry. They invited all of us on this board to present our platforms, regardless of our backgrounds, regardless of our affiliation. As far as I'm concerned, it's a no-brainer. We always expand, and we always expand with goodness. And to me, the MOS is nothing but goodness, and we need to expand that goodness in this county. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jesse, for your kindness. Next speaker, please.
Your next speaker is Rick Robinson.
Good morning. My name is Rick Robinson, and I live in the Coles District in the Valley View community. We welcomed our Muslim neighbors and their mosque here many years ago, and we continue to do so today. Dar Alnoor has provided a much-needed local Muslim mosque for the worship of our local community. They have and continue to do many wonderful things for the community at large. In recent years, the popularity of the mosque has grown rapidly. However, their success came at a price and has strained the relationship with those who live on and travel the Hoadley corridor, but particularly those within the surrounding communities, most notably Queensdale Estates and Lost Creek, due to the overflow within those communities. Put yourself in their shoes, coming home from a hard day's work, having already battled your way through traffic on the crowded roads of the DMV, only to find yourself blocked from your own community, without parking space in front of your own home, and at times blocked from your own driveway by worshipers' vehicles. You must experience it to understand. No amount of police presence has or will resolve it. The major contributing factor to the concerns for this expansion is the sheer magnitude of the project itself. It's difficult to grasp it looking at an architect's drawing, but the square footage is the key. At the proposed 88,000 square feet, Dar Alnoor, sitting on a mere 12 acres of land zoned agricultural, semi-rural residential, will be, as best I can determine, the second largest Islamic center in the U.S., second only to what's known as the Islamic Center of America in Dearborn, Michigan. At 92,000 square feet, it sits on at least 30 acres of land in an urban zone comprised of large religious, educational, retail, and industrial facilities. Now consider this. We're all familiar with the National Cathedral. It's magnificent, right? However, if someone came to us with a proposal to build another national cathedral on this little 12-acre property, would we support it? I really think not, and for the same reasons that bring us here tonight. Yet the National Cathedral, the sixth largest cathedral in the world, is just 83,000 square feet. And it's on 57 acres of land in a fully developed urban zone.
1 minute remaining, sir.
The famous Cathedral of Notre Dame is only 63,000 square feet. Dar Alnoor is a respected local community mosque. It should remain that way. The scope of this expansion far exceeds the intent of the area zoning, the capacity of the roads to accommodate the estimated increase in traffic, and the nature of the community itself, and will draw traffic from far outside Prince William County. While we admire the spirit and enthusiasm for which the supporters of this project have approached this endeavor, this is not the property on which to place such a massive facility. We urge the board to send this proposal back to the Planning Commission to fully resolve all concerns of the community, rather than imposing on them a decision that is clearly at odds with the needs and well-being of all the citizens of the Holy Corridor. I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Robinson. Next speaker, please.
Your next speaker is Grace Lintner.
Good morning, Chair Wheeler and supervisors. My name is Grace Lintner. I have lived in Prince William County for the past 55 years, with the last 22 being in the Coles District. I wish everyone a Black History Month filled with learning and appreciating the contributions of African Americans. Black Lives Matter this month, next month, and the months after that. I'm here to talk about the special use permit for the expansion of Dar Alnoor. Some citizens have mentioned traffic issues around the mosque on Hoadley Road as being a reason against granting the permit. I have experience on Hoadley Road. Hoadley Road is a beautiful road which connects eastern Prince William with Mid-County. It is full of fluffy trees, and when I drive down it, I often notice the beautiful clouds and bright blue sky. This 4-lane road is my favorite road in Prince William County. I have lived about a half mile from Dar Alnoor since 1998 and have driven that road, Hoadley Road, several times weekly. I rarely have seen traffic on that road. In fact, for years, Prince William County police officers on their motorcycles would lie in wait for speeders on Hoadley Road to issue them warnings or traffic tickets. The speed limit was even raised from 45 to 50 in recent years. Occasionally on Fridays, I have been in minor traffic on Hoadley after religious services at Dar Alnoor let out in the afternoon. I was only delayed a minute or two in arriving home.
1 minute remaining.
I see no real reason to deny Dar Alnoor the special use permit based on traffic issues, nor any issues because there are none. Dar Alnoor is an asset to Prince William County, and I urge you to grant the special use permit with no exceptions to Dar Alnoor. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Littner. Next speaker, please.
Your next speaker is David Dooley.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Good morning, Honorable Chair and Supervisors. My name is David Dooley, and my address is in the Coles District. I am here to ask the supervisors to approve the special use permit for the Dar Alnoor Mosque expansion request because of their service to the community, their need for expansion, and the approvals they have received prior to today's public meeting. I'm a 21-year resident of Prince William County after serving in the United States Army for 13 years, and I am asking as a veteran to approve the permit. As a veteran, I volunteered to serve my country and my community, putting myself and my family at risk to serve. The mosque has served and will continue to serve this community regardless of the outcome of this meeting. They have served by providing meals for those in need, by providing a meeting place to respectfully discuss differing views by political candidates, by hosting an annual community outreach event open to all, and many other activities. After my service in the Army, I worked as a federal contractor for 14 years in many capacities, providing more services to those in need within my company as well as to the federal government. How we serve each other shows our compassion and willingness to do for others without expecting anything in return. According to the Prince William County Demographics website, as of 2018, there are 198 different places of worship in the county. Out of the 198, there are 5 Muslim places of worship, but over 163 Christian churches. The Dar Alnoor Mosque community is growing. Therefore, it needs to expand to continue providing religious services to their constituents. Besides continuing to serve the community, the mosque will also bring in employment opportunities with the private school, childcare, senior center, and medical clinic. Tonight, traffic, as expected, is the main reason for opposing this permit. Per the Board of County Supervisors website, a traffic inspection assessment study was conducted on October 4th and 5th in 2018, a Thursday and a Friday, and completed
1 minute
on
remaining.
6/21/2019 with 2 recommendations. Continued use of off-duty police for traffic management and to have adequate parking so mosque attendees do not park on neighboring side streets. Both recommendations have been addressed and included in the mosque traffic and parking management plan, as well as providing funding towards a traffic light on Hoadley Road. Since then, the Planning Commission recommended approval on 11/6/2019 after 5 hours of discussion and 90 speakers. Lastly, the county staff have recommended their approval on 1/27/2021. In conclusion, I ask for you to vote to approve this special use permit so this work can move forward for the mosque, for the community, and for the county in which you serve.
Thank you, Mr. Dooley. Next speaker, please.
Your next speaker is L.T. Pridgeon.
Good morning, Madam Chair and Honorable Supervisors. I am L.T. Pridgeon and I reside in the Coles District. First, as ever, I would like to take this opportunity to offer my sincere appreciation to the board for your effort to continue to work to meet the needs of our county, especially in the midst of this global health crisis. Your work is both noted and appreciated. Next, I am here tonight to ask that you vote in favor of the Dar Alnoor Mosque expansion. Coretta Scott King once said, "The greatness of a community is most accurately measured by the compassionate actions of its members." As members of the Prince William County community, Dar Alnoor and its congregants have been exceptional neighbors and community partners. They have exhibited an abundance of compassion for the people of Prince William County by helping to establish the Prince William County Food Rescue Program, organizing and sponsoring a twice-monthly food drive, and partnering with community organizations such as ACTS and Voice. They have also opened their doors to the community to host health and wellness clinics, blood drives, environmental seminars, and even an annual community block party. We have heard it said, and we may continue to hear, people speak and talk about the impact that this expansion will have on traffic. While I will not try to invalidate the concerns of these residents, what I will say is that misconceptions generate emotional responses, whereas facts influence sound judgment. So allow me to leave you with just a few facts that will enable you to make a sound judgment in favor of this special use permit. 1, DAR Alnoor has consistently listened to, acknowledged, and complied with the neighboring community and Prince William counties on concerns and regulations regarding this proposed expansion. This proposed expansion will accommodate the current congregation without the need of additional prayer services. Finally, Prince William County currently requires religious organizations to provide 1 parking space for every 3 congregants. DAR Alnoor will exceed this requirement by 187 spaces with the proposed expansion. So I ask you to consider the
1
facts
minute
in
remaining.
this situation and make a sound judgment in favor of the DAR Alnoor special use permit. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. Next speaker, please.
Your next speaker is Rauja Henson.
Hello, my name is Rosia Henson of the Woodbridge District, and I'm here in my personal capacity. It does not reflect the views of any organizations or positions I am affiliated with. Today, I come before you as a native son of this community to voice my support for the Dar Alnoor Mosque expansion project. Over the years, this mosque has stood as a house of worship, a safe haven for the less fortunate, and a symbol of hope for its surrounding community. The mosque expansion in Prince William County speaks to not only our shared commitment to the values of decency, respect, and compassion, but our desire to manifest progress in all forms. There have been some who would label this expansion as an inconvenience, citing possible issues with traffic and parking, but I ask everyone here today to consider the long-term good that this project bodes for our county before you disparage the hard work of the Dar Alnoor and Muslim community and others who may seek to make Prince William County home. In the event we are faced with another pandemic, we will need large-scale operations like Dar Alnoor to aid in our efforts to feed those in need, spread awareness, and uplift the spirits of its patrons during these troubling times. I hope you will join me in my commitment to make our county a better place for all of its residents by voting yes to the special use permit today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Henson. Next speaker, please.
Your next speaker is Deshandra Jefferson.
Thank you. My name is Deshandra Jefferson, and I live in the Potomac Magisterial District. There has been a good deal of talk about equity in land use. Well, this is an opportunity for us to live our principles. The importance of social justice is deeply rooted in Islam, and we see that clearly with the work that Dar Alnoor is doing in the community. It is seen in their monthly food donations to those that are hungry. It is seen in their desire to open a medical clinic that will offer free services to low-income individuals. It is seen in their quest to go over and above what is required to mitigate traffic concerns, to be a good neighbor to their immediate community. We must give them the same consideration as we do our churches. That is what equity in land use means. Listening to the presentations earlier, it doesn't sound like we have done that. We are asking more of Dar Alnoor than we should, and that we have asked of any church. Quite frankly, we really must do better. I fully support Dar Alnoor's plans to expand, and I hope that the Board of County Supervisors has the courage to vote in favor of equity and thus support Dar Alnoor. This really shouldn't be a party line vote. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Jefferson. Next speaker, please.
Your next speaker is Richard Jesse.
Good evening. Good morning, rather. My name is Richard Jesse. I live in Occoquan District. I've been in this area since 1969, so I'm growing up here. I fully support the expansion of the mosque and hope that the board votes that way tonight. I'd like to say, or some people will say, do the right things. I'm not going to say that. And the reason for that is because the right thing is an interpretation of what you believe is right and what your biases and your lifestyle, life experiences has said. The same thing with facts. Facts are interpreted by people. And that interpretation is again influenced by your biases and your life experiences. So what you guys need to do as board members is do what you believe based on your experiences, your biases, and do what you believe is the right thing. You're not going to please everybody. You never will. And you don't, you are going to worry about whether you're going to get reelected or not. But again, do what you believe is the best and hope that the majority of the voters in the county support you. So again, I hope you support this expansion. I don't know of any other organization that has bent over backwards more than this mosque to please everybody. They are people who want to please, who want to make sure that they don't offend. And it's offensive to me that they have to be taken down this road to say. The last thing I would say that everybody in those neighborhoods, at one point in time when they started building your neighborhoods, they were saying the same thing about that neighborhood. It's going to increase traffic.
1 minute remaining.
And so, now you are living in the area and you're saying, well, we don't want any more growth. The people out west say they don't want more growth out there. But the supervisors on past board didn't have any problems increasing the traffic problems on the east end of this county. So hopefully you do what you believe is right, and I hope that most of you believe what is right is to go ahead and vote to expand this mosque. Thank you very much. Good night.
Thank you, Mr. Jesse. Next speaker, please.
Your next speaker is Lori Lachek.
Hello, my name is Laurie Lachek, and I'm from the Coles Division. First, this is not about religion. It is not about politics. This truly is about safety, period. Making accusations otherwise is not the way to be a good neighbor. I'm not opposing the expansion, but I'm promoting putting safety mechanisms in place. I don't care if this is a Catholic church, a Jewish synagogue, or a moose lodge. The concerns are exactly the same. What's wrong with installing a traffic light and eliminating the dangerous U-turns? I've lived around the corner from Dar Alnoor since before it was built. I'm therefore well aware of the traffic conditions over the years. I've witnessed many accidents and near accidents at the Lost Creek intersection. That's where the mosque attendees make U-turns upon exiting their property. People come around the bend in Hoadley too fast. They don't have time to brake when they see someone making a U-turn. I've seen accidents with cars that cross the oncoming traffic on Hoadley Road and end up on the embankment at Masroor Mosque. We're not talking about traffic volume and inconvenience. It's offensive to hear that. It's easy for people who don't witness these dangers to make overall statements. If you had to take the lives of your family in your hands every time you left your neighborhood, you might think otherwise. And again, if you don't live there and have to do this day in and day out, then you should reserve judgment. I am talking about safety. There's a curve in the road at Hoadley. You can measure it the next time you drive Hoadley, and it limits the visibility for those people who are making U-turns at Lost Creek. But if the mosque reverses their traffic flow, then they have 3 times the amount of visibility to make the full turn. It doesn't take a lot to figure out that more visibility
1
is
minute
safer.
remaining.
Please reverse this mosque traffic flow. The accident reports for the last 6 years demonstrate a much higher rate of accidents at the mosque location. The data, Prince William County police data over the last 6 years shows that there were 51 accidents at those 2 intersections of Lost Creek and Queen Chapel, 584 feet, versus 47 in the remaining 5 miles of Hoadley Road. As far as neighbors, I keep hearing the mosque say that they're good neighbors. A group of us went to the mosque a year ago and asked for only one thing: please reverse the traffic flow. It's safer for everybody, for the mosque attendees and for the neighbors, as well as all of those driving along Hoadley Road. One has to ask themselves, why is
Thank you, Ms. Lachak. Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Your next speaker is Keisha Francis.
Yeah, y'all okay?
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Good morning, supervisors and fellow Prince William County residents. My name is Keisha Francis. I live in the Woodbridge District and have been a resident of Prince William County and member of Dar Alnoor Mosque for 17 years. I support the expansion of Dar Alnoor because it is not only my place of worship, it is a part of the tapestry of Prince William County. Dar Alnoor has been committed to combating food insecurity in the county, sponsoring blood drives, provides meeting space for community meetings and debates, and countless other services and activities. Dar Alnoor's expansion will allow us to better serve the needs of our congregants and the community, and allow us to address our neighbors' concerns with traffic and parking. Dar Alnoor has provided a solution for every traffic and safety concern expressed over the expansion. What we cannot provide an answer for is the message that will be sent by not approving the special use permit. What will that message send to our children, neighbors, friends, and families be? That Prince William County only makes space for other religious groups to expand their facilities while placing a barrier to expand on Dar Alnoor? Or is Prince William County dedicated to ensuring that we are and will continue to be an inclusive county that makes space for our communities to live and thrive? Please send the message that we are a county of inclusivity and vote to approve without conditions the special use permit for Dar Alnoor. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Francis. Next speaker, please.
Your next speaker is Ibrahim Jallo.
Assalamu alaikum. Good morning to everyone here, and thank you so much for all the patience and for the tolerance. And my name is Ibrahim Jallo. I live in Prince William County, Coles District. I live in Roundtree Drive. I've been in Prince William County since 1996. I've seen the expansion that Prince William County has embarked. And pretty much, I just want our brothers and sisters that actually have a concern about traffic. We hear your concern. We are human beings. We have our kids too. We take them to the masjid. We drive. We don't want to see anybody hurt. But I want people to understand that the traffic concern they have is not a concern. I live in, okay, my main exit road is Briggs Road. We have schools there. We have Hilton High School. We have a middle school. We have 2 daycares. We have a church. And we have a whole lot of, we have shopping centers. I saw accidents all around. We have horrible U-turns. But at the same time, in the morning when we are about to go to work, when people dropping off their kids at Hilton, all of us, we are patient. We are patient with those people because it's the right of their kids. It's the right of our kids to go to school. I have 4 kids here. I have 3 high schoolers, and they are online waiting for them to speak to the supervisors. Who actually, when they are concerned that they are part of Prince William County, they are born here. And as far as the traffic concern, I think if we just take a look at Dar Alnoor, the surrounding of Dar Alnoor, there's a traffic light by the shopping center where Harris Theater is. And at the same time, from that traffic light to Dar Alnoor is about 500 meters, or 300 to 500 meters.
1 minute remaining.
If I'm not mistaken. But my point here is I want people to understand one thing, that traffic should not be an issue. I mean, if we look at the Holiday Road, they need a lot of traffic. We have a 4-way traffic there that really causes accidents sometimes. I've witnessed it. And we have a car wash that has a U-turn. Nobody complain about it. Why all of a sudden everybody's concerned about safety in the masjid? We are all human beings. We care about safety. We have our kids there. We don't want anybody to get hurt. We want people to just take a step back and breathe easily. We are here to make sure we abide by the rules and regulations, to make sure everybody is well aware that we are here as a community and we're here to stay. We need this expansion to the fact that the community is growing. It's going to keep on growing. I don't want people to sugarcoat this.
Thank you, Mr. Jalla.
The next 10 years is going to be more than what we have today.
Thank you, Mr. Jalla. Your time is up. Next speaker, please.
Your next speaker is Richard Shum.
Good morning. I'm Richard Shum, and I live on Hoadley Road. First, I just wanted to address the comment made by Chief Phelps, and that is he was stressing the importance of having to drill down into the statistics so to put them in the proper context. And to the extent that that's true, although he clearly indicated that the original memo was accurate, which I think speaks volumes, he, when citing traffic statistics and accidents for 2020, it doesn't take a lot of drilling down to recall that those are COVID statistics and they're not comparable and can't be compared. And yet that was not referenced, and I found that to be a rather curious admission. Moving on to the larger perspective. This is very, very regrettable that this issue has become divisive in our community. It is not bigoted or racist or whatever word you want to call it to be opposed to any particular thing, and certainly to be concerned about safety issues that you would like addressed. I find it very, very offensive that because you take this position, you are suddenly now bullied with these accusations, and certainly if the tables were turned, we'd hear a lot of crying about it, and rightfully so. The fact is that we have addressed these issues based on facts and figures coming from official sources and from primary source documents. And frankly, the response to it, none of these things have been credibly challenged. They're just deflected to some other issue. The responses we get come in basically about three categories. One, occasionally the mosque leadership will cite some one or two statistics that we have no idea where they're from. We search for them. They're completely at odds with what we have from official sources. And you know, you can say anything.
1 minute
and
remaining.
I would just like to know where these things come. But that happens just like in 10 or 15% of the cases. But our claims and what we have put forth are not challenged, and not credibly so at all. Secondly, we get, well, we do all these great things in our community. That is true. That is absolutely true, and I totally agree with that. Unfortunately, that does not address or resolve the safety issues. And thirdly, we get the suggestion or the outright accusation of Islamophobia or something of that kind. Sadly, in our society, this has become a weapon to lash out at people that oppose you, to intimidate them. And it's not appropriate, and I wish it wouldn't be done. And certainly, if we were to do something like that again, we would be rightfully criticized, but we haven't done. We've stuck to the issues. Now, recently, the gloves came off even further from the mosque leadership. And
your time is up, Mr. Shum. Thank you so much.
I'm finished?
Yes, you are, Mr. Shum. Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Sorry, ma'am. Our next speaker is Shoki Ismail.
Good morning, respected supervisors. My name is Shoki Ismail, and I've been a resident of Woodbridge for almost 13 years. I'm honored to be able to speak and support the Dar Alnoor expansion project, which is very important to my family and I, as well as all of Prince William community. In fact, one of the main reasons that brought me to Prince William County was the fact that we have a mosque that we can worship in and call our own. Now, I won't reiterate how or why Dar Alnoor plays such an important role in Prince William County, because even those that oppose the expansion will tell you Dar Alnoor is important and their services are vital to the community. With that said, I know that parking and traffic congestion is a concern to all of us. I can't speak to everyone's experience, but I can share my own. I regularly attend Friday prayers, which is the most congested prayer times of the week, and I literally only have 10 minutes after the prayer time, prayer ends, to exit the mosque parking lot, cross Hoadley Road, and pick up my daughter from her bus stop across the street at Penn Elementary. Within less than 10 minutes, I'm able to navigate the Dar al-Noor traffic, follow the Prince William County police officer's direction to make a legal U-turn on Hoadley Road, make a right turn on Queen Chapel, again at the direction of Prince William County police officers, and still make it to the bus stop and wait for my daughter's bus to arrive. I have never been late, not even once, for her pickup due to mosque traffic or otherwise. One important fact that I want to remind everyone is that Dar al-Noor has already provided the required draft of the parking management plan and have also agreed to an annual review by the County Department of Transportation. In addition, and more importantly in my opinion, is that the annual review will give the county and police some control over traffic and safety. If not for anything else, this should be a safety net to mitigate everyone's concern over traffic and congestion, and should be a motivator for approving this expansion. Also, Planning Commission and staff have already approved this expansion. Finally, with regards to the concern
1
about
minute
overflow
remaining.
parking, with regards to the overflow parking into the neighborhoods, contrary to those that oppose and their beliefs that this expansion will make traffic and parking worse, it is actually the only solution that will actually help address this concern. By enabling Dar al-Noor to expand and provide their members the much needed parking spaces, we won't have to look to parking in the neighborhoods or walking across Hoadley Road during Friday prayers or special events. In conclusion, as we expand as a Prince William community, traffic and congestion will always be an issue that we need to address, but that should not be used as a crutch to delay or hinder our opportunity to develop, grow, and especially expand Dar al-Noor. I hope that we can count on your vote to unanimously say yes to move forward with this much needed expansion. Thank you for your time and have a good night.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker, please.
Your next speaker is John Adams.
Hi, this is John. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we can. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. I had, like everybody else, many prepared things to say, but there's been so much going on. Most things have been said. Much of it, I don't believe, has been spelled out accurately or very precisely. So I want to address a couple things. First, parking. All the comments I've heard about parking on Hoadley Road, that's never been a contention at all. 10 years or so ago, VDOT and Prince William County Police installed no parking signs on Hoadley Road. That's not been an issue ever. It's only within the surrounding communities. Lost Creek Court, Webster's Way, Queens Chapel. It causes parking on both sides of the road, shoulder, causes residents and mosque attendees to walk in the middle of the road where there's limited, maybe one lane of traffic in and out. So it's hard for traffic in and out and dangerous for pedestrians, which include mosque attendees. We are concerned not just about the communities that surround, but we are also concerned about the mosque and those attending the mosque. When it comes to traffic, we heard from Colonel Phelps, we heard from Elizabeth Scullin. These are the police colonel and also transportation with Prince William County. Back in August of 2019, a report was put out by the chief of police's office, and it even showed pictures of skid marks right up to the shins of the police officer directing traffic. That report that was sent out to the public and residents set a tone for the dangerousness of traffic and the need for some safety measures. And then the police have come back and said, "Oh, we know nothing about anything." Well, a few hours
1 minute
ago,
remaining, sir.
Colonel Phelps did say that yes, there were 4 accidents in 2019 at Lost Creek Court, and yes, Lee said something about there being 12 total. Well, 4 accidents on Friday during services is 33.3% of all the accidents that year. That's a major traffic concern. I've seen the accidents. I've witnessed the accidents. I've nearly been in 3 accidents while the police were directing. So either the police are incompetent or it's too dangerous for them to actually perform their job. Now, I'd like to suggest that this not be an all or nothing proposal from the mosque, that they consider some options and possibly compromise. Use phased development plans. Maybe start out with
Mr. Adams, your time is up.
certain level of development, and then.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker.
Your next speaker is Patricia Romo.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, you can, Patricia.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for your time. My name is Patricia Romo. I've been a resident on Queen Chapel Road, Coles District for 10 years. To help those who don't live in this area understand, we're not talking about any other area in Prince William, but about this specific spot at specific times. With the current situation, congregants are parking throughout our neighborhood and those nearby. We deal with pedestrians jaywalking around moving vehicles with kids trailing behind and dashing across Hotley Road, one of whom I almost hit. It's not a matter of if, but when somebody gets killed. People should not have to risk their lives to get to their place of worship. The entire month of Ramadan is a complete nightmare with police officers putting their lives at risk in the middle of the street directing traffic. Droves of congregants crossing Hotley Road, lines of cars in all directions, and humongous spotlights at the entrance of Queen Chapel Road, as if there is a fatal accident. Traffic also had to be rerouted. No organization, religious or otherwise, should be allowed to expect the use of surrounding neighborhoods as their parking lots. The proposal is to increase parking spaces by 2.37 times, while the congregation size will increase by 2.37 times, while the congregation size will increase by 3.59 times. This is insufficient parking increase. Muslims generally do not worship as a family unit, father, mother, children who can carpool, rather as a large group of men and therefore less passengers per vehicle, especially if they come from outside the community. Without sufficient on-site parking, such as a parking structure, quality of life for the residents in the surrounding neighborhoods
1 minute
after the
remaining.
expansion will be a horrific situation every Friday and for the entire month of Ramadan. The parking management plan is not going to work. Congregants will continue to park in the neighborhoods, creating animosity with the neighbors. The fact is, the mosque is already providing all the services mentioned. They just want to expand it into a regional facility. If this mosque is too small for their needs, then they need to divide their congregation, build a mosque in other neighborhoods to serve members in that community. The mosque is trying to stuff a regional need into a community site. When we outgrow our home, we do not expand our home to the edges of our yard or park in our neighbors' in front of our neighbors. So the lawyer also provided inaccurate information about the Masroor Mosque to the west of Dar Alnoor. They also celebrate the month of Ramadan, Friday services, and other Muslim festivities at the same time. So this needs to be fact-checked.
Thank you, Ms. Romo.
If you approve.
Next speaker, please.
Your next speaker is Randall Roma.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Hi, Randall Romo on Queen Chapel Road across from the mosque.
Thank you.
In addition to Alnoor, there are a number of other churches along Hoadley Road: Sacred Heart Catholic, Prince of Peace United Methodist, Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, Mashor Mosque, Real Life Church, and Iglesia de Cristo Bethel. All should be afforded equal treatment, but none should be given preferential treatment. Their request to increase their structure by a factor of 7 to over 88,000 square feet, tripling their congregant capacity to almost 1,800, resulting in a tripling of vehicle traffic to over 6,000 trips a day, is extraordinary, excessive, way more than any other church has or will ask, and it should not be permitted. Granting such an extreme request amounts to preferential treatment and will result in an increase in the already problematic traffic congestion and safety issues. The Hoadley community is not the appropriate location for a 5 to 6 story mega church. It doesn't fall within the nature of the semi-rural, not urban, Hoadley community. I'm not opposed to reasonable expansion, but this is way too much. The mosque has admitted that they've outgrown their facility. But one thing they haven't said is there any idea of splitting the congregation and building another mosque, build it a mile down the road this way and another one a mile down the road that way. I'll support that. It might be easy for others in the community or board members to vote for the expansion, especially if you don't live in this community. But for many of us who do, this is not an improvement. If the mosque increased the size of their parking lot or replace it with a parking structure, that might eliminate some of the overflow parking problems, vehicle congestion, and pedestrian traffic, but this should only be permitted while rejecting the request to increase the congregational space. Allowing parking to double, the number of congregants and vehicle trips to triple will only increase the already excessive vehicle congestion and pedestrian traffic. It will not relieve the neighborhood of already existing problems. Additionally, the request of an 80-foot tall spire is quite outrageous. This is as tall as the water towers in the county. None of the other churches along Hoadley have an 80-foot spire.
1 minute remaining.
They should be permitted to only have a spire no taller than the current existing ones. All the churches on Hoadley Road except Alnoor have congregations and whose members and motor vehicles fit within the confines of their property. This is not the case with them. I live on Queen Chapel Road, and I've seen parking 5 blocks deep into Quaint Drive, and this is especially noticeable on Fridays and month-long during Ramadan. I have to regularly go out of my way to avoid Holy Road during these times. Regardless of which faith, Holy Road is not the place for a mega church. If they want to build a mega church, they should find a more suitable location closer to the freeway, 95, 66, 495, someplace that has the infrastructure and capacity to support it. If approved, they will again outgrow their capacity and you'll encounter the same problems. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Romo. Next speaker, please.
Your next speaker is Laszlo Grexy.
So, good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you this evening or morning. I've been a resident of Prince William County for over 38 years now, and I live in the Lost Creek community adjacent to the mosque for the past 21 years. So I feel like I have a pretty good appreciation for some of the issues that have been raised today during this meeting. But I'd like to begin and say that I'm not opposed to expansion of the mosque to accommodate additional worshipers. What I am concerned about is that we not approve the application without adding some important conditions to help alleviate some of the concerns that have been expressed by the neighbors in the surrounding communities. Given the scope and magnitude of this effort, I think the intended use is to serve people beyond just the immediate community. However, the impact of the expansion is going to be felt most by the people that do live in the surrounding communities, and I think our concerns, unfortunately, have not been as adequately addressed as some people would like to have you believe. What I would recommend as you go forward in your deliberations is to consider adding some measurable and enforceable conditions to the SUP that do help address some of those concerns. I don't want to talk about all the things that have been discussed so far tonight. I want to focus on 2 things that I think personally, from my experience, would make it much easier for the people that live in the surrounding communities. First, there's been a lot of talk about installing a traffic light at Page Chapel. I think that should happen irregardless of whether or not the SUP is approved. Second, I think that once the
1 minute
traffic light is
remaining.
installed, that you should consider adding no U-turn signs at Holdley Road and Lost Creek. This is actually, this intersection is actually rated an F during certain hours of the day under normal traffic conditions. It's almost impossible to make left-hand turns out of Lost Creek without endangering an individual or possibly getting into an accident. The situation is exacerbated if we add additional uses to the mosque, which I believe are actually great, but if we add those, my concern is that the problem now shifts from being a problem during normal Friday worship services to being a major problem during
Thank you so much, sir.
When there is no police presence.
Thank you, sir. Your time is up. How many more do we have remaining, Christian?
We have approximately 8, I believe.
8 more? Okay, thank you. Next speaker, please.
Your next speaker is Mariam Ahmed.
Hello, can everyone hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay, perfect. Okay, all right. So my name is Mariam Ahmed, and I am a resident of the Neabsco district since August of 1993, almost 27 years. The first time that I attended the Alnoor Community Center was actually when the founders were clearing the land. My father is one of the founders, and I helped to clear the branches as a little girl. And I've grown up in this community, and the values that have been instilled in me by this community include focusing on education and helping your neighbor, no matter the gender, religion, or any other differentiating identities. Personally, I've participated in many community service activities through the mosque, including working in Adopt a Highway. And just during COVID, we distributed, as Sister Sophia mentioned, we distributed free masks to the hospitals that were made by the congregants of the mosque. Additionally, during the COVID-19 pandemic, we distributed hot meals, and I personally participated in distributing food supplies to residents, to their homes, to those who had verified need and were of vulnerable populations, including elderly folk, single mothers, or anyone who was unable to go out to the grocery stores themselves. These are the values that the Alnoor community embodies. And again, as somebody who's grown up with these values, I grew up to expand into the national sector of community service. I responded to national disasters such as the Flint water crisis, the Parkland shooting, and California wildfires, among other things. Locally, I volunteer.
1 minute remaining.
Through the expansion, we will only continue to expand in the community services that we currently offer. And to be frank, I'm actually very disappointed that the Board of County Supervisors are requiring that funds that can be utilized for community service are being used to fund a traffic light and a street light that VDOT has deemed unnecessary, especially when the Board of County Supervisors has access to the proffer or the TRIP funds to assuage the fears of the opposition. We are voting and tax-paying citizens of Prince William County. Your decision tonight will speak volumes to current and future constituents in a county that is only growing in diversity and in population. So traffic concerns are something that is only going to continue to grow. That's not something that we can run away from.
Thank you, Ms.
So-
Ahmed. Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Your next speaker is Bejan Murawat.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. My name is Bejan Marwat. I live in Woodbridge District. Thanks for this forum. Thank you for your dedication to this late hour. I'm speaking in favor of the Dar al-Noor expansion. Many objections have been put forth, but the fact of the matter is that we're blessed to be part of a pluralistic and diverse community. We have just overcome a dark period in American history where hatred and xenophobia has proliferated unchecked at the very top. This negative influence and dislike for inclusion and diversity in our society has impacted our community here in Prince William County. My apologies if you're genuinely ignorant, if you're a genuinely ignorant person about the rampant xenophobia caused by the former president. We cannot allow this xenophobia to prevent the expansion of the exemplary center of worship. We have a huge center right here. We have huge centers right here in Prince William County, accommodating thousands of other faiths within the community. It's only fair that the Muslim community also be supported and accommodated. We have the division of church and state, and our leaders should be sensitive to the message they will be sending to Muslims denying the expansion of this mosque, especially when you have huge centers like the Harvest of Life, Ebenezer Church, St. Elizabeth, Christ Chapel, and Holy Trinity, and others. They're some of the biggest centers of worship which are allowed to expand and build without any issues right here in Prince William County. Whether it's traffic lights, police officers, parking, or something else, the members of Dar al-Noor are all taxpayers and deserve to have their needs reasonably accommodated and the needs of the expansion met. And to answer the rude first person that spoke at 7:30 a.m., he said he supports the mosque but doesn't want us to point out the Islamophobia. Well, if the uproar has been raised over other places of worship expanding, then what could be reason for all this uproar over a mosque expansion? And also for the lady that brought up the 2007 article, is that the best you could do? This should be enough to illustrate that these xenophobic illusions of these people have no ground to stand on. And like the other gentleman said earlier, there's no credible challenge from the opposition.
1 minute
no
remaining, sir.
Whatsoever. Just like these insurrectionists trying to say that the election was rigged, they have no case. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker.
Your next speaker is Steve Reagan.
Hi, thank you very much. My name is Steve Rakin. My wife and I live in the Occoquan Magisterial District, and we very strongly support the proposal of the Dar al-Noor Community Center's expansion project. This incredible community center is not just a place of prayers and gatherings. It's really become, since the 90s, a pivotal partner to the larger community. We've heard tremendous things about the way it provides hot meals for people who don't have the ability to obtain their own food because of difficulties, and it's never asked if the people there are helping are active members of Dar al-Noor or elsewhere. Clearly, listening all night to the testimony, it's clear to me that Dar al-Noor has totally complied with the county and surrounding neighbors, and has met with neighbors to do their best to address at least some of the points that they're making. But I agree that, and I think it's regrettable that they're putting through the ringer far more strictly than many of the 163 churches in our
1 minute remaining.
wonderful county have been put through. The county's requirement regarding this issue of parking, the county requirement, as I understand it, is that for every 3 congregants, a religious facility must provide 1 parking spot. And Dar Alnoor, after expansion, will be well above that threshold. They have for quite some time provided the funds for off-duty PWC policemen to ensure safety
Thank you,
in
sir.
the neighborhood.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rankin. Thank you so much. Next speaker, please.
Your next speaker is Jack Kuyumjian.
Oh, you can hear me. Oh, thank you. Good morning, everyone and members of the board. I'm Jack Kuyumjian, president of LOCA. I've been a resident of the Occoquan Magisterial District for the past 45 years, and this is LOCA's 51st year of civic involvement. Dar Alnoor Mosque is in fact a part of the social fabric of Prince William County. The expansion is being addressed to accommodate their acknowledged growing needs and services to the community, including the religious, social services, clubs, education, youth, and many other needs. And that's commendable that they're reaching out to expand to try to meet those community needs, as they should. I've been to candidate forums at Dar Alnoor as part of the Prince William Committee of 100 activities, and I found that the mosque had been exceptionally gracious and hospitable to those times that I've been there, to all visitors. And I'm impressed with the many good things the mosque worshipers are involved with, and including myself. I'm an Eagle Scout, and they have the Boy Scouts there, the Girl Scouts, various community activities. All these are very commendable. But the SUP, the process we're going through, is to address and mitigate adverse impacts. And public safety is one of those factors that is considered in the SUP. So I would like to thank Supervisor Vega for hosting the town hall meeting we had last week, which was attended by over 300 people. I would say some people didn't get to speak, but she made that effort to reach out and understand those issues. And I'd like to thank Scott Meyer for his
1 minute remaining, Dr. Jack.
Planning office. What we did do was address traffic lights at Queen Chapel. We had 4 letters that LOCA wrote on this over the past 2 years, the latest one being January 25th. And we're asking consideration for the traffic light at Queen's Chapel and Hoadley, try to minimize the U-turns at Lost Creek and Webster's Way. And the worshipers certainly need to be good neighbors and not park on those neighborhood streets. So safety is a factor. By the way, with all the growth we've had, Webster's Way is the old Hoadley Road. The new alignment for Hoadley Road is a beautiful alignment. So, and we were, in the letters that we wrote, we were concerned about the adequacy of the outdoor play areas for the school children, concern for also the stormwater.
Thank you, sir. Your time is up.
Suggestions there.
Thank you so much, sir.
Madam Chair.
Next speaker, please.
Supervisor
Vega.
He represents.
Hold on,
local
Christian.
health. Does he not get 5 minutes?
He didn't.
He's what?
She's saying he's LocaPelt. I don't think he signed up and said he was representing LocaPelt when he
Just wanted to
started.
make sure.
No, yeah, I'm president of LOCA. I I am speaking for the organization.
If you want to give him 2 more minutes, then sure.
Oh, continue, Mr.
Okay,
Please
well, thank
continue.
you. I don't want to take too much more time, but just to say, the 4 letters we have represent the collective consensus opinions of the community and the Civic Association in trying to help the county staffers deal with minimizing the adverse impacts. And it's public safety orientation that we have. It's in no way is it Islamophobic. It's looking out for the best interest of the mosque and for the neighbors as well, and for everybody to have a safe community. So I thank you, and the board has to deal with this, but the mosque is there now. Their presence and their services are acknowledged by the community, and we thank them for the services, and we hope to all of us address safety as the issue for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker, please.
Your next speaker is Jamie Harris.
Good morning. My name is Janie Harris. I'm at the Coles District. The major concern we have is the safety for the drivers, the pedestrians, and the ease of just exiting our community, especially on Fridays. And with the expansion that could change Monday through Friday. The only access to the community where I reside is the use of Lost Creek Court. Lost Creek Court is the only way in and out of the community where I live. The expansion is approved for Coles District. In addition, we would like the capability of leaving our communities at any time with ease. I thought about the fact that there's Benton Middle School, which is on Hotley Road, but there's no community on the side with that school. Then I decided, well, I'll go over to Saunders Middle School and Hilton High School, which is on Spriggs Road, which is another main throughway. But there's no immediate communities adjacent to those schools. So I thought about how we could possibly eliminate the congestion there at the mosque. Well, what about an easement or secondary road? At the back of the mosque, bring a road to behind the Chriswood Farms, I believe is the name of the horse stable, and there's a homeowner next to the horse stable. Now, I know this would have to be requested to intersect with Galveston Court. And at Galveston Court and Holy Road is a traffic light. So anyone that's going towards David Ford or Prince William Parkway could use that route. This new road intersecting into Galveston Court.
1 minute remaining, ma'am.
Galveston Court is right there with IHOP and Harris Teeter. And that should ease some of the traffic occurring at the mosque with Queens Chapel Road, Lost Creek Court, and Raptors Way. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, ma'am. Next speaker, please.
Your next speaker is Stephanie Troop.
Thank you so much. Dear supervisors, you're so exhausted. I'm sorry. I'm sorry I'm calling because I feel bad. You must be so tired. But I just want to thank you for being here, and I'm calling because I'm asking you to please vote no on this particular proposal. I live in the Coles District. I live right off of Hoadley Road in the Gala Woods community. So I'm up and down Hoadley Road wherever I'm going anywhere. And I'm just deeply, deeply concerned about safety and about traffic. Our little Hoadley Road cannot possibly accommodate this kind of expansion at this time. Thank you so much, and appreciate again your service to our community, dear Board of Supervisors.
Thank you, Ms. Troop. Next speaker, please.
Supervisor Bailey, your final speaker is Tracy Lennox.
Thank you so much, Christian.
Morning, everybody. Thank you for staying awake so late.
Um, I'm a resident of the city of Manassas, but I speak to you this morning as the Chief Public Defender for Prince William County. I want to describe for you how Dar Alnoor is a vital partner in the public defender's mission of achieving justice and fairness for indigent persons in Prince William County. Prince William Public Defender is mandated to defend the rights and dignity of indigent persons charged with crimes in Prince William County. Defending both rights and dignity requires that we get to know our clients, who are mostly residents of Prince William County. Statistically, it's important to know that 95% of court-involved and incarcerated people return to live and work in their communities, and this is true of Prince William County as well. Public defenders, we not only defend our clients' rights in court and hold law enforcement accountable, we also help our clients to improve their lives and their conditions, helping clients to address mental health, addiction, homelessness, food scarcity, and isolation helps them be healthier and more productive in their families and workplaces, and helps them to become better parents, caregivers, neighbors, and partners. This serves the goals of fundamental fairness and equal justice for Prince William County residents, and it serves goals of justice reform, but it also has the byproduct of serving public safety by reducing the likelihood of recidivism. In short, it makes the county safer. The critical partner in our efforts to reduce recidivism and increase the ability of our clients to be productive and thrive is community and faith organizations like Dar Alnoor. The needs of our indigent community for food support, mental and physical health support, community engagement, support for youth, and as partners to invest in our neighborhood and communities, that is what Dar Alnoor and other faith communities like them offer. This echoes some of what you heard from Supervisor Marty Noe earlier tonight. This wraparound support for poor people, especially court-involved ones, is expensive, and it falls largely in the lap of local government to fund. Unfortunately, as you know, resources are limited, and local government can
1
never
minute
hope,
remaining.
thank you, to meet all of the needs of the indigent residents of Prince William County. There is just not enough money to pay for it, and that's where community and faith groups like Dar Alnoor step in. And Dar Alnoor has been a model of what an engaged faith community can provide to the Prince William County community, especially those most in need of help. I won't repeat the litany of examples of their community engagement and support that's at the core of Dar Alnoor. Others have eloquently addressed it. I'll finish by saying that as the Chief Public Defender for Prince William, I urge you to provide a level of support for Dar Alnoor that's equal to the level of support that they provide those in need in Prince William County. They routinely serve our most vulnerable, most overlooked members, and we should support them as they provide this service. And just as they seek to expand their capacity to provide this support to Prince William County and its most needy residents, we should embrace that expansion as well. I urge the board to unanimously approve their application. Thank you so much for staying up so late tonight.
Thank you, Ms. Lennox. Christian, thank you so much.
You're quite welcome.
Thank you, Christian. Thank you, Vice Chair Bailey. We're back. That will officially close the public hearing on the expansion of Dar Alnoor. I just had a cup of coffee. I'm wide awake. Okay, it's 2 a.m. 4 hours of that, we're ready to go. So I think this is a way we're going to handle this. I know, I don't know whether the applicant wants to say anything. I don't know whether we're going to take a period of questions, if that's okay. I don't know if supervisors or anybody at the board have any further questions. Give the applicant one more chance to speak if they wish, and then we can make a motion and then have discussion. Are there any outstanding questions? I know someone said that they were going to wait till after the public hearing. Supervisor Lawson.
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair. I have some questions.
Applicant, staff?
Applicant want to, typically they
Would you want to make some comments?
But,
no, she'll defer.
Yeah, I mean, some of them are.
They might address some of the comments that were had tonight, so I can answer questions.
Yeah, I personally, at least right now, I don't think I have any, but I have some questions of my own. So first of all, I asked Scott Meyer, is he in the room? Scott is our planner, and I asked him earlier when I stepped down from the dais because I noticed 2 different numbers, and it drew my attention. So on page 2 and 4 of the staff analysis, the occupancy load is 742. So then I noticed on page 31, the number, let's see, where's page 31? The number that is cited in the TIA summary is, I'm talking about existing, obviously. So existing 742, but in the TIA summary, you have 502.
And
So why the discrepancy of about 240 people?
The existing occupancy is 742. The number that was used in the TIA was the average number of of folks that are doing prayer. So the average number of prayer rugs per service is about 502. But using this 502 number in the TIA is the more conservative number to use. So our maximum capacity.
So, I'm sorry, say that again, using which one? Oops, I don't know what that was, sorry.
Using the 502 number, so the lesser number in the TIA is actually more conservative number to use, but the actual occupancy is 742.
Okay, so you're saying that the Alnoor currently averages about 502?
Correct.
And these numbers would have been, when did you run your TIA? Back in 2019?
Correct.
Okay. So if that's the case, then shouldn't there be adequate parking? Because you're at a ratio, a lower ratio, like 1 point, I don't know what the math is off the top of my head, but I'm thinking that your average has got to be higher than that because of all the off-site parking that the neighborhood has absorbed, and because the parking lot is already so crowded.
And most of that we're hearing is from special events and holidays, not on normal Fridays.
So does the planning department, is this customary, Scott, that we would allow the applicant to run a TIA based on their own average rather than current occupancy? Is it just
Mr. Meyer, can you get up to the microphone and answer so
confusing.
Mr.
That might
it's a
be
discrepancy
an
that needs to be.
If Elizabeth Scullin is still on, that would probably be an Elizabeth Scullin question from transportation.
Yeah, that's a good point. I don't know if she is.
I'm still awake.
Wow.
Hey, thank you, Ms. Scullin. Did you hear the question?
I did.
Okay.
A TIA, usually when we scope a TIA, we take the information that the applicant gives us. We don't look at occupancy of buildings. We look at how many people are attend a service. They currently have about 330 existing parking spaces. And so that could accommodate the 502 number of people that usually attend a service. That's daily is not an issue. It's when they have the large events that they have problems with parking. And then there's a perception that there isn't enough parking, and people have realized problems in the past from parking, so they go ahead and look in the neighborhoods to park because it's more convenient than
Madam Chair,
trying to access the mosque itself.
Thank you, Ms. Scullin. Supervisor Lawson, do you have another question?
Yeah, for Elizabeth.
Yes.
So Elizabeth, it's my understanding based on the public hearing, though, that there is frequent, we're talking Fridays, the day of service, that there is a lot of off-site parking on Fridays. So I think that there's a discrepancy there, and if the current parking lot accommodates 330 and they're averaging 502, we shouldn't be having the problem. And it's not match. What you're saying doesn't match what the nearby residents are experiencing on Fridays. Because we heard that tonight in the public hearing.
Correct. Just run the math. The DCSM requires one parking space per 3 seats is how it's
right, which is why you and I agree that the current parking should be adequate, but we know it's not, because otherwise we wouldn't have all these off-site problems. So is it customary for you to accept what the applicant is using for their average? I guess that's what I'm guessing you're going to say is, yes, that's customary. We're dependent on them to give us their average, right?
The correct information. Yes, we are.
Okay. It just, I can't help but notice the discrepancy because it's unusual.
Madam Chair.
Supervisor Bodie.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Scullin, if we could dig into that a little bit. Folks that testified, and I've seen it before, Alnoor on particular Friday, especially if there's a large number of folks that still need to come in, they'll have a fourth and even a fifth service during the day. And by the time you get to that end of the day, you're not seeing the parking lot overblown like you see in other services that are early in the day, especially in the middle of the day. So are those fourth and fifth services perhaps contributing to that average that you're seeing in that 502?
Yes.
So it could be that there's an influx in the early services, but as you go through the day, they peter off depending on the time of day, depending on the Friday. If we're in front of a holiday weekend, those things tend to affect it. So what I'm hearing is that average could mean throughout that entire Friday. Thank you so much.
So also that you find people that attend services during the workday, during work hours, we have a much lower vehicle occupancy than those that attend after work, where they may carpool or family members may come in the same vehicle. So there's much less demand for parking after work hours than during, say, the noon hour.
Madam Chair.
Supervisor Lawson.
Yeah, I think that what Supervisor Bodie's pointing out is customary. I think worshipers have patterns where they, like, I know that probably a 10 o'clock service is certainly something I'd be more, likely to attend versus a 7:30, 8 a.m. So I think what you're saying is it wanes depending on patterns of choices, I guess, for the worshipers. That makes sense at 2 a.m?
Are there
Everything ends at 2 a.m, doesn't it, Supervisor Lawson?
Does anyone else have any questions?
Well, I have a couple more questions, but I don't want to monopolize it. Are we going to bounce around on questions? Because what I might want to ask is something that somebody else is planning to ask as well.
There is no motion. We're in the question phase as opposed to the
I mean, if you have a
discussion
question,
phase.
feel free to.
I have no questions. Supervisor Vega, do you have some questions?
I do.
Maybe she'll cover some and that give her a chance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Donnell, I have a question for you, and I would like clarification on, in terms of the noise level complaints that we've heard. It was mentioned by you and I believe by Mr. Ahmed during our town hall that the police monitor noise levels. So I want clarification on that, please. Is Colonel Phelps here, by the way? I don't see him in the room. I'm just curious if he's out in the atrium. Is he? Okay, thank you.
So as we discussed at the town hall, and then we talked about it, I believe, prior to the town hall, because of COVID-19 right now, they are holding their prayer services outside, and they are using portable speakers in order to have those prayer services. So there have been times where county police have said this amount in decibel, and I'm correct, Rafi, correct? Okay, so this decibel is too high, so please turn it down, and they've done that.
Okay, I'm referring to pre-COVID because some of the, noise complaints that I heard were pre-COVID.
It's my understanding that pre-COVID, the only time there were outdoor speakers were during events. So
Okay.
they didn't have normally outdoor service.
Okay, and just to alleviate some of the concerns, Colonel Phelps, we have the officers there present to monitor the traffic, and so just want to make sure that that's the sole focus and responsibility of the officers that are present, and that they're not being asked to also monitor noise levels.
Yes, you are correct. Our primary focus is for traffic. However, if they get indication, like we get a call for service that the noise level is too much, then they will address it at that time.
So that would be a separate call for service.
Usually what would happen is somebody from the neighborhood would call in and let that know, and then dispatch would relay that to the officers on the scene for them to handle, as opposed to pushing it to the street.
Okay. And while I still have you, I do want to refer back to the the numbers that we were talking about in terms of the accident, what we've heard here tonight is a lot of concern centered around traffic and the safety. And I do want to thank some of the members of Dar Alnoor who have acknowledged that there is, in fact, a concern and an issue, and that they're not completely dismissing these concerns. So I want to thank Mr. Big. You brought it up, and you made reference of that, because that is important here when we're trying to figure out what we're going to do tonight and how we're going to move this application forward. And I think it's important for the rest of the board to also know. I did tell you that I was going to get a copy for you, and I did. And Madam Chair, if at any moment you'd like me to share this with anybody else, I can. But I want to.
Is there a
yeah,
question
I'm going to
related?
get. I'm going to get to it. I just want to make sure that you all know that I do have. If you all need it. So Colonel Phelps, I don't know if you want it now or. Thank you. Up, Andrea can. Okay, yeah, but I can get it certainly to you all. So Colonel Phelps, in the first page, it says, please find attached a list of the accidents that occurred at each intersection with Hoadley Road for the year of 2014 to present. There were 12 accidents between Lost Creek and Queens Chapel in 2019. And as I stated earlier to you, 8 of those 12 occurred on Fridays or during Ramadan. And the 8 that occurred on Fridays or during holidays happened on May 10th, May 17th, May 25th, May 28th, July 5th, August 9th, October 12th, and October 15th. I'm sorry, 25th. And I want to emphasize that these concerns are the concerns that are being brought up by members of the community. And so these are, valid concerns that I think that we need to address so that we can find that common ground that we all wish to find and address these concerns before we go ahead and approve the application tonight. And so with that being said, I also asked you about the police report that was issued, and if in fact the comments stated, is it Officer Alisi? Alisi. The comments stated by Officer Alisi, were true. And again, we're trying to talk about the facts so that we can sort everything out and address the concerns of the community. In the police report, it says that at this time, the police department believes this application will create a significant impact on police calls for service, traffic accidents, parking violation, and increased traffic congestion. I bring this up because Supervisor Bodie earlier asked.
Is there a question?
I'm getting to it, Madam Chair. I will get to it.
Because it sounds like you're making a case.
I'm
I'm really trying to just keep us on questions and then have a discussion.
I understand that, but it's important that we talk about the facts because it's been alluded all night that this is made up, right? Manufactured. And I want to make sure that we all have the facts.
Yes.
Thank you. So Supervisor Bodie mentioned if the police could handle the current situation. And so I want to bring this to your attention because the police is already out there right now. And these concerns that are in this police report are not being managed. And so the issue here is that we have a situation where we can't really enforce the parking on neighborhoods. We can't enforce traffic management because we don't really know about a traffic plan management in place. And so that's what we're trying to achieve. That's what we're trying to get. Officer Alisi, also talked about the traffic issues. The school buses traveling on Holy Road often get caught in traffic due to the increase in volumes of the vehicles. Bus traffic traveling on Penn Elementary School becomes an issue, and congregates park their vehicles within the Webster Way, Queen Chapel, Lost Creek communities, which often creates a shortage of parking spaces that members of these communities can utilize. And so I referenced the report that I just shared with you because these are accidents that are occurring on these roads mentioned in the police report. And so when the community brings these concerns, as somebody that represents the police department, what do we say to them in terms of how we're going to enforce and prevent these events from reoccurring?
So if I can go to the report that you handed me, and I'm assuming you're talking to the one that you starred. Is that correct?
Those are the ones
8 that you're referring?
Yes, sir.
1, 2, 3 are outside that I see right now are outside the time frame that we ran, that I'm comparing.
Okay.
So I was only looking at 11 o'clock to 3 o'clock.
Okay.
Those times. So on page 15, you have Hoadley Road at Lost Creek. That's at 8:58 p.m. That's outside. And then Hoadley Queen's Chapel at 7:20 p.m. So I'm only looking at the 4-hour window of 11 to 3. That's where my numbers are referring to.
Okay.
Not anything else, outside of that.
And then in terms of the enforceability?
So traffic enforcement is paramount for us, and it's an ongoing battle. I say battle because it's not an us versus them, but it's an ongoing problem that we have across the county. Hoadley Road is a very highly traveled roadway. There's no doubt about that. It's very high traffic. And with that, especially with the addition of Galveston and the shopping center it produces a lot of crashes, because anytime a vehicle makes anything other than going in a straight line, there's a chance for a crash to happen. Even with stoplights, you heard Ms. Scullin talk about today, stoplights actually can increase crashes. So because vehicles not continuing in a straight line. So by being able to control the area, we can't prevent crashes from happening because people lose time and the full time and attention of their vehicle, and rear end accidents happened. So we can only mitigate as best we can by controlling the intersections the way we do. We are doing that the best we can given the traffic load. Now, I talked earlier about some of the changes that we're doing, and one of the issues that we saw was our vehicles staying the entire 4 hours on the roadway is actually probably causing some problems, because people that move over law, people seeing the lights, they need to slow down. We're going to, unless we are actually directing traffic, the police vehicles are going to come off the roadway and actually be moving around in that neighborhood to be able to be looking for some of these other issues that have been brought up. And hopefully that'll mitigate some things and improve the traffic flow when we are not directing traffic, if that makes sense. So the cars being on Hoadley Road right in front of the mosque, unless they are actually directing traffic, they're going to be off the roadway to make the roadway free and clear, and then we can continue to control the egress of vehicles coming off so we can get into place.
Okay, and I know Captain Carr is no longer.
Yeah, Captain Barnhart is now the district commander.
Okay, and so in the report, it also contains that mosque attendees failed to follow commands or traffic officers assigned to the area to provide for their safety and the safety of others traveling on roadways within and during prayer services. The mosque expansion will draw far more, 3,000 people per prayer service, followers per service, to include vehicles traveling on Hoadley Road, and Hoadley Road does not have adequate lighting in that area. This is in the police report. Yes. So now that Captain Carr is no longer involved, we heard folks ask about a U-turn. And can you explain why the U-turn for the mosque traffic must be made at Lost Creek?
So under the current roadway conditions, it is about the free flow of traffic. So as I talked earlier, vehicles come in, they use that most eastern entrance, they flow in by right turn, go around and right turn and come out and then make that U-turn. The smoother the traffic flow we can make, the better. If we reverse the flow right now under the current construction of the roadway, vehicles that come from the parkway are going to have to go bypass that one entrance and then make that right turn, come around, and then interject into vehicles that are continuing to try and get to the mosque because of the way services are stacked. So they have one right after another, so it's a constant entrance. So we are actually causing more problems by having them bypass one entrance to come around and interject into the other intersection. So we're trying to just make it as smooth as we can under the current conditions. If the construction of the roadway were to change, traffic light and everything else, we would have to reevaluate what's the best way. The traffic light will have a significant impact on the traffic flow. And we would have to evaluate what's the best way, working with the mosque, on what the appropriate flow of traffic would be.
Okay, and on that note, when folks exit the mosque, they have to immediately cross 2 lanes of traffic, correct?
Right.
On
We
a
control
50,
the roadway. I'm sorry to interrupt, but we control when they come out, we control it at the entrance, so there's nothing else coming at that
okay,
point.
so there are no vehicles traveling
There
50
should not
miles?
be. I'm not
You guys
gonna-
are,
I can't say 100%, but there should not be, yes.
okay, all right, great. Let me see here. That's what I have, that's all I have for now on this. Madam Chair, if anybody else has a question?
Supervisor Lawson?
Well, I have a question related to this, but, so one of the frustrations that I heard on the town hall and heard tonight is that folks, in particular, right now, I'm thinking of folks on, I think it's Lost Field. Lost Creek.
Yes, ma'am.
They live back there. Sometimes they get frustrated with your officers because they're having to wait. One fella said tonight, like up to 20 minutes just to get off of Lost Creek onto Hoadley. And I remember you said on that town hall that the focus is to keep those roadways going so the feeder streets, unfortunately, get the shaft. But that's not fair to these folks that live back there and get caught up in this. How can you mitigate that so these folks are not waiting 20 minutes to get out of their own neighborhood?
So that should not be occurring. After the planning commission in August of 2019, I went back and made the direction that Lost Creek should be giving priority. We should not be impacting those residents when they come up. Now, we can't just stop traffic immediately. We get 1 or 2 cars. We may have to wait a couple minutes for a natural break to make it safe to get them through. But they should be given a priority. And I was talking to Captain Barnhart that he needs to go back through and make sure that that is discussed with every single supervisor who's assigned there. One of the changes that we made in August was adding that 6th officer, which triggered a supervisor to be on scene. Based on our off-duty detail policy, anything over 5, we have to have a supervisor. So they are responsible for making sure that that happens, and he's going to be recommunicating that with those that work that detail to make sure it is a priority.
And they're not going back to their cars.
Correct.
They're like, some said tonight, so.
That's a change in why we are pulling the vehicles off the roadway, because the optics of it are bad, absolutely.
Now, when
I
you
want
say
them
that, sir,
moving.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. I just want to make sure the public understands you.
Yes, ma'am.
When you say you're pulling vehicles off the roadway.
The police cruisers.
Exactly.
Yes,
yeah. Just in case anybody's.
So unless they are directing traffic, the cruisers will now be either in providing security on the premise of the mosque, or they will be roving the neighborhoods, making sure that there are no parking violations that can be enforced.
Or on Hoadley.
Or on Hoadley, yes, ma'am.
Have you seen, well, never mind. Because I know you're probably doing other things on Fridays and not directing traffic on Hoadley.
If I'm directing traffic, it's a bad day, ma'am.
Supervisor Bailey?
Thank you. I just had just got a quick question. With the concerns that have been expressed thus far, Colonel Phelps, do you see, based upon previously with the traffic patterns and how you've mitigated that and working with the mosque, do you see that this is insurmountable as we go forth to really focus on the traffic patterns and to kind of mitigate the concerns that have been expressed thus far? Is it insurmountable?
I don't believe it's insurmountable. We are always, no matter what we're dealing with, we're going to deal with issues. And
knowing that it's not perfect.
Exactly. Nothing is perfect. We're dealing with humans who make mistakes constantly. But the mosque has been very open to what we need and having those conversations. And if we need more staffing, then we ultimately control that. They have no say. And if I say tomorrow there's going to be 10 officers from now on, then it's going to have to happen that way.
And willing to pay for whatever.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Now, they're not going to like it. I realize that, but every position we have there, we have to justify at the same time. We have to be good partners in this and part of that discussion. When we have Ramadan and Eid, we sit down and we have those discussions on why we have certain officers at locations. Because we do upstaff. There's over 15 officers that handle those events and the traffic mitigation. So as long as we have those open lines of communication and we continue with the education within the mosque and the patrons to the mosque, it's not insurmountable. We will always have to continue to re-educate because there are some that, regardless of where you're going, that I want to park over here because it's faster for me to get out because I'm in a rush or anything. We're always going to deal with situations like that. I'm not saying that's a common occurrence, but it's an occasional thing no matter where we go. So we just have to have those continued communications. The traffic light, I think, if that were to go through, can be a game changer and will change a lot of things, but it is not going to solve everything. I will be perfectly honest about that. It will
But
not
can
solve
be a
everything.
game changer.
It can be a game changer, absolutely. It can help the situation, but it will not solve all the issues.
And I want to go back. I'll be done in a minute. I know it's 2 in the morning. I'm sorry. I want to go back to. I appreciate you taking ownership and accountability for the report that was made before.
Yes, ma'am.
But you've put things in place already to mitigate that as well,
Yes,
or to
ma'am, we
improve
have.
that.
Yes.
So that's not a concern as well.
So Officer Alice's concerns on and how he articulated certain instances that have occurred, they have occurred. And yes, we have been working to make higher visibility, make it safer. And so, like I said earlier, his information is accurate. However, it did not drill down to the level of what I would ask certain questions to make sure that we provided to put some things in proper context, like crash information. So he's talking way up here where I would have liked to have more information down lower to have more detail for it. But that's a communication, again, within my department, within the police department, and we have worked to make that smoother as we provide further information for other planning commission meetings.
Supervisor Franklin.
Sure. So with regards to the transportation management plan, which I think is in draft still,
Yes.
will you all be working directly with
Yes.
Dar Alnoor to
And
implement?
VDOT to make sure it is correct and accurate and to what is the safest way. And it'll be reviewed, I believe it's in the SUP annually by us, it won't be left to VDOT to review. We take ownership of that to make sure that it is correct and the way it needs to be.
Sure. And have you seen the draft plan? It may be in here. My apologies.
I have
if it
seen the
is.
framework of it. I have not seen, because it's still, contingent on the design of the actual parking lot. So until we actually get that, they can't really put a lot of detail into it.
Sure. But what you've seen of the framework, are you comfortable with
What they
which
talk
direction
about,
it's going in?
it's in the right direction.
Okay, and then lastly, with regards to the report that the officer originally put together, was that during a specific time frame or during a specific holiday?
I don't know the specifics of that. The pictures that I saw looked like it was from an event, but I don't know that for sure. So I would have to go back and ask and what date and time and kind of look at that.
Okay, and if it is from a particular event, I'm assuming that with the transportation management plan, you all will be working closely with them to make sure that whatever those issues that he may have mentioned
Yes,
can be mitigated against.
absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
And you feel pretty confident about that?
I'm very confident on that communication piece and our control over what we need to do to make sure it's safe.
Yeah, and the reason why I mention that is because obviously transportation has been the number one concern. And this report has been kind of a central part of those concerns. And with, and it makes sense for it to be. Just want to make sure that residents know that if this does go forward, there is a commitment from both the police department and the mosque to make sure that those concerns, which could be very real concerns, are addressed and mitigated.
Absolutely. And the sooner we know of concerns, the better. So obviously we're all human. We make mistakes. We don't see everything out there. So if there is a specific issue, I encourage residents to call us either on the non-emergency number 6500 or contact the police station, Central District directly so that we can take action right then and there and to mitigate all that.
Madam Chair.
If I could go to Supervisor Bodie and then go back to Supervisor Bodie, then Supervisor Vega.
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Assistant Chief Phelps. I guess my only other question is in terms of the actual we just talked about the structure of the parking as we expand it out. Obviously, it's going to make a lot more surface area. There's going to be less. There's going to be more room for people to sort of queue up. Driving into Dar Alnoor, you will almost immediately have to be directed to go down a row or whatnot, which I'm sure causes it to queue up even farther. But since we're going to be having a more lateral down, I'd imagine officers are going to be able to more smoothly direct folks where they need to go, and it's not going to be nearly as much queuing on the Hoadley. Is that correct?
Theoretically, yes, sir. So we will be able to pull all the vehicles onto the private property of the mosque. It's going to be contingent on those that are in the parking lot. If you've ever been to Jiffy Lube Live, it's kind of the same concept. You can get them off the roadway as fast as you can, but you can't really get them parked unless you have people inside getting them moving. So that's where that traffic management plan will come into effect, so that it articulates the actual travel path in the parking lot to make it a very effective. So we're queuing on the property as opposed to on the Hoadley.
Sure. My last question is, obviously, we've also talked about off-site parking. So we've talked about Fitzner, for example. I know that at some cases the Dar Alnoor folks even talked to folks in the shopping center with the Harris Teeter and shuttle folks. So I assume that you guys will be looking at that as an all-of-the-above approach to especially special events, Eid, Ramadan, things of that nature.
So we have no control over private property and allowing vehicles to park there. So if it came down to parking at the Galveston Shopping Center, that would be up to the property management there to whether or not they wanted to allow that. And if they didn't, they retain the right to tow vehicles. Fitzner St. Andrews County owned, and it is an open parking lot unless it's being specifically rented out for an event. So as far as enforcement, all we can do is parking violations if that were. So if somebody wants to park there, but we will work with that notification with staff and working with buildings and grounds to ensure that there's good notification for anybody that would be using that, especially if we're going to be bringing buses for shuttling, to ensure that everybody is aware of that.
And so what I'm hearing then, in summary, is there's not one silver bullet to solving the traffic issues here, but the folks at Dar Alnoor has been working with your folks and VDOT that as we move down this towards the horizon, they're looking at an all-of-the-above approach to it.
Absolutely. If you found that silver bullet, you'd solve a lot of problems in this county, sir.
Madam Chair.
Supervisor Vega was next.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Colonel Phelps, so how is the parking management plan going to result in a different outcome than what we have now?
As Supervisor Bodie talked about, because the priority is on the parking lots first, and it goes deeper in. So we'll be able to queue people and pull vehicles off the roadway and serpentine potentially through the parking lots as they negotiate through. So I can't remember what the numbers are, but it's a deeper area for us to move vehicles onto there. So the traffic comes off of Hoadley quicker. But again, that's going to be contingent. The movement of the traffic on the parking lot, within the parking lot, is contingent on those attendants knowing what they're doing, the training and everything else. And that'll be the discussions that we have with in developing that plan.
Okay. And then Supervisor Franklin talked about what was in the police report in terms of photos, and it's, Supervisor Franklin, a combination, a little bit of everything. We have example of pedestrian traffic during special events, example of traffic congestion during special events, Hoadley Road, Queen Chapel, traffic congestion on Hoadley Road, traffic congestion again on Hoadley Road, and then a photo of tire marks from a vehicle that almost struck an officer conducting traffic control while working on off-duty detail. I'd be happy, Madam Chair, if you're okay and if members of the board would like to see it, to post these photos on the projector so that we can all understand, based on some of the comments that we heard tonight, even some of the members of Dar Alnoor seem to not know about this and are wondering where this is all coming from. So I think it would probably help to show the photos.
Can I ask a question before we do that? Sure. Is it fair to say that Officer Alice's comments might have been more anecdotal, which is why they were walked back, because it was his perception and he had picked out some anecdotal information?
He actually had specific instances, which is why he has those photos. But one of the problems with pulling specific instances is it's not always the norm. So that, yes, while we almost had an officer hit, I'm not going to deny that aspect, and it makes it very dangerous. I can't really say that it's because of the MOS traffic, because I've almost been hit several times when I was directing traffic. It has to do with people paying attention to what they're doing when they're on the road.
Thank you.
It is a danger of directing traffic by far, and that's why it's a very dangerous aspect of police work. So he has specific incidences. I'm just very leery of broad stroking that as this happens every single day, because it's not. It is a specific incident, and that can happen any other time. But when we look at some of those issues, pedestrian traffic, which was a problem at one point, I don't think it's as big of a problem now. We have been mitigating it through education. We have seen a decrease in that aspect. So we have been working on some of those issues.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, I'd like to show them.
You're welcome to show the pictures. I was just getting
Thank
at
you.
it's more anecdotal than informative.
And you brought up a good point. We're trying to make a decision taking into consideration the entire Hoadley Road corridor. So we're not trying to imply anything. But again, this board needs to know all of the facts and examine everything in its entirety so that we can make an educated decision with safety in mind as well.
Absolutely.
So while Andrea gets that ready, Colonel Phelps, you said, that the report contains things up here, but you wish that it would be more down here.
Right.
What does that mean?
So like the crash information, like when we were discussing that, what you saw in the Ms. Cullen's report this is all the crashes that happened for the entire year. Well, when we talk about it and ask certain questions, okay, what's actually happening during the actual time frame? So it's more of a critical analysis of what's going on rather than just talking about it at that high level. I would have liked to know more about the pedestrian traffic, asking those questions, and had it been known prior to, then we could have added more officers to deal with that aspect. So again, it was a communication within the agency that needed to occur prior to dissemination. Again, Officer Allison did nothing wrong. He did best with the information that he had and did what he thought was right. I just would have asked a little more questions, knowing the area the way I do and the interactions as far as vehicle traffic management, that type of thing. So
Understood. I just want to make sure that folks realize that nothing's been walked back or that whatever's contained in the police report is not misinformation or misrepresentation, but in fact, they're facts. Andrea, and then the last photo, if you could please show. And to my colleagues on the board, I hope we can find some type of common ground because, this was an officer, but I've witnessed coming from my office to this building, I've seen women, children, the elderly men crossing, and we have to be mindful of the decision that we're going to make when we're talking about safety and ensuring that something catastrophic doesn't happen. So,
Ms. Cameron, did you want to make a remark?
I just wanted to specifically answer Supervisor Franklin's question. These pictures were taken during Ramadan. We submitted our application right before Ramadan, and these pictures were taken during Ramadan. So the other issue or incident that happened was there's a mosque next door. Their holidays normally do not fall on the same year. This year, their holidays did fall on the same exact year. So these pictures that are taken are accurate pictures, but they don't reflect what a Friday looks like. They reflect the first or second day of Ramadan. And for all of us that, like me, sometimes I only go to church on Christmas and Christmas Eve, it's the busiest time, right? So I try to go every Sunday. It doesn't always work, but I'm always there on the holidays. That's the same thing with Ramadan. So I just wanted the public to also know that these pictures don't represent every Friday. This was taken during the holiday.
Thank you very much for that explanation.
Madam Chair.
Supervisor Lawson.
I thought you were going to say you were a C and E'er. You know what that means, Christmas and Easter. Thank you, Supervisor Vega, for drilling down on that. It wasn't anecdotal, and Officer Allison was not wrong, and I appreciate you having a thorough discussion about that. Colonel Phelps, you might as well come on back down. So Jiffy Lube Live is in the district that I represent, and when we were talking about traffic management plans and pedestrian, a lot of pedestrian, traffic as well. Sometimes it's hard to manage. I couldn't help but compare it in my head to Jiffy Lube Live. And by the way, everybody, St. Catherine Drexel is a special use permit that was approved in 2015. And from what I recall, that had a traffic management plan as well. And for the record,
Is there a question?
Yeah,
Because this is question time, please. We're
Yeah.
really trying to move it along, and then we can have discussion and remarks.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm just trying to set it straight. Anyway, I'll tell everybody later why I voted against that project. But regardless, in the special use permit conditions, the mosque has conditions up, or I think minimum of 6 police officers. For the sake of the public, I just want everybody to know that Colonel Phelps and his department may determine that there is a need for more than 6.
Yes.
And if that's the case, that you will require that and the mosque will comply.
Yes, ma'am. Captain Barnhart will be in communication with the mosque, continual communication. The minimum is 6. We upstaff definitely on the holidays.
Yeah.
But if something were to happen, even like during construction that we're finding an issue and we need to upstaff, then we will have that authority to upstaff and make sure that we have the proper staffing for it.
Okay, thank you. And then you probably don't want to talk to me about structured parking and open space.
Structure parking? That's not my forte.
Yeah.
But.
No, I'll have planning come up for that question.
Are there any further questions? Supervisor Angry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Hey, Colonel Phelps. Hey, do you guys do this anywhere else? How many more churches do you do this parking management for? And I think the sheriff's, if I can just jump real quick, the sheriff's office does Mount Zion, right?
Yes, the sheriff's office does do Mount Zion. They also handle, I know for a fact, the church off Chapel Springs, thank you, off 28. It's kind of a combination as far as who handles what. Some churches come out to us, but we handle a lot of other churches. Holy Trinity on the West End, we help with that. There's quite a few other ones. So it's not out of the norm for us to help a religious institution with their parking.
Yeah, and the reason I say that, just really twofold. Now you can tell it's late. I'm getting a little groggy with a voice, but it's twofold. So one is, I'm the guy that always talks about overtime, but I will tell you this: we know police officers don't make good money. You don't make good money, and I can tell you, doing all these overtime jobs like this, one of the things is I recognize even if we try to pull this kind of stuff from you, then it really, it's a personal thing, but it does, that's a good side gig, if you will. I'll just throw that out there and say that. But the second point I just want to make with that is the fact that all of these
Supervisor Angry, do you have a question?
Yeah, well,
Okay.
I just want to get to the safety issue of it. All of these are safety issues, and in all of these places where you kind of do these patrols or do these police traffic management, do you have other instances of close calls or accidents at those other locations?
I don't know of any offhand, but I'm sure there have been. I guess, like I've said before, I've been almost hit several times. It doesn't matter if it's perfect day or snow out. It's a very dangerous type of activity, being out with moving vehicles. To your point of wellness of the officers, we have a policy that officers can only work a certain amount of hours. It's 16 hours in any 24-hour period, so that we may mandate that they get rest and they have time off, and then they can only work a certain amount of hours within a week too.
All right, that's great. Hey, and Madam Chair, I think we really should look at trying to maybe pull a report on all of these locations where we have these, traffic management and just seeing what it really looks like holistic to the county.
We're still in question phase. You're welcome to make that remark when we're in discussion, and ask for that. But Supervisor Are you done, Supervisor Angry?
I'm done.
Okay. Supervisor Franklin, do you have a question?
I'll make it very, very quick. I do think it was important to talk about the specific photos for those who haven't seen that. So thank you for highlighting that. I do just want to clarify that to prevent that from happening moving forward, they're putting together a plan to prevent those type of instances. Is that the
Well,
case?
let's use the proper terminology, please. It's mitigate. We can't prevent anything.
Sure, mitigate. That's right.
As far as traffic goes. So
Yep.
we're doing everything we can to mitigate any safety issues from occurring.
Okay.
And yes, we will work hand in hand with VDOT and the mosque to develop a very thorough, comprehensive plan that works.
Yeah, and then in terms of the additional parking, that should also help help mitigate
Yes, ma'am.
that particular example.
Once it is in place and able to be used, it should help alleviate a lot of issues right from the start.
And then annually, with that report coming back from the mosque, we'll be able to see what's working and maybe what's not, where we need to, maybe do some additional
We will
measures.
always tweak it as we go, but there will be an annual review to make sure that it is captured the way it needs to be. And if changes need to be changed, then we have that authority to make those changes.
And then you all can work internally to do that.
We will work with the mosque, yes. It's ultimately the mosque's responsibility to draft it and maintain it. We just have the authority to say yes or no to certain aspects.
Are there any further questions of the applicant or staff?
Madam Chair, I have a question for transportation.
Would that be Elizabeth
Yes.
Scullin? Yes, I assume Ms. Scullin, you're still here? Yes.
I'm still here.
Okay. Ms. Vega?
Oh, thank you. I was expecting to see her, but I can't see you, Elizabeth, but I can hear you. So the level of service grade at Lost Creek is already enough, correct, Elizabeth?
Let me get the information. Got it right here. What the analysis shows is there's 4 levels of service. I'm looking right here for there's a Friday and then there is a weekday. So for weekday at Lost Creek, the right turn lane is level of service A, and then the through and left is level of service E in the morning and F in the evening. And then on a Friday with police control, it's completely up to the police that determines what the level of service is. The more people they let out, the better the level of service is for the side street, but the worse it is for Hoadley Road.
Okay, and then the grade, the service level for Queen's Chapel, what is that?
At Queen's Chapel, it's level of service F for morning and evening.
Okay, and there's no lower grade than that, correct? There's
That
nowhere
is
to
the
go from
lowest
there.
grade.
That is the lowest grade. Okay, and so for clarification purposes, we know that the applicant will contribute $51,000 for the traffic light, which was a condition placed by the Planning Commission back in 2019, and this was set for approval if that condition was met. Now, Elizabeth, for clarification purposes, so that the community can know, because there are some things that have been disputed as to why only $51K for the light contribution. Can you explain, please, how that was calculated?
Yes, the VDOT warranted this traffic signal in 2017, so it met 3 warrants at that time. There are actually 8 warrants that can be satisfied. There's a peak hour warrant, there's a 4-hour warrant, and then there's the 8-hour warrant. And VDOT warranted the traffic signal on all 3 of those warrants. So initially, the applicant said that they had 6% of the morning peak hour traffic. And so that was acceptable to us, but we asked them to update the warrant study to see whether they actually had a higher percentage of traffic on any of the other warrants that were already met. As it turns out, the 6% peak hour was the highest amount of traffic.
Okay.
And VDOT estimated a cost of $850,000 for that traffic signal installation, and 6% of 850 is 51,000. So the SUP condition is actually written that they would pay 6% of the installation of the traffic signal up to $51,000. So if the actual installation only costs $600,000, they would pay 6% of $600,000.
Okay, and then just to be clear, Elizabeth, the applicant is not being asked to fund any of the light based on their current contributions to traffic or even peak hours on Friday. This is just the increase in vehicles from this SUP request based on transportation studies for Monday through Thursday morning traffic.
Correct, because on Friday, the police officers are controlling the traffic. And if there was a traffic signal there, the police could determine whether they wanted to use it or whether they wanted to put it on flash and take over control at that time.
Thank you.
Okay. Are there any other further questions for staff?
Madam Chair, I had questions regarding that structured parking and open space.
And who would that be of?
Well, Scott, probably for both. Lucky you, Scott. So, in the conditions, I noticed that this is under 7C, a provision for structured parking. That would be handled administratively through a minor modification, which kind of caught my attention because, first of all, we don't really have a lot of structured parking in the county. Matter of fact, do we have any in existence? I know that I know we have a proposed one off of I-95, but who determined, Scott, that this would be a minor modification?
Well, in an effort, Supervisor Lawson, to incentivize structured parking, we added this in. We understand about the cost provisions, but we felt that we're always trying to minimize on the ground impervious area, and by doing that, you know, you're going in height. We're also we were thinking that if this was allowed, that we would be willing to consider up to 60 feet in height, as it is consistent with the maximum height allowed with the religious institutions.
So we got a semi-rural landscape, and we're truly considering putting 60 feet of height of structured parking in a landscape that is semi-rural with a horse farm next door. And really, that just doesn't seem compatible whatsoever.
Yeah, I mean, we're looking at it. I understand how you're looking at it that way. We're looking at incentivizing the parking. I mean,
but I think Mika might want to help you out here.
Ms. Doss?
But to my point, I mean, I appreciate that you said height 60 feet right now, but I certainly didn't see anything. I have a note to ask you about the height, the size. There's nothing.
We were considering that. We were considering up to 60
Okay. Well, that's not noted in the conditions.
It's not right now. Yes, I understand.
Anyway,
Ms. Doss, do you have something to add?
This was an idea to help incentivize. There's a lot of community interest in trying to get as much parking on the site as possible. To be clear, the applicant does not have funding to do structured parking.
say that again. Doesn't.
The applicant does not have funding.
Is your microphone on? Yeah, your microphone's not on. I'm so sorry. I think it's on the side there. Ms. Madden. Thank you. If you could start over.
I'm sorry about
no,
that.
that's I should have.
Sorry. Thank you. So I just wanted to be clear. Mika Doss with the Planning Office. I've been assisting with this application. Scott works with me. Just to be clear, the applicant has not requested approval for a structured parking garage. I just want to get that out there, okay?
Mm-hmm.
The staff was trying to respond to some concerns about trying to maximize parking on the site. And we thought it would be appropriate to try to incentivize the applicant to be able to provide this in the future without going through the minor modification process, which allows layout changes. So minor modifications allowed, that's layout change, that's the planning director approval process.
Mm-hmm.
So this was just to provide some clarity to an element that some folks thought might be desirable for the site in the future. 60 feet is the maximum height
for religious institutions in this zoning district. So that would be the maximum that would be allowed for the structured parking garage. That's just the requirement in the A1. So that's just some background at where that would come from. Again, this is not something the applicant has requested, but was added to help potentially incentivize this in the future if it was desired and there was funding to provide some additional parking on the site.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I appreciate the intent.
Yes.
What I'm most concerned about is that it's a minor modification. I mean, a minor modification, just for the sake of anyone that's paying attention, does not come before us. It's totally handled administratively. So the board a few years ago approved this policy for minor things, and so it would give staff the authority to approve a minor modification. And my argument is I don't think this is minor. Structured parking is very expensive. Did the community express a deep desire to go up?
Ms. Cameron, would you like to address?
So I'm sorry. We did hear that, but I just wanted to share that if the board was not comfortable with this condition, I know the applicant would have no issue with this being deleted. So really, it's the board's preference on this condition.
Yeah, I personally would not like to see a structured parking there.
This came specifically from Locapelt's list of requests. One of the things that Locapelt specifically asked for was for structured parking. And I think in responding to Locapelt, planning staff provided this condition. As part of the minor modification process, what we've seen when we've applied for them, and we've applied for a lot, that county staff will not approve a minor modification without going to the board supervisor whose district it's in and getting the approval and the okay for that. So you're correct, Supervisor Lawson, it doesn't go to the entire board, but it would go to Supervisor Vega for her support and approval of that. But again, it is extremely cost prohibitive, and the only other structured parking I know of in the county is associated with the VRE. I believe Supervisor Franklin on Route 1, there's a structured parking for that VRE station, but that is it.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Again, Ms. Doss, I appreciate the intent. Y'all, are trying to mitigate everything, and I just have a little heartburn over it being a minor modification. What if Supervisor Vega is not here in 10 years, and because this doesn't have an expiration on it, right? I mean, what if they want to go up 10 years from now? Would this allow them to build a structured parking lot down the road?
The expiration is essentially the applicant has 3 years to file a site plan, and then the applicant has 5 years from the date of final site plan approval to start to have an occupancy permit for a phase of the construction. So you're correct. There is not an expiration date. So 10 years down the line, if there was funding, they could be able to do that through the minor modification process as currently conditioned.
Okay, I guess I'll defer to Supervisor Vega on what she and Locapelt wants to do, but I just couldn't help but raise the concern.
Are you through with your questions?
On that, but I also have open space.
Supervisor Vega, do you want to address the structured parking concern of Supervisor Lawson?
No, not necessarily, but I do want to talk about the parking. So,
so the last thing, I'll just make this last one quick, hopefully. There's confusion about open space. I think, Jonelle, you said that it's 41% earlier tonight. Is that right? 40, somewhere in there. Scott, does that include the parking lot? There's some confusion about how we calculate open space, and I know that from the email that you sent me earlier today when I was pinging you on it.
There's two different definitions.
Yeah, open space can include parking areas.
Yes, that's in the comprehensive plan.
Right.
How open space is defined.
So if you look at just the visual of this sketch, it looks like the impervious surface alone is going to be far more than 60% covered. What do you think about that? Just the visual alone looks like they're covering a ton. The lot coverage has to be pretty high.
That's true, yeah. Yes, on the plan, there's also an impervious ratio too, but, I mean, that's why I wanted to point out the definition that you referred to. Yeah, because in the comp plan, it could include parking. In the zoning ordinance, it's a little different.
Right.
Yeah, how it's described. So yes, I understand.
So you are calculating the parking as part of your open space?
If you look at it in that definition, yes.
I'm looking at how it was presented with the stats.
Ms. Cameron, would you like to address that?
Yeah.
Please, thank you.
We had our civil engineer run that number 5 times to make sure that it was accurate. And that number did not include the parking lot. It included the minimum of 5% interior parking lot landscaping that is required, as well as the 50-foot perimeter buffer, the portion of the buffer that's 30 feet, and the landscaping area that's in front of the property along Hoadley Road. So there's a 20-foot HCOD buffer, but in addition to that, there's also green space along Hoadley Road as well. So my civil engineer is confident in that number. I had him run it 3 times to make sure when I said that number, I would be correct. So I do believe that number is correct, and it didn't include the parking lot.
I appreciate that, because just to look at it, I was thinking that can't be. So
I said the same thing.
Okay.
And said run it again.
Glad
and
to
again.
know. Thank you, Janelle.
You're welcome.
Supervisor Vega.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Scott, thanks, Janelle. Scott, I think it's important to reiterate that the prayer mat to parking space ratio is within DC SM standards, right?
Yes.
Now, currently, the applicant has 330 parking spaces for 502 prayer mats. That is a ratio of 1.52 prayer mats attendees per parking space. Is that correct?
I'm sorry,
I can say it. Currently, the applicant has 330 parking spaces
Yes.
for 502 prayer mats. That is a ratio of 1.52 prayer mats attendees per parking space, correct?
yes.
Okay, and so I want to talk about this for a little bit, because there seems to be this impression that the additional parking is going to be the solution to all of the traffic concerns that have been raised. So in order to not make the current situation any worse, you would have to at least maintain that ratio or make it better. Now, the current proposal doesn't maintain the current ratio or make it better, but instead it gets 50% worse. Now, here's my question for you. The number of parking spaces is increasing to 781, right?
Yes.
Okay, but the number of prayer mats attendees to 1,782. Correct?
Yes.
Okay.
That's true.
All right, so if we divide 1,782 by 781, the new ratio is 2.28 prayer mats, or attendees per parking space, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so in all fairness, when we hear folks saying that it's going to get 50% worse today, based on those numbers, that is a true statement, correct?
That's true, but you also need to factor in the parking and traffic management plan and the other mitigating factors.
Okay, so with that being said, how is off-site parking going to get better when the ratio is getting worse?
Well,
Jonelle, do you want to
yeah,
take a stab at that?
I can answer that question for you.
We have multiple people that want to answer. Go ahead.
Yeah.
I don't mind who.
Ms. Scullin, take a crack at it.
We have studies that were done by the traffic consultant, that's the traffic consultant for the mosque, at other mosques, and we have about 4 studies in the county that show that the average vehicle occupancy of the attendees for afternoon services is between 1.67 and 1.71 attendees per vehicle. So that's the ratio that we usually use, but the traffic study only required what the DCSM requires, which is 1 space per 3 seats, or 3 mats in this case. So the traffic study indicates that they realize that they will not have sufficient parking given the policy that we require as 1.7 persons per vehicle. And that's why they have proffered or conditioned the traffic management plan, because they don't believe that they will have all 1,782 mats filled at one time, that they would be staggered. And the only time that that would happen would be for large events or holidays. And that's why the traffic management plan has to provide those additional spaces off-site.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Jonelle?
I was going to say most of what Elizabeth said, but also when you look at the 502, again, that's the average, right? So the average of our prayer rugs. If you go to our occupancy, which is 742, so if we have 742 in the building for occupancy, when you do that number, that parking ratio is very similar to the parking ratio that we actually have. So the 742 divided by the 330 comes out to about 2.24 approximately, and we're providing 2.28. So at maximum capacity, we are showing a similar ratio to parking that we have today.
I'm sorry, you said it was 2.28?
Our ratio is approximately 2.28 with the expansion, and I think when you do the math, it's 2.2 something. It was very, very close.
Okay. Scott, don't go anywhere, sorry. So we've heard about the traffic issues on this end of Hoadley, and this is even before the Apollo project and the proposed 14th High School gets built. So we're talking about a Friday traffic increase again of 1,761 cars to 6,253, which is a 355% increase. So my question is, do you think that Lost Creek and Hoadley, with the current traffic situation as it is, can handle such an increase?
I think with the mitigation that they have on site, yes.
Okay. And then, Scott, to wrap it up for now so that I can let others ask some questions, we've been hearing that there is building that's going to happen in phases. We've heard that the community has asked that. We've heard it during our teletown hall and in other various forums. Can you quickly explain the difference between building in phases versus approving in phases?
Okay.
And which one applies to this application?
Well, here, the applicant, they have 3 years to file the site plan. And then there's basically, once you start a first phase of the construction, there's vesting that would take place. And but I think also it's important to point out, Supervisor Vega, that we have a condition about the parking. You know, in the initial phase, all the parking that provides for the parking needs up front. So you have a phasing approach, but you also have how you're implementing the parking needs. And I think that directly is addressing the community concerns.
Sorry.
Yeah, but.
I wanted to answer your question from a transportation perspective because you mentioned the 14th High School and you also mentioned the Apollo development. As part of the traffic impact analysis, when you have to look at background traffic, you have to take into consideration all of the traffic that's for approved projects, even if those approved projects are not yet constructed, as well as a 2% annual growth rate on the road generally. And so when we did our traffic impact analysis, we had to take into consideration the trips that are generated from the Apollo development, as well as a 2% annual growth rate. At that time, the 14th High School was not yet decided as to where it was going, so that wasn't considered approved. But the Apollo development is included in our background traffic.
Thank you for that clarification.
Can I ask a quick question? We haven't decided where the 14th High School, does anybody know? We haven't decided where that's going yet, have we? That's not a done deal.
I said proposed, Madam Chair, because there's
No, I know, but I just want to make sure that people know that that's not a decision, correct?
Madam Chair, I think the county executive was going to.
Yeah. Okay. Just want to be clear on that. Okay, thank you. That's a side concern. Supervisor Bodie.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to clarify something that Supervisor Vega asked in terms of that increase in trips from 1761 to 6250, that is only on Fridays, correct?
Correct. That is only on Fridays.
And so obviously you had a chart up earlier where you looked at the AM and PM trips for every other day of the week, Monday through Thursday, and those are a fraction of a fraction by
Correct.
comparison.
Yes.
Thank you for that.
You're welcome.
Okay. I don't see any other questions, which means we've come to the end of our question time. I assume the applicant's set. Okay. Ms. Vega, it's in your area. Would you like to make a motion regarding agenda item 13C, the special use permit I have the wrong number here, 2019-00046?
Are we going to make a
motion? We can discuss it.
Madam Chair.
Supervisor Lawson.
Thanks. Since it's 3:10 in the morning, I just want to make sure, because I don't have any memory of you closing the public hearing.
I did, yeah.
Okay. That's
I
all.
said this, I think Ms. Madden would have told me if I didn't close the public hearing. Yeah.
Madam Chair, I'm just not sure I'm following here. I just want to make sure that I'm clear. When do we make our argument or our statement portion comes in place?
We make a motion, and then everybody has 2 chances to speak, 5 minutes apiece, and then we vote.
Okay.
During discussion is, we were trying to, we just finished question time, and we went on for a while, and now we're to discussion time. And I'm trying to get a motion so we can discuss it. And I'm deferring to you because it's in your area.
Okay, so then I make the motion to discuss?
No, you make a motion to approve if you want.
Well, I'm not there yet, that's the thing.
I understand that. I'm asking, well, where are you at?
Well, I had something that I wanted to read before I made the motion. And so that's why I'm asking about, you said we have 5 minutes. At our last land use hearing,
That was during discussion after the motion was made.
Right.
It's your area. I'm trying to defer to you to make a motion.
I'll defer to somebody else to make the
Madam
motion,
Chair.
Madam Chair.
Supervisor Lawson, would you like to make a motion?
Well, no, I mean, I think it's fine, it's proper for the district supervisor to read a statement and then at the end of the statement, make her motion. That's what was customary.
We've talked about our new rules, the way it went last time.
Yeah.
Where I'm waiting for motion and then we can have discussion.
Right.
Everyone is limited to 2 times at 5 minutes apiece. It doesn't seem to be that difficult.
I agree, but
would someone else like to make a motion with regards to item 13C?
It's 3 in the morning. I guess I'll go ahead and oh, never mind.
Would you like to take a 5-minute recess?
Madam Chair, I'll make.
Okay.
Yes, Madam Chair, please.
Madam Chair,
Okay.
what are we doing?
We're going to take a 5-minute recess.
Okay.
And when we come back, we'll make a motion. And if you don't want to make one, someone else will. Okay, we're back from recess. I don't know why it didn't feel fun like a recess is supposed to me, but that's okay. It's 3:25 in the morning. Supervisor Vega, would you like to make a motion?
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you, and thank you for the opportunity to discuss this with council and make sure I was doing things accordingly. Madam Chair, I'm going to make a motion to approve special use permit 2019-00046 Alnoor Mosque expansion to include the prayer hall, the medical clinic, administrative offices, the banquet hall, the youth and senior center, meeting rooms, play areas, and other associated uses tonight, and fast track and expedited SUP amendment at a later date for the school and daycare. That's my motion.
Madam Chair, I'll second that.
Okay.
Madam Chair,
Supervisor Angry.
can I hear that again? Can I hear that motion again? I guess I got all the rest of that. The last part of that, I didn't catch the last part.
It's
And other associate, you just want me to read it all?
For the fast track,
Yes. And fast track an expedited SUP amendment at a later date for the school and the daycare.
I'd like to know whether the applicant would accept those conditions before I vote.
Madam Chairwoman, we're not ready to accept that. I believe that we have met all the conditions, and we work with the staff and made a lot of concessions from beginning to now. And I believe there are many examples of faith institutions who have been approved with a full-time school for them. And so I believe we're not asking for anything that has not been granted before in this county. And so therefore, we would like our application to be approved without any further conditions.
Just wanted to be clear on that. Thank you. So we have a motion made by Supervisor Vega, seconded by Supervisor Lawson. Is there discussion?
Madam Chair.
And realize we're now in the, you get to speak twice, 5 minutes apiece. That I'm just saying, we're in that phase.
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair. Just wanted to first thank everyone for coming out. I know it's a late night, so I won't go nearly as long as I was really going to. But Supervisor Vega said something during our afternoon session, which I think I agree with. We all know the value that Dar Alnoor and the community brings to our community. We all know that. You know, I could talk about all the experiences I had, all the lifelong friends I've made through Dar Alnoor, everything they bring as a value add to our community, but I do see this as a land use case. So let's talk about it as a land use case. We have, as the applicant just said, several other examples of, you know, other religious institutions having clinics and schools and daycares that have been approved without additional conditions being set forth at the hearing. We have in this situation a land use case where they've already agreed to phase this in. And we have the phasing that's in the actual conditions of the application itself, but also the practical conditions that for folks that haven't heard, they are privately funding this entire project. They're not taking out any loans. They're not accumulating any debt. So the practical matter is they have to raise the money to put in all these additional usages. That's not only the construction, that's not only the infrastructure, that's staffing too. A clinic and a school are not cheap by themselves, but then you have the staffing in that consideration as well. So for anyone that's worried that this is gonna pop up overnight and that they're gonna get this private funding through a loan or something like that to do all these things within the course of a year, it's frankly not going to happen because of how they structured, how they're gonna move forward. So I personally, between the precedent that was set previously and the fact that there's going to be natural, practical phasing based on their financing structure for this project, I don't see a reason to split this up at this point. Thank you so much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Bodie.
Madam Chair.
Supervisor Angry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Hey, I can't support this amendment or whatever this extra piece is. And then here's the deal. This isn't going to happen overnight, and we just heard that. And so, you know, right now we just approved everything. I guarantee you what we're talking about with this clinic and daycare facility isn't something that we're going to see anytime soon. So I can't support this amendment. I think we need to approve this as is, just with everything that Supervisor Vega just mentioned. I mean, it's all written right there in the document. I think the applicant has met all of the mitigated all of those points that everyone made, and I think it's a good project. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Angry. Supervisor Lawson.
Thank you. So I've been serving on the board now I'm in my 7th year, and land use is one of the biggest reasons that I ran to be the county supervisor in the Brentsville district. And as Supervisor Bodie said, this is a land use case. Many people tonight talked to us, spoke about the great things that Dar Alnoor has done, will continue to do for the community. Nobody's disputing that. This is not a community partner application. This is a land use case. And like I tell the community in Brentsville that I represent, when we have contentious land use cases, whether it's a religious institution or a commercial or residential, we look at this through the lens of land use. So this is no different. I thought it was important to emphasize that. I appreciate that everybody has stuck with us till 3:30 in the morning. What I do want to emphasize is that we have not asked, the county has not asked Alnoor to do anything above and beyond what we have asked other religious institutions to do. That would be violating law. We're not treating them any differently. I can tell you that there are many people, leaders of congregations that get incredibly frustrated when they go through the special use permit. They probably learn far more about land use, transportation impact analysis. If you're building brand new, you have to do an environmental constraint analysis. It's part of going through the process for a permit. So for anybody that is listening and paying attention, again, I want to emphasize that we, Prince William County, did not ask Alnoor to do anything differently. I raised earlier tonight that St. Catherine Drexel Catholic Church and Supervisor Canlin's district has a traffic management plan. Sounds like Chapel Springs, which is in my district. I wasn't on the board when they were approved, but sounds like, based on what Colonel Phelps said, that they have a traffic management plan. So I think it's important for everybody to know that we are not treating Alnoor any differently than we have with other religious institution cases. What I would like to draw attention to, though, is at the Planning Commission hearing in November of 2019, the chair of the Planning Commission, I think it was Bill Milne or Don Taylor, but they both recognize that traffic complaints are the largest, they're like the standard complaint for any development cases. So we just want Alnoor to know traffic complaints are what we hear all the time because we live in Northern Virginia, and it just seems to be a way of life living here, not just in Prince William County, but Northern Virginia. So I think that the traffic complaints that the community has raised is very legitimate, just like they were very legitimate with religious institutions of all faiths that I've certainly heard from folks of applications in my own district. I'm going to read a couple comments from folks in the Brentsville district that weighed in on religious institutions. The contentious one in 2019 that was before the board certainly garnered a lot of community opposition. And I think it's important for folks to know that people have very strong opinions about development cases, whether it's, a church or a brand new drive-through. But in these particular comments, it was regarding a church. I have serious concerns about how truthful this religious institution is in their application for the site, as there is no finite detail with the proposal which directly addresses the community concerns about the hours of operation. That was regarding Monterey Church. Frustrated with many concerns about the size of the facility. The facility is not compatible with the surrounding area. The applicant is not very forthcoming with details of the religious institution. I remember after the Monterey Church, somebody sent me an anonymous printout of one of the pastor's personal driving record violations from years ago. So Rafi, I want you to know that, people have strong opinions even about the leaders of the church, and they go to those measures. And that was, like I said, a Christian church. I'll finish making my statements next time I come around for my next 5 minutes.
Is there anyone else who would like to say something?
Madam
Supervisor Canlin?
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, that's okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. I've kept surprisingly quiet for tonight. I know other folks have chimed in. This is a land use case, but it's a land use case for a religious institution. And I do believe that is
I think that's a little different on looking at this on the board. This is an SUP, and an SUP, my opinion, requires a look on the traffic and safety. And people, folks who came in and said, well, this shouldn't be about traffic and safety, shouldn't be, well, it needs to be about traffic and safety. And what we do as a Board of County Supervisors is we weigh, it's what we always do, we weigh the impacts of a particular project that it would have on the community versus the benefits it would have to the community. And with, I'm a believer that there's two rights that we have in the United States that should be protected above most all of them, and that's well, there are a bunch of them. I don't want to just, but the freedom of speech and freedom of religion, and as a government, we should definitely err on the side of supporting religious institutions and what they would like to do to be able to worship. One thing just a comment I do want to make, that I don't dismiss people's concerns on this. I believe that at least a good amount of folks who come out here have legitimate safety concerns, and I get just uncomfortable when folks, whether it's up here on the dais or folks who speak, who try to dismiss people's concerns by either saying, well, they're uneducated or they're racist or they're whatever the reason. They've got their concerns. They're coming out here for whatever reason they feel like that's the situation that they're facing. And then we hear the other side. And then as the Board of County Supervisors, we try to make that decision. I think it's a wonderful thing that this looking to expand. I've been on the board where we've seen many expansions, and they've been great things, or the building of new facilities. I will be supporting Supervisor Vega's motion. I believe in having some deference to the supervisor. But if that fails, I will be supporting the full resolution the next time it comes around. So I do believe it is a little bit of a different situation when it comes to religious institutions and not just a traditional land use case. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Canlon. Supervisor Vega.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't know if Rafi or Jonelle wants to answer this question. I'm trying to approve 90% of this tonight without ignoring the serious concerns that the community has raised. And so all I can do is ask. Would the applicant be willing to meet the neighbors in the middle, or even 10% of the way, by either reducing the scope of the prayer hall or increase parking so that we can at least maintain the current attendee parking spot ratio?
We would not be able to do that. If at the time of site plan, there's opportunities to add additional parking spaces, that would always be our goal. But we're unable to reduce the prayer rug size or commit to adding additional parking spaces without actually site planning the development.
Okay. And my final stab at this, Madam Chair, is, can I reference this that you gave me?
You can go ahead.
Okay. So the community, again, has raised serious concerns about expansion without traffic signal in place. Would the applicant agree to delay the beginning construction of the expansion for 1 year from today to provide the county with time to fund and construct the traffic signal, and direct the county staff to identify sufficient funding for traffic signal above Alnoor's contribution, and take any steps necessary to construct the traffic signal as soon as possible, including any potential additional state funding? Would the applicant be willing to move forward after the year if the county was unable to find the funding?
I'm sorry, that was a lot of questions. So can you repeat that one more time? I apologize.
Yeah. Okay. I'm trying to understand your handwriting. Sorry. So the community has raised serious concerns about the expansion, right, without the traffic signal in place. So this is stemming around the traffic signal right now. Would the applicant agree to delay beginning construction of the expansion for 1 year from today to provide county with enough time to find and construct the traffic signal. That's the first portion. I'd issue a directive to county staff to identify sufficient funding for the traffic signal and take any steps necessary to construct the traffic signal as soon as possible, including any potential state funding that we can identify. The applicant would be able to move forward after the year, even if the county is unable to find or secure the funding.
Can you give me 1 second? I just have one question.
Yeah. Michelle, do you want to read this?
So, from a timing perspective, I don't think that the way in reality this would work is that we would have to prepare a site plan, which would take 3 months. The county would have to review that site plan. The county site plan review timing, I believe, is anywhere from 6 to 10 months. And so we could not actually start construction anyways because of the timing that's required for the county review.
So, Madam Chair,
Supervisor Canlon?
so are you saying okay to that condition that Supervisor Vegas?
You drive a hard bargain.
I'm just trying to find common ground, meet halfway so that we can have a unified vote.
So just to be clear, your motion,
I guess I would have to amend.
so you would have a new motion with an added condition that construction could not be started until a year from February 3rd, 2021. That would be the added condition.
To give us ample time to secure funding and get this.
Does that mean you couldn't start on the parking lot if you wanted to?
Does that include land disturbance, pulling permits? So construction has several steps to it. So let's say, for example, we are able to get approval within 11 months. We would still have construction on the site. If your real, I think, request is that we would not be able to obtain an occupancy permit from a year for today, I think that probably addresses your concern, right? Because your concern is the additional people or the additional amount for any of the expansion. I think that the real request is that you couldn't pull an occupancy permit until a year from today.
I believe so, yeah.
That's fine. As long as everything else remains the same.
Madam Chair.
Supervisor Canlon?
I would definitely be supportive of that. That gives us the board, and I appreciate that idea because I think this board can take the step as we've discussed and heard about us looking for funding to get that light done. And I think that would help alleviate a lot of the concerns from folks if it, I don't think a light can necessarily get done in a year, but at least we could be very far down that path of getting all the approvals and everything, funding secured to get something like that done.
Just to be clear of the applicant, that means you might start construction or land clearing after the site plan, even before a year. I want to make sure everybody understands that you're really talking about an occupancy permit, which is different than actually starting construction.
Correct. So it would be an
We want to make sure we're all on the same page.
Any additional phase of the project.
Supervisor Vega.
I'm trying to.
It's whatever they're going to agree to.
I think, honestly, it might be as simple as, I don't know if you need all of the additional language. It might just be as simple as the applicant shall not obtain an occupancy permit until after a year from today. I think it's that simple. I understand that your request is to really accommodate the concerns that you've heard this evening, but I don't necessarily think those concerns have to be in a special use permit condition. I think it could just be to address that actual concern.
Supervisor Vega.
Yeah, that's fine. Clarified it.
Okay. So we have are you making a motion to amend your motion to say,
What Donnell just said.
well, if you could restate it, Janelle, just so we're all, what your expectations are of what it would actually say, so we're all on the same page.
Sorry, I just want to pull the special use permit conditions, if you don't mind. Make a motion to approve the special use permit conditions associated with SUP 2019-00046 with an additional condition that states under use perimeters that the applicant may not obtain an occupancy permit until 1 year from the date of approval.
Madam Chair.
Is that amended motion? That's okay with you?
Yes, that's correct, Madam Chair.
Do I have a second on the amended motion?
Second.
Seconded by Supervisor Canlin. Discussion. Supervisor Franklin.
Sure, and I guess my question is to Dar Alnoor. With this amended motion, are we all good to move forward?
With that amended motion that I just read, we are good to move forward.
Okay.
Are you going to say that you're going to give the directive?
And I
Madam
guess,
Chair.
to be clear, should we just say February 3rd, 2022? Okay.
Madam Chair?
It is February 3rd. I was going to say February 2nd.
Yeah, go ahead and chime
Okay, we have a motion on the floor. Supervisor Angry.
And we already second, so I can go my 5-minute speech now.
Yeah, 5-minute speech, yeah. I'll point out it's 10 minutes to 4 in the morning.
But it won't be 5 minutes. But I just want to kind of talk about what just happened tonight. And we've heard from a lot of constituents. I think that the key message here that I really want to stress is the word good neighbor, right? Good neighbor. So when we talk about parking, I want to speak to the gentleman who lives just to the back end that was talking about when he comes home, he just wants to be able to sit in his yard and kind of enjoy a slice of paradise. So I think in good neighbors of all of this, if we can just be cognizant of the fact that, parking, in front of folks' houses and all this stuff. I know it's free parking and it's all that, and you can do that, but just good neighbors. These folks, when we move into these areas and folks move into what they consider their home and retirement home, we got to work well together. And I know we've been doing that, but I just ask that as we look at this parking situation for members of Dar Alnoor coming into that, just be very cognizant. I know we have right now parking at McCourt that we can do in bus folks. Let's really pay attention and try to do those so we can really just be good neighbors. Because I know this isn't about race, because I don't want it to be about that. Prince William County is better than that. And I want to tell you, Miss Diana Clark, when she spoke, she sent an email immediately behind it. And she said, this isn't really about approving this project, but what she had saw that there's a division in our county, and it was evident tonight. And so we have a division. And I believe we can all say it was evident tonight, just hearing both sides of this. And I know we can do better than this, okay? So I really just want to talk about that piece and how we can work forward to really bridge that gap going forward. So I really appreciate all this tonight. To Dar, I know, I've been there many times. And listen, for the folks that think this is about who voted for you and what you owe folks, I'm telling you right now, there's going to be times where you're not going to like me when I make a decision. This wasn't one of those nights. But I don't think that's fair to say you got us here to do these things for you, because you want us to serve all the people, and that's the best we do. Many of you have said it, that we have to make decisions, the best decision with information we're given for what we believe is right in our heart. And to dangle that then just further, dilutes everything that's going on with what we're trying to do here. So I really want to thank everybody that, for being here part of this. And it was a tough one, but I think we made the right decision on this. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Angry.
Madam Chair.
Supervisor Bodie.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm frustrated because I know that originally we were supposed to take up this case last year, and then COVID happened. That's no control of anyone on this dais or anyone out in the audience or anyone on either side of this issue. But I also acknowledge that there are a lot of valid concerns about the current traffic situation on Hoadley Road. Traffic situation that predated this expansion. Traffic situations that probably predated Dar Alnoor even being there, because again, let's face it, the county has grown a lot over the last 20 years. So my heart goes out to the folks at Dar Alnoor because they've had to wait basically a year to get to this point, and now we're at to basically wait another year before they can really move forward this with real earnest. That does, however, give us the opportunity to address the biggest concern, which is that traffic light, which obviously has been warranted since 2017. I just hope that when it comes to us working with county staff to find the funding to get this done, that everyone at this dais commits to that, as it seems like we are going to tonight. And I hope that the folks at Dar Alnoor realize that we want to do right by all our constituents, but we especially want to do right by our constituents that give back to the community in a real substantial way. And we know that Dar Alnoor does that. So it's my hope that as we move forward with this, that we at least take the moment to acknowledge how much this community and this congregation has gone through to get this to this point, how many meetings they've had, how much outreach I know the applicant has had alongside their lawyer, how much outreach county staff has done to get us to this point. By and large, this applicant has fulfilled every single thing that was asked of them, and then some. This applicant has gone above and beyond in a lot of different ways, and they've also fulfilled every single condition that the Planning Commission asked for, with the exception of extending that trail the entire way, and we know why they weren't able to do that. So I hope that even the opponents to this acknowledge how much Dar Alnoor did to be a good neighbor throughout this process. Thank you so much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Brody. Supervisor Bailey.
Thank you. Well, good morning. I'm like my colleague to my left. I'm a little perplexed right now. I want to apologize to my brothers and sisters at Dar Alnoor for holding you here this long tonight. I appreciate your commitment to the community, and it has not just been for vote or support. It's that you're committed to the community. And I wanted to share with you, if I can find it, share with you a letter that was sent to us yesterday now. It says, Chair Wheeler and members of Prince William County Board of Supervisors, we are writing to you in support of our neighbors and friends who serve the community at Dar Alnoor Islamic Community Center as they work to provide even greater service to our community through an expansion to their facilities. The proposed expansion will not only allow the current congregation the flexibility to reduce the number of services it holds, it will also provide much needed space for continued community service through food banks, health and wellness clinics, blood drives, and environmental seminars. As you consider this proposal, please remember that this congregation serves our neighbors throughout the entire county and has followed every guideline provided by the county. In short, they have been conscientious, considerate neighbors who have contributed greatly to the fabric of our community. That track record is one of the many reasons we urge you to support this expansion request. We know that you are aware of all of the technical aspects of this proposal and the congregation's willingness to cost share and meet any additional requirements, so I won't repeat them here. I will just leave you with this thought from Dr. Martin Luther King. The ultimate measure of a person is not where he or she stands in moments of comfort and convenience, but where he or she stands in times of challenge and controversy. We urge you to stand with our neighbors on this request that will only enhance the vibrancy that makes our community a great place to live. Best, Delegate Luke Torian, Chairman of Appropriations, Delegate Hala Ayala, Delegate Elizabeth Guzman, Delegate Sam Razul, Delegate Suhas Subramaniam, I always mispronounce his name, I apologize, and Delegate Candy Mandan King, Delegate Lee Carter, just confirming our support. So I wanted to share that with you tonight. And I'm perplexed as well as my friend next door to me, because I know that you've worked very hard on this proposal, and so I'm not in support of the amendment, but I'm just not in support of the amendment because I think that you have compromised. You will be compromising yourselves. So that's just my thoughts as your friend and your neighbor and your sister. Thank you.
Ms. Robel, your light's on?
Oh, I'm so apologize.
I thought you were going to jump in there. I just like to say to the applicant, I know you've compromised a lot over the way and have addressed a lot of the concerns along the way. I don't think people realize how many concessions you've made. And the idea that a year from now, February 3rd, 2022, you can't get an occupancy permit before that. Thank you for being and hearing the concerns of the people who we can work to get the traffic light in, and hopefully we'll be able to do that. And if not, I know that's not conditional upon that anyway, but I'm very grateful to the applicant for all you are really have done for the community. It's such a wonderful community addition, and I know that the things that you're going to add to the community will bring even more benefit. Alnoor is a community partner in so many ways, so I want to thank you for your support of their community and your ability to be flexible tonight. We have a motion on the floor.
Madam
Is there
Chair.
any further discussion?
Yeah, so I'm a little confused. There was a substitute motion.
Correct.
Made by Supervisor Vega, seconded by Supervisor Canlin.
And that's what we're discussing.
Right. So, and that includes that new condition.
It has a new condition that says they cannot get an occupancy permit for their building until February 3rd, 2022. Is that what year we're in? Is that your understanding, Ms. Cameron?
For future expansion, so for an additional phase until February 3rd, 2022, they cannot obtain an occupancy permit. So they can submit building plans for review, but they wouldn't be able to obtain an occupancy permit.
Madam Chair, and just for clarification purposes, you would still be able to move forward? Because that was asked.
We would still be able to submit a site plan for review.
No, I think it's important that we know what we're voting on.
Madam Chair.
Supervisor Franklin.
Okay, and I just want to be clear that the mosque is in support of these conditions, right? Because I think we want to make sure that we're being good partners. So I just want that to be clear.
I know it's really, really late and we've all been here, but can we just make sure we ask all of the members of the board that are still here if they're okay with it in 3 minutes?
You want to ask with your members of your board? Yes.
Thank you. Yes.
Yes. Do you want to go out in the hall?
Occupancy is anything other than humans getting in the building.
Madam Chair.
Yeah, that Justin found like inside Nova, and there's this whole thing about what, 106. Right. Yeah, yeah, other than all that, this is not the movie. Underline. And I didn't like that, by the way. Yeah. It was a beautiful. Yeah. I got an email. This is like, yeah, hotels and lodging. And in CEC, it underlines lodging and perk. Well, wait a minute. I You didn't see the email I sent out. Yes, that's right. I hope it shows up your name. Oh, yeah. 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 This happened at Preserve. Preserve was like an hour. Yeah, it was like, walk in my house, and flat under there, 2 seconds, like, unwind. Yeah. For the 16th. Yeah, we're still. We're gonna have all these amenities for the. Yeah, and those are like pretty. Yeah, they were. I don't want to say something. Just some clean up. Yeah, just clean up. Yeah, yeah. Madam Chair. Hopefully that, which is good. I don't budget. Better. Really? Always have to give the school year. It's just, no. Yeah, or whatever. Yeah. It'll be Thursday. It'll be Thursday. Hopefully there won't be much reaction.
I think we're all back. Ms. Cameron, have you conferred with your applicant?
Yes, I apologize. Blame it on being up for 24 hours now. They've agreed that as conditioned, it's fine.
Okay. You shouldn't get up that early.
So just to be clear, they've agreed to the the additional, okay. I just want to make sure. Okay.
No occupancy permit till February 3rd, 2022.
No occupancy permit can be pulled or obtained.
Okay. We got a motion. Everybody ready?
Can we call the
Ms.
roll?
Madden, can you call the roll, please?
I'm gonna go.
Supervisor Vega?
Aye.
Supervisor Canlin?
Aye.
Supervisor Angry?
Aye.
Supervisor Bailey?
Aye.
Supervisor Bodie?
Aye.
Supervisor Franklin?
Aye.
Supervisor Lawson?
Aye.
Chair Wheeler?
Aye.
Vote unanimous.
Madam Chair,
Supervisor Vega.
Thank you. Without objection, I would like for county staff to begin looking into funding for the traffic light so both Supervisor Angry and my constituents can get a little bit of relief here. This light is way overdue, and I think it's going to mitigate some of the traffic concerns that have been raised by the community. Second, as district supervisor, I would like to be included in conversations about the special event parking management. Rafi, when we met, I know that you opened the door, so in any dialogue moving forward with the community to address the concerns, I'd love to be a part of it, if that's okay with you.
I need to repeat that again.
Any conversations about the special event parking management plan, I'd like to be a part of that as well, just to make sure that we're relaying information to members of the community as well. I mean, that's not a formal condition, I'm just saying.
She's not saying, she'd like
Yeah.
to be looped in.
Right.
Not a formal condition.
Right, and I just want to say congratulations to Darrell Noor. I know that it's been a long time coming, and thank you for agreeing to this condition here tonight. And to my constituents who raised concerns, valid concerns, I want to say that I heard you and that I hope that we can move forward and that together we can work towards bettering the relationship and addressing some of these concerns. So thank you.
I will make a motion. Can I entertain a motion for adjournment?
Oh, Madam Chair, before I move to adjourn, I just wanted to thank Alnoor for agreeing to that condition. I really hope that signalized light will alleviate a lot of the traffic. I appreciate that you're so willing to work with the police department on that traffic management plan. I don't know. I thought I was going to make a couple other points, but it's 4 a.m. and I move to adjourn.
Second.
Supervisor Bodie wants to say something. Supervisor Franklin wants to say something. Supervisor Bodie.
Very quickly, I wanted to again thank Darrell Noor for their graciousness and staying up with us until 4 o'clock in the morning. I know this has been a multi-year process. I remember being here 2 years ago in the Planning Commission meeting where you guys filled up the room. During Cesar Vega's town hall, some folks expressed concern about if they would be welcome in the halls of Darrell Noor, and I've spent upteens amount of time in Darrell Noor, and so folks that are afraid that people will look down on them for being against this, I've received nothing but love from the community, and I know that regardless of where people stood on this case, you guys would still welcome them in open arms. So anyone who's still watching at 4 a.m, know that if you've ever been sort of had heartburn going to Darrell Noor, go. You don't have to be Muslim to go. Do go during one of their normal services, during Eid, during Ramadan. They're a very welcome community, so I urge everyone who has not been there before to please do so and reach out to the folks there. Thank you so much.
Supervisor Franklin.
Madam Chair, very quickly, I just want to thank Darrell Noor for your willingness to collaborate. You certainly did not have to. That was a decision completely up to you all in terms of if you wanted to go in that direction or not. You have shown that you want to be a true partner, and we should all commend you all for that. Also, just want to say very quickly, if you've emailed us and we haven't responded, we've received a lot of emails, so I'll apologize for whoever up here who has not responded to emails. We will get to you, and we just thank you all for being up to speed on this particular issue. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Supervisor Lawson.
Yeah, thanks. I just also want to, I just am asking the leaders of Darrell Noor, please help mend those fences with the community. Some of the congregates tonight, and certainly some of the folks from around the county that made comments alleging that, people that were raising traffic concerns, it was cloaked in Islamophobia. And I don't think that you believe that to be true. I certainly don't believe that to be true. Traffic complaints are every land use case, like I said, of any kind. And I'm just pleading with you to help diffuse that. A lot of Democrat activists made those comments, and I find it offensive. I don't know if the Democrat Party thought that it was going to be their narrative tonight, but I'm asking you to help diffuse that.
Supervisor Lawson.
The folks that live there had every right to raise the concerns about traffic. And Rafi, I appreciate that you even acknowledge that the traffic, is legit. Thank you.
Am I allowed to reply?
please, Rafi, Mr. Ahmed, please come to the green light so we can hear you, and Supervisor Angry can hear you remotely. And I know you will do everything for the community like you always do. Thank you.
Supervisor Lawson, thank you very much. And during the citizen time, the comments that I made, I meant it. We have tried to work with our neighbors, and if any of our neighbors are listening, our doors are always going to be open to them. If they come to us in good faith, we will meet them, we will listen to them, and as I had mentioned before, if it was any legitimate concerns that we can work with, I promise that I will do that. I don't want to get into politics of it. Now, as far as there were some comments that were made during the town hall that I personally took them as offensive. You know, I think I shared them with you also. There was a remark made that this lady, because she, in the middle of the night, if she stopped in front of the mosque, she feels uncomfortable, she feels scared. You know, the reality is that if you're driving anywhere throughout, doesn't matter if in Prince William or anywhere else, you're stopped at a traffic light also. But you're talking about particularly you being scared when you're stopped in front of the mosque, and during Ramadan, that's when talking, and as Colonel Phelps had mentioned before, there's 15 police officers there, okay? And what would be the reason for you to feel scared, especially in front of a mosque? There was another comment made that basically said that if you let them build a school, more of them will move in. I took a personal offense to that. But Supervisor Lawson, I promise you that if our neighbors want to meet with us in good faith, like before, I'll feed them again. And we will sit down, we'll break bread, and we'll discuss with open mind and open heart. That's my promise to you.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I wasn't referring to your comments. I was referring to comments throughout the night.
Yeah.
And because you and I had very open dialogue, you know, during the virtual meeting we had on Monday.
Yeah.
I'm looking to you as a community leader to help diffuse that and debunk a lot of folks that live around there that had concerns that I thought were raised very legitimately, and understandably they were offended to just be labeled as
I
such.
am not calling any of them racist. Personally, I'm not calling any of them racist. They are our neighbors, and they have rights over us. That's what my religion teaches me. And if there's something that I can do to work with them, I am here.
Really
and I
do
make that
appreciate
promise to you, and Supervisor Vega, that's promise to all of you. So, thank
I
you.
just want to go on the record as saying it was a unanimous vote. It wasn't political. I'm excited that we can welcome your expansion in a unanimous way, and I think everybody on the board is really grateful for that. And I think that's really, it wasn't a political decision, and I don't think that's represented here. But thank you very much, and I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved, Madam Chair.
Motion made by Supervisor Vega, seconded by Supervisor Bodie. Ms. Madden, can you call the roll, please?
Supervisor Vega?
Aye.
Supervisor Bodie?
Aye.
Supervisor Angry?
Aye.
Supervisor Bailey?
Aye.
Supervisor Canlin?
Aye.
Supervisor Franklin?
Aye.
Supervisor Lawson?
Aye.
Chair Wheeler?
Aye.
Vote unanimous.